싸운다요. Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gator.
The rumors?
About what?
The rumors from the board.
The demon.
He's coming!
What happened?
They're all dead! Oh no, no! It's him! He's coming! He's coming!
Impossible! Get him out of here!
He's coming! He's coming for us all!
Who's there? An imposter has sullied our name! We are the might of the kingdom! For the king! No. Please. You demon. Please.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
What is up, everyone? Liz here with your weekly dose of NACT recap. Regular season of the NACT, that's done and dusted. Playoffs kicked off last weekend with 4 teams sending a clear message to the NACT community with their clean sweeps. That's Vegas. We're coming for you. Sadly, not much discussed between GG versus LEGACi and BTK versus BloodHounds, except the fact that there are reasons why GG and BTK are crowd favorites, and those reasons are going to become clear as we enter into the later stages of the NACT Spring. Huge shout out though to NA's pride and joy, MLBB for clinching his first Savage and MVP of the week this season. Let's tune in on BTK's hype behind the scenes.
Scored ult.
Nice.
Any flickers?
Yeah, 30 extra.
Oh,
shit. Holy Savage. Oh my god, you're getting the interview. You're getting the interview right there. Savage. Milo!
I got it.
No flicker.
I got it.
Damn.
Wait, America! Woo! I'm doing the America thing right now.
In the clash of the top challengers, Area 77 brought the heat with Yureshi pulling out some beautiful flanks left and right. CC on his hands is simply built different, which makes me wonder, when is Yureshi dropping his CC die? The other team that toppled BTK in regular season, aka the NIGHTHorde, seemed a little thrown off by their roster adjustments. Despite adding in Assassin Master Zero, NIGHTHorde got struck hard by Devious activities botch-infused powertrain. Zero's mechanical prowess seems to make him the go-to sub for NA pros, securing himself yet another last-minute playoff ticket like his Area 77 run in NACT Fall. But if we've learned anything this season, is that team synergy trumps raw skills just because of how close the NA Pro League is right now. On a side note, we can officially confirm that Zeke and Naisu are practically twins separated at birth. Just don't tell Naisu, because clearly Zeke got the better mustache gene. I hope you guys are as pumped as I am for playoffs week 2. Can A77 ride the momentum to avenge GG and turn an almost match win into an actual victory in the books? And what about the quote-unquote orphan match featuring fathers and sons? Will Joybosh complete the Fallout Brothers to take down a new BTK and Savage Bobs of MLBB? Or will Yato be eating his words up after poking the sleeping bear who's either on his clippable stream hiatus or just simply matured from drama era?
Zane has 3 heroes. I hope Zane can learn some assassin because can't play anything else.
Oh my goodness!
I don't know. We shall find out this weekend. Stay tuned for our next NACT broadcast coming to you live Saturday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Host Liz, signing out.
Hey, come on! Ha!
Have you heard the rumors?
About what?
The rumors from the board.
The demon.
He's coming! What happened?
They're all dead! Oh no, no! It's him! He's coming! He's coming!
Impossible! Get him out of here!
He's coming! He's coming for us all!
Who's there? An imposter has sullied our name! We are the might of the kingdom! For the king! No. Please. You demon. Please.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A prince.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to the playoffs of the 2024 North American Challengers Tournament Spring Season. I'm your host Zeke, and so far in this tournament we've seen a lot of players rise and fall. But with that being said, today is the first day of the tournament where we're actually going to see some teams starting to go home. On the caster's desk today, we have Trex the Almighty and the one and only Steph Wheezy. Boys, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Like you said, into the playoffs we are now in the lower brackets as well. A lot of teams have a lot on the line. This is the first time we're going to see some teams get sent home today, which is going to be a little bit bittersweet on their amazing journey so far.
I mean, it's the first day with some, actual repercussions for the plays these players are going to make. It's the first day that we're going to see 4 teams, not just 2, not 1, but 4 teams will be going home today. And that's sad. It's bittersweet, but we also get to see, some more teams move forward.
It's very scary moving forward into the tournament at this point. But Steph, what can you tell us about the playoff bracket so far?
Yeah, as we do take a look at the bracket so far, yesterday was full of excitement, right? We got to see 2 best-of-5s to move up into the upper bracket finals. Ended up with Gaming Gladiators and the Bloodthirsty Kings. And now for today, officially in the lower brackets where teams will have one more chance to fight it out before getting sent home as they climb up that ladder. You're going to see some amazing teams fight it out in some great matches, but they will be best-of-3s today, so it'll be a little bit shorter than what we see in the upper bracket side.
And I do want to say that I really do expect these teams to be playing at the best of their capabilities, because we are still showcasing a prize pool of over $25,000 US, with the top prize still being right about $10,000 with 100,000 diamonds accompanied with it, and prize pools there scaling after. So with that being said, we're really getting into that position where who is going to get what, and the need to be competitive is absolutely there. Trex, can you tell us a little bit about today's schedule?
Yep, we got a lot of good games coming up front. We're going to have LEGACi up against Fiends. Following after that, BloodHounds taking on the NightHorde. And then we get to see things get a little bit interesting. We can see yesterday's losers go up against today's winners. Area 77 will be taking on the winner of match 1, and DA will be taking on the winner of match 2. Or no, Area 77 will take on the NightHorde or BloodHounds, and then DA will take on LEGACi or Fiends, if I'm correct, right? Perfect.
So I think that it goes without saying that Area 77 and DA both really need to be on edge, especially coming into today, not knowing who they're going to be able to go up against. I feel like they've got to be doing this last-minute cramming to see, okay, what are the strengths of these different teams? And if we do go up against this team or this team, how are we going to have to adjust accordingly? Because everybody up to this point so far has been, they've had the clairvoyance of saying, hey, this is who we're going up against. How can we prepare ourselves? But they're not being gifted that generosity. So how do you feel like that might affect today's matches, Steph?
Well, you definitely have to jump into these matches with a game plan. I mean, you're looking at some teams, for example, just the first series alone, you have LEGACi up against Fiends, right? They have their own challenges, but they have their own strengths. I would say for LEGACi, I mean, they have everything to prove. They're a new team on the block, and they barely made it into the top 8 for North America, and now this is going to be their chance to try and rise through the lower bracket. It's going to be a challenge, though, since they haven't been able to claim a single match. So I think they have a lot to gain and not really much to lose at this point. When you're looking at Fiends, a little bit of a different kind of story. I mean, we've seen them, just the last time you've seen them fighting it out in the upper brackets, they switched their rosters like 3 times. I think they have the record for switching their rosters the most in a playoff season so far.
That was pretty. I mean, it was kind of rough. The Fiends game. I think we're seeing a lot of teams get their bearings after the roster changes. NightHorde looks decent, but to your question, Zeke, with they have to prepare themselves for possibly 2 different teams. I think DA and Area 77 are ready. It's it doesn't matter who comes. I think they're not. I think they'll be okay. I think they're prepared for whoever makes it up to them. I think, as they're not locked in there with them, you're locked in here with me. They'll be okay.
Yes, somebody get this guy some crutches. He's gonna need them. Steph, can you take us into the Fiends roster?
That's right. Well, this is going to be a really interesting one to kind of jump into. Another roster change. Brian R out, Magic in for the gold lane. We knew Brian R was a switch up last time in the upper bracket. So again, swapping their rosters is possibly going to affect their chemistry. But we'll have to see, is that the secret combination that they're looking for? Is there you have it. You have Magic, Kohari, Chorobami, Pro Destroy, and Yuri Cutie. The question is, Kohari, where does he go at, right? We've seen him in the XP lane. We've seen him in the jungle. We've seen him on the roam position. The man could do it all, the marksman as well. So hopefully this time he goes back to his bread and butter, which is that gold lane. But I guess it's not, because we just seen he's not going to be in that gold position. I feel like that's one of the strongest areas for him, for their team. But hey, I mean, looks like they have a game plan, and we're going to have to see just how well it plays out for him.
Trex, can you tell us a little bit about how you feel with Kohari, you know, still being in the, I think he's still in that roam position, and, you know, Magic coming back into it. I think he was the roam before, so now they've actually got him slotting into the gold lane and keeping Kohari there. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I don't think anything is definite. You know, like Steph Weezy brought up a few times, we saw Kohari go from EXP to jungle to roam, play 3 different positions last week or the week before last week. So I think right now, with Magic coming back, I think there's a high chance we actually end up seeing Kohari in gold and Magic take the roam slot. Maybe Kohari slots in for uneven. I think it's still very up in the air. I don't even think they know exactly what their exact plan is going to be, if you want my honest opinion. I think a lot of it's going to come down to hero picks. A lot of it's going to come down to, you know, just on-the-spot calls. I think the best spot, though, for Kohari is definitely the gold lane, especially with Magic playing. I think everyone else should be playing around the Magic-Kohari combo. Try to get the support pick onto Magic. Try to get Kohari onto, you know, onto either the Claude or the carry, because that's kind of the bread and butter for them right there.
Well, enough guessing games. Trex, can you actually take us into the Legacy roster?
Definitely. Now, Legacy, a team that a lot of us have had high hopes for, but hasn't really been able to show up. Looks like Kuya Ken is going to be subbing out, and Whoopi will be coming in on that roam position. Now, to take a look at the whole roster, it's Jolie, Whoopi, Shansky, Riles, and PDR7. This could be their last day to finally kind of show off. This could be their last day to put a win on the board. Just one, man. You know, just give us a series, man. Legacy, it's been a long season for them. A very, 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 very long season for them. Hopefully they can extend it a little bit more.
Yeah, I've definitely got some high hopes for Legacy. I want to see more from them. They are still a top 8 North American team. So with that being said, I really want to see them perform and show the world still that. But without guessing anymore, I want to know, what are your guys' predictions?
Yep, that's the $1 million question. What are the predictions? And no, unanimous decision across the board. Fiends, I guess, you know, passing on to me. Zeke, why did you pick Fiends?
So for me, I picked the Fiends just because, again, you know, Trex knows me. He knows that I've been getting all of my guesses wrong so far because I've been guessing based off of consistency. And hopefully, I'm hoping I'll get this one right. I voted the same as everybody else, so I'm hoping to lock in. Trex, how about you?
No, I did the same thing, man. I just copy and pasted. I figured if I hold the same vote as everyone else, then no matter what, they can't catch up to me. So from here on out, it's just, you know, coast. Don't try to be too different than the rest of the squad. And hold on, what happened? Weezy, what is this?
Oh, whoa! What is that?
I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. Something's wrong here.
Hey, we're gonna roll with it. Production,
something's wrong here.
We got it. 27-7.
I demand a recount.
But hey, I mean, this is what keeps it interesting. Just like these teams are competing it out, so are us casters. Maybe we should do something where, like, there's a lower bracket and people just get knocked off after a certain amount of wrong guesses. But nonetheless, I mean, anything is possible, right? Fiends has, like I said, a brand new kind of lineup. They're rotating their roster, so it's still going to be a little bit of a challenge. I wouldn't say it's 100%. This will be a shot for Legacy to possibly claim their first win. I mean, this is the team to do it against, is right now they're still kind of trying out and figuring out their synergy. So I think we're up for a good match. Nonetheless, history is in the making for all these teams playing today because, funny enough, all of them have been swept in the playoffs so far. So none of these teams have claimed a single victory in the playoffs. So we'll have to see how they kind of play out.
So I know that we all voted for Fiends, but Steph, in your personal opinion, what do you think the Legacy people are going to have to do if they do want to find some success and continue to, stay in this tournament?
Well, I'll definitely have to say for Legacy, it's going to start with the early game, right? A lot of times, I think where they kind of struggle is keeping up with the momentum that these upper echelon teams know how to play at, right? They focus on these objectives, these little micro decisions that they make at every given second of the game is what keeps them pushing forward to extend that lead and get that early finish. And I think Legacy is still trying to figure out that rhythm, right? That recipe to be able to do that alongside them. I think if they can figure that out, they'll have a good start. Also in terms of drafting, there's a lot of times where we've seen them go toward the meta, but then sometimes shift off of it. I think maybe if they just play a little bit more textbook, don't go too risky and just have more synergized compositions in terms of drafting, then I think they'll have a really good start, especially up against a team like Fiends.
I think the Legacy people, I think they, honestly, I think if there's a time for them to win, it's today, right? My vote was if I wasn't holding such a strong lead over everybody in the voting, my vote may have gone to Legacy, honestly, today, just because Fiends looked shaky, man. We saw Fiends the other day, and they did not look too hot. They did not look like the Fiends that we knew in season. So we'll see exactly how they do.
Well, whether you're feeling strong and shifty like the Fiends or trying to have a legacy in the making, it's time to find out which team finds who in the draft.
You're right. In the draft we go. We got Fiends up against the Legacy people. According to Zeke, this is going to be a
the Legacy people.
Jumping into this match, it's going to be fun, right? Like I said, this is going to be a chance for one team to move forward, and the first team in the NACT Spring Season getting knocked off of the ladder entirely and down from the NACT. It's been an amazing journey, though. Like we said, it's an achievement just to make it into the top 8 for North America. Both of these teams are new names, at least. We haven't seen a Fiends, we haven't seen a Legacy in NACT before, and I'm looking forward to their matches today. So looking at the draft so far, we are going to be seeing a little bit of support taken off the table for Fiends. We're going to go in for that Angela, that Nolan, and that Faramis. A little bit of fast drafting. And then on your side, Trex, looks like you got a couple of things on the board as well.
Yeah, I like the Arlot getting picked up immediately from the side of Fiends. It's definitely been a contested pick. It definitely adds a layer immediately of possible flexing, able to maybe move into the roam or EXP. I think on the side of Legacy, we also need to kind of secure something solid. Barat's still open right now. Vexana's still open right now. Could pick up the CC as well, maybe something like the Barat CC. Xborg has been a pick, though, that has kind of gone in and off. Sometimes we see it picked up pretty commonly, especially against the Arlot. Can be decent. Has been used as well against the CC in the past. But Legacy, what I'm worried about is we've seen them try to use this Xborg as jungle before, and it did not perform amazingly. They do pick up the chip immediately after that. And you're talking about fast drafting. Fiends is firing back already. But the chip it's still in a really weird place for me. I think the Lu Yi is a much more valuable pick, but we'll see. What do you think about the chip?
I think this kind of boils back to what we were talking about with Legacy. Sometimes leaning toward the meta and then sometimes just kind of straying away from it. And right now I feel like chip is just not the strongest option available for what they could have slotted in this draft. But, time will tell. We did see a chip work before. I believe it was Game and Gladiators who pulled it out, and they had like a very high mobile composition, and they were able to pull it off. But honestly, I mean, they're the #1 seed currently in the NACT, so it's a little bit different. But when we are looking at Legacy, I feel like it's a little bit of a risk, especially considering these games matter. This is only a best of 3. This isn't a best of 5 like we've seen yesterday. You don't have as many opportunities to bounce back, so they're going to have to bring their A game. With chip, though, it is going to provide mobility. It's going to provide a little bit of slow and CC, and able to get your team across the map to possibly some objectives and some early pickoffs if they can play it off right. But I don't think it's going to be the easiest thing to do. I think it's going to take a little bit of a higher level of skill, and I feel like Fiends, they're going to try and exploit that, right? They're going to try and put on some pressure and not allow them to even find that synergy.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird. I mean, it's not a weird pick. I think we've been seeing it pop up globally here and there. Some regions kind of sticking away from it. Some are favoring it a lot. Some places are banning it. I'm still in a really weird spot for it. With a pick like the Hair, though, depending on where they put this Xborg as well, and then there's definitely some moves to be made with it. My wonder is this going to be a roam chip? Like, I don't even know exactly what position. Some people are saying he's better in EXP. Some people are saying he's a roamer. Where exactly are we slotting him? So much is up in the air. And, you mentioned, skill and things like that. And I think LEGACi, like, is this something that they should be testing the waters on a on a possible go home series? They do ban out the Claude, and I think they probably, there's a big chance that we see them maybe leave the carry open here, leave the Roger open here, give them some good gold lane matchups, so that the only thing that Fiends has to pick are ants, are something that's going to play badly into the Harith.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking at Fiends right now, I'm liking the way the draft is looking. I mean, the Valentina, I wouldn't say Prophet's the best here. I haven't even seen if a Valentina even tries to grab a Chip's ultimate. I guess that's going to be interesting to kind of look out for in this game. But in terms of that R-Lot, I think you were right on the money. The R-Lot's great for the CC. You can slot in the roam position. You can slot in the XP lane. It synergizes as well with the Guinevere, especially with that Violet Requiem for some additional CC to proc that Demon Gauge for the additional dashes that the R-Lot can provide. Now, it's kind of funny because technically the R-Lot and the Guinevere, both of them can be kind of flexed into multiple different roles, which is going to keep LEGACi on their toes in terms of the draft. But speaking of the draft, we're still yet to see the marksman for the side of Fiends. You mentioned the Roger being a viable option. I mean, I think it works out really well against the Harith, though. From what I've been seeing, it's typically the Harith's a little bit better against the Roger. So I think maybe that's why LEGACi allowed it to walk and not banned it, and they kind of are leaning in on Fiends picking that up. We have seen Fiends pick up things like the Natan, the Roger, also the carry, all viable options, especially against the beefier compositions such as that Chip, such as that X-Borg. Speaking of Chip, I'm willing to assume it should be a roam chip. If not, then this will be the first chip that I've seen that's not roam, at least in the NACT, because when we saw Gaming Gladiators run it, yeah, they definitely slotted that in that roam position. So time will tell, but speaking of pickups, there goes the Lilia. Mage solidified for the side of LEGACi.
Yeah, we haven't seen a little too often. I'm thinking Raph, and then what, the carry here. I was wondering if we're going to see the support pick from Fiends here. This is kind of there. This is what they go to. Magic definitely going to be on roam position. Still waiting to see if Kohari is going to slot into gold or not. I know he does have the little jungle emblem above him, but I got a feeling he's going to be pulling up for gold here now that Magic is back in. You're right, the carry doesn't play amazing. Maybe they go for something like the Ixia. We've been seeing that pop up. With the Wrath, you could also pull something out like the Airthil. It would combo very well with the Wrath, you know, being able to kite, being able to consistently move. I think there's plenty of options for Kohari to kind of slot in here. They go for the Ixia, so I think solid pick. LEGACi, on the other hand, still need a jungler or an EXP laner. One of the two. Or maybe a roamer if Chip is going to jump in. So there goes. All right, so jungler still actually could end up being an XP laner, but I'm guessing we're going Riles on the Joy. Whoopi's going to be on the X-Borg. PDR on the Chip. So of a very fast-paced composition from the side of LEGACi, right? And I mean, Fiends also pretty quick pace. You have the Raft to give yourself the boost. You have your Raft to give yourself the speed up. But LEGACi just hits a little bit different with the Chip getting involved, with the Joy getting involved now. I'm seeing a mean level 4 spike once everyone hits level 4, once you got Black Shoes on the Lilia, once you have the Electrifying Beats on Riles. Definitely a lot of possibilities for LEGACi. I think the question on all of our minds is can they pilot it, right? Like, can they make it work? Can they execute this draft? Because it's nothing that's going to be simple, right? It's a pretty in-depth draft on the side of LEGACi that has a lot of moving pieces going on.
Yeah, a lot of moving pieces indeed. Both of these teams ready to go into the Land of Dawn. Now, looking at LEGACi, right? I mean, their composition is interesting. I wouldn't have... it's just a couple of things it doesn't have. Like, for example, some group CC. There's a lot of slow, though, right? You have the X-Borg, you have the Zaman Force over there from the Harith. You have the Chip for a little bit of slow on top of that, but will it be enough? Ladies and gentlemen, we are now jumping into the first series of the day. Fiends up against LEGACi in the lower bracket for the playoffs. Who will claim victorious?
Definitely a question on all of our minds. Pro Destroy will be on this Guinevere in the jungle. I think in the first few, in the first laning phase, I kind of feel like Fiends might have the advantage here. I think once we get into like 5-6 minutes or so, LEGACi should hit a decent power spike. Taking a look at the audience predictions real fast, it is pretty close. 69% for Fiends, 31% for LG, which is kind of surprising because LEGACi has had a pretty rough season, but maybe a lot of people are jumping on the boat. Maybe a lot of people have lost some faith in Fiends. Now, LEGACi, like I said, there's a lot to prove on today's games. There's a lot of things to work. And look at PDR already coming up.
Yeah, a lot of damage already. The stun as well with the fire missiles, forcing out the flicker from Yuri Cutie. Very low. Need to be careful. LEGACi trying to play the aggressive stakes in the early phase may be able to pay off, but they need to be careful. A couple of emblems are on the board as well. You're going to go ahead and see that quantum charge from Shirobami. Looks like he's going for a little bit of that mobility.
Yeah, definitely a lot of mobility on both sides. Nothing too out of the ordinary. I do want to point out that the Ixia picked up the tenacity, it looked like, but picked up a defensive trait there. I can't remember. I couldn't see it perfectly, but picked up some defensive traits there. Give her a little bit of bulk, which I think is good, especially when you have kind of the aggressive that LEGACi wants to bring. A little bit of action on the bot side, though. Kohari.
Woo! Is going to fall. Jolie will be able to pick up that kill. Magic right beside him. Almost falls as well. Able to get out of there. First kill on the board to LEGACi.
Yeah, I think we're going to see PDR just jumping from off lane to off lane to off lane to off lane. Heading back to base now, but he should be able to get back involved in this pretty quickly. Hasn't hit level 4 yet, so doesn't have the complete portal just yet, but Turtle is up.
Yeah, electrifying beats from Riles. Trying to deal some damage. Last Insanity on his tail, though. Pro Destroy will be able to get the kill with the spatial migration. There goes the last Insanity from Whoopi. Turtle still in play on both sides, ready to take the fight into the pit, but the Glooms are doing some damage, some great zonage for the side of Fiends, and it looks like they may be able to claim this. PDR trying to find a window of opportunity, but falling short on it, and it is going to be Fiends picking up the first objective.
Yeah, gonna lose out on that first Turtle. LEGACi, I really felt like they maybe had that, but I think having Pro Destroy on the Guinevere, we're already seeing some of the pressure able to pull, but wait a second. A little bit of action on the boss side.
Yeah, Kohari's going to use that secret skill none of us knew about. It's going to black it out for us. That's one of those with the new pet. No, I'm kidding.
That's the
but
new
anyways,
patch, yeah.
So we are. See that Kohari able to sustain himself though. It's like 1 HP, able to stay alive, and that's huge, right? He's not just any hero out there. He is the marksman for the side of Fiends. And honestly, we were talking about what role he was going to play in. When he plays in the marksman role, this is when you see Fiends kind of do their best. And we'll have to see, is that the secret recipe they've been looking for all along? But speaking of recipes, PDR, possible recipe for disaster. Hit with spatial migration, needs to get out of there. A lot of slow, though. Forced to use a flicker, able to get to the tier 1 turret on the bot side. But look at Shirobami, trying to wrap around, finds Riles, using the electrifying beats. Is going to deal some damage, but has some return back to him. Pro Destroy trying to seal the deal. Jolie joining the party alongside Shansky. Members of Fiends very low, but it looks like both sides will disengage.
Yeah, both teams doing a great job at engaging, disengaging, and both teams kind of have... Wait a second, a lot of damage on it. Jolie there. Should be able to get away from this safely.
Yeah,
PDR is going to try something, though.
Yeah, knock up, spatial migration, Violet Requiem, PDR falling. Pro Destroy able to get the kill. That's going to be 2-1 on the board. Fiends in the lead, but Whoopi trying to rush in. With the last Insanity, Kohari will fall. Shansky picking up the kill. Whoopi with the flicker back to the tier 1 turret.
Kohari having a rough game this time. 0-2 right now. Jolie 1-0. Has gotten ganked, has gotten attacked, but Jolie has continuously been able to get away, and the rest of the team has been able to show up in time. Now, Fiends, elsewhere on the map, they are kind of winning. They're holding about a 900 gold lead right now. Nothing too major, but still keeping up with the rotations, keeping up with the jungle. But we kind of expect this from LEGACi. This is, you know, we're just hitting 5 minutes. Should be another minute or two. Got to wait for Riles to get that second item locked in. I think it's smart of them to not really contest that second turtle. They're just kind of biding time. As long as they don't fall too far behind, they can still hit a really nice mid-game spike.
Speaking of spikes, full barrage going out. Jolie, 50% HP, but a big stun. PDR rushing on to Magic, trying to get the last hit. Last Insanity goes that electrifying beats to close the distance. Riles will find one, maybe able to get another. Churubami very low. Forced to use the black shoes, trying to get out of there. PDR on the chase. Doesn't let him go. Is going to go ahead and connect for a little bit of slow, but they need more damage. Looks like he is going to be able to get out of there. 2-3 on the board. LEGACi still leading in terms of kills.
Man, whole squad just jumped up out the portal like, what's up? Heard y'all wanted beef down here. Up in the bot lane. I mean, literally just all 5 of them jump out of the portal, jump onto Fiend. So we're already seeing some possibilities from the side of LEGACi with the portals from PDR here, with the teleports. Definitely something. Oh, nice pick on a Jolie there. Definitely something Fiends is going to have to watch out for, but it seems they're handling it well.
Yeah, Riles joining the party alongside PDR, trying to defend, not allowing the siege from Fiends, but is it enough? Full barrage going out. ProDestroy able to take him down, and the tier 1 turret will fall. Fiends with the map control.
Yep, Fiends starting to come out on top. LEGACi having trouble keeping up, and Fiends have been putting so much focus into that gold lane. It's like, we got to get Kohari moving. We got to get Magic moving. He's been babysitting that gold lane for so long. They finally break through the tier 3, and that is huge. Yeah, speaking of huge, ProDestroy will find Shanski. Now going to take the tier 1 in the mid lane as well. 2 turrets for Fiends in the last minute. A huge play to give him a major advantage, at least for the early phase. Whoopi, though, need to watch out. Cutie trying to get a final slash, trying to get the CC. No Faraga armor to save him. And now the 3v1 rotation. Procking out the immortality. The stun goes back out. Burst down the Faraga armor, but not before he pops the last Squad's
sanity.
here.
And now the counterplay. Squad pulling up with the teleport from Chip. Cutie will find Magic. Jolie finds a kill to respond back. Takes down Magic. Cutie trying to get away. PDR not trying to allow him to get back to safety, but it looks like he was able to expand that distance. Riles, though, is going to dash in. One more hit. Finds the kill. Cutie will fall.
Pull up, pull up. The boys just came in once again. LEGACi able to make some plays happen. They finally take a tower, but Fiends still holding a very strong, secure lead. PDR in a little bit of trouble. Kohari.
Ooh, full barrage going out. Kohari will be able to get it. Takes down PDR. A massive play. Finding Chip. We were wondering how the Chip was kind of playing into this. I mean, he hasn't died too much, right? He's only found 2 deaths, 5 assists. I feel like that's off to a good start. But in terms of what we're seeing on the map so far, that mid turret fell very early in this game for the side of Fiends. And LEGACi, they're going to need to try and go in for the tier 1 in the mid as well. If not, you're going to see Fiends have a little bit of a more comfortable time invading onto the purple and orange buffs.
Yeah, definitely opens up the map for the side of Fiends. Going to give a lot of trouble. And yes, what you gain from PDR with the teleport is kind of huge, but also, Violent Requiem.
Yeah, there's PDR. Speaking of the devil, ProDestroy will be able to shut him down, finding his 3rd death of the game. Full barrage, though. ProDestroy getting the double and the special migration. Kohari will take down Shanski. 3 members falling for the side of LEGACi. Now a 10-5 lead. Make that 11 is Kohari, Mr. Tony Montana, claiming a kill as well.
Kohari the Brave back at it, back in the gold lane, feeling good. Had a couple deaths in the beginning. Now securing some kills. Now starting to stack up. And with the sustainability of Magic by his side, once again, we see the combo coming out, and it's doing wonders against LEGACi. LEGACi, you know, they picked up the chip, and this is what I was going to say. Yes, you get the teleport. Yes, you get some things from it. But you also give up, you know, a heavy amount of CC. You give up a super bulky frontliner. I just feel like the sacrifice is not enough for what you gain from him.
Yeah, definitely can be a high risk, high reward. And right now we're seeing a little bit of that risk playing a factor for the side of LEGACi, is now Fiends having full control of this game, forcing LEGACi back into their base, and it looks like they want a little bit more. They're going to go to the top side. Final slash going out from Cutie, connecting on to Jolie, but the Zombie Force will drop down. Cutie forced to use a flicker. Last sanity from Churro Bombi. Need to get back out to safety. Whoopi on his tail with his last insanity. Not going to allow him to take his ultimate and do better. It's going to force out Fiends from that tier 2 turret on the top side.
And so LEGACi able to defend pretty well here. Lords now up, ready to go. Fiends looking like they're going to rush it. LEGACi should be able to defend another big push as long as they don't make any big mistakes. They do have decent wave clear with the Lilia. They have decent wave clear with Jolie. And they also have Whoopi who can, you know, apply, at least when it comes to minions. Maybe not burst down a Lord, but at least shred down some minions with the X-Borg. So LEGACi have some answers to kind of survive this out. The only problem is Fiends, I feel like their gold lane scales a little bit better than the Harith here. Depending. Their jungler, not so much. I think Riles may start to have a slightly better game, but still LEGACi, I feel like, has a few less answers. Oh!
Speaking of answers, teleport going out. Kohari finding PDR. A little bit of an overextension being costly, and down goes the tier 2 turret for the top side. It looks like they're going to go in for a possible siege into the base, trying to open it up, trying to find even more of a lead against LEGACi right now. But can they do it? LEGACi ready to defend on the top side. Inhibitor now 25%. Special migration in for the knockup. Full barrage connecting to 3 members of LEGACi. Big play from Kohari. Zombie Force will drop down. Jolie trying to defend, trying to hold him off, trying to force Pro Destroy out of the base, but he is not worried about it. Spatial migrations on the Shanski. Look at the bot side, though. The base will open up. PDR trying to defend. The mid will fall. Yuri Cutie is going to take down Riles. One member falling for the side of LEGACi. Make that 2 as the immortality from Woofy has been proc. Does have the Faraga armor. The base crystal taking a little bit of damage. Last sanity out from Churubami, exploding onto PDR. Yuri Cutie will pick up the kill. Shanski will fall hard with the double, and down goes the base crystal. Fiends takes game 1 against LEGACi.
Couldn't even make it past First Lord. LEGACi unable to put a fight up against Fiends. And remember, this is a best of 3, so it's match point already. Is LEGACi going to be able to do anything huge here, or is Fiends just going to keep moving forward in a quick sweep fashion? It's definitely a tough game for LEGACi. Fiends came in swinging right there. KDA 16-5, 32. Huge amount of damage. A beautiful rating, and the gold per minute average on the team, 8,254. You know, this is the Fiends that we saw during season, I feel like. This is the Fiends that we all kind of hyped up for a while there. And though Fiends weren't able to get any big wins against teams like GG or BTK, still, they had a wonderful season. And when we came in and we saw them last week in playoffs, we were all kind of like, whoa. But now we got Kohari back in the gold. We got Magic back in the Roam. They get a nice Raphael pick that fits their composition so well. And they just steamrolled over LEGACi.
Yeah, I mean, we saw LEGACi trying to be a little aggressive in the beginning, and it was looking promising. But again, sometimes that aggression can be costly. Even with the chip, who we kind of agreed upon could be a little bit risky in terms of the drafting. It had its moments, but I feel like it was outshined and outclassed the later this game went. Pro Destroy, though, was on fire. I mean, the man was leading with this Guinevere inside of the jungle with the most kills of the game, just on fire. And then getting to see Kohari back in his comfortable position. I'm right there with you. I think this is the Fiends that we were used to seeing in the regular season, and now looking a little bit better than their last matches that we watched them in the upper brackets for the playoffs last weekend. Now, looking at LEGACi and wondering where we go from here, right? This is an 11-minute game, 11 minutes 30 seconds, right before even that enhanced Lord, letting us know this was an early finish. Where did they go wrong? Well, I'll definitely say it's the early game, right? I mean, focusing on protecting your turrets, maybe not being as aggressive. I like the aggression, but sometimes it's not always needed, right? You just gotta, you get what you can, but don't try and overextend and take too much, because then that's where you'll fall. I do like the strategy, though, going into the game from LEGACi. They were trying to go in for these objectives. They were going in for the fights, but you just seen Fiends overall just do it a little bit better. So this is a best of 3. Keep in mind, this is the knockout phase for the playoffs. Any team can move forward, but one team will drop out for this NACT today between these two matches, or these two amazing top 8 contenders.
Yeah, taking a look at the head-to-head, Pro Destroy with a beautifully clean game, 7-0-5. And Riles, you know, he's fallen far from grace, man. This used to be a jungler that people used to watch. People used to see the tips and tricks videos. People used to, you know, there was high praises for Assassin Riles of AE. And now LG bottom of the roster, man. Bottom of the seeds. Getting worked by Fiends, the new kids on the block right now. I think LG, once again, man, it's just over-complicating things. Instead of just keeping things simple, instead of just, you know, going for a very straightforward, which that's what Fiends did. Fiends did their comfort, man. I wonder if LG even has a comfort draft, you know? Like, it feels like they don't even have a draft that's, like, dumb. Like, there's lack of identity. There's just, you know, to whereas, like, Fiends, yes, they're the new team, but we all know, like, the Magic Kohari, the support marksman, you know, that's their, like, Easter bag combo right there. That's what they always come back to whenever they're in trouble, and it does them justice.
Yeah, and justice is what LEGACi needs right now. They need to smack that gavel down and find a victory. Is right now, currently they haven't won a single match this entire NACT, and I'm right there with you. They need to find their identity. They need to find their strengths. I mean, maybe just focusing on some minor wins to start. Like, what are our comfort picks? Because, like I said, I don't think there's a single hero that I look at and I'm like, okay, they lock this in. This is almost a guaranteed win. I haven't really even seen a comfort pick come out from their side, so it could be comfortability that plays into it, right? This is their first time in the NACT. I mean, I guess Fiends technically kind of the same type of deal, but yeah, LEGACi, it's interesting. They haven't changed up their roster as much as we've seen Fiends do it either. So speaking of the match, though, jumping into game number 2 right now. LEGACi in a little bit of a situation, right? They're currently facing match point against FIENDS, which means if FIENDS claims victory here for the 2-0 sweep, it's the end of the road with no wins in the NACT. So they need this one, Trex. This is the most important game they have had yet in their final game on top of that, possibly.
I'm going to be honest. I hate to like be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think we've like lay me top. I don't think we've ever had a team go completely defeated. I don't think we've ever had a team not take a single series off of anybody. Does LG really want that to be them, man? Hey man, I love all the teams, and I'm always a caster who says I appreciate everyone who makes it here, but I'm also will always be a caster of what I think to be facts. And right now, LEGACi's bearing a hard fact on their shoulder right now. They need. I want them to take this dub, man, because I don't want to see him go out like this. But we're going to jump into the drafts. These ones definitely going a little bit slower this time. LEGACi will have first pick. Fiend's going to take out this Matilda. There's some things that LEGACi have to be careful for here, right? They don't want to give Magic the Angela. They don't want to I think the Wrap is a bit easier to deal with, but still, those are some of the things that Fiends regularly look for. LEGACi, on the other hand, I think try to trade up for something strong here. Do they want to get the Angela for themselves? What do they want to leave open here? The Barat's still on the field. A lot of possibilities for the side of LEGACi. They have first pick. They have the ability to be in control of the draft, per se.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely important, right? We said one of the keys to victory for LEGACi is being comfortable in the draft. I feel like the chip was a little too far-fetched for my liking. I feel like if you're not early and aggressive and you're not already claiming the first objectives, chip's going to fall short when it comes to anything else in the game. Now, for the side of LEGACi, having the first opportunity in this draft, they definitely need to pick up something that they're comfortable on. I mean, we've seen even in the jungle, like Ryle's profits on the Nolan, right? We know he's kind of comfortable playing more of those assassins, but there goes that. The Fiends is just, man, they're not going to let him breathe today. That would have been my #1 option for them. Now, we do know they like to play picks such as the X-Borg, things of that nature, but we got to keep in mind there's a Valentina on the table, so they do want to kind of watch out for who they slot because they don't want Fiends to profit off of it too much. I think even if they pick up the Angela, there's still technically that Valentina that they will have to watch out for. So maybe it's gonna be a little bit of a tricky one. You could pick up that R-Lot. I think that'd be a viable option. I think it's still very strong. A lot of teams still go in sometimes for the Ruby. I know it got a little bit of a nerf, but it's still a pretty viable option. It's playing the safe route, right? I mean, even safe route, you could pick up a jungler. You could go in for something like the Fredrin. The Barats is still an option, especially with all the supports that are still available on the table. I mean, you still got I guess the Faramis is gone, and okay, so no, maybe not the Barats for this one. But like I said, possibly slotting in a jungler may be the game plan for LEGACi.
Yeah, I mean, I think Barats could definitely be solid if that's what they wanted. I think the Barats is always solid up front. But yeah, the R-Lot has also been a super popular pick up front. Fiends, now, questioning it, wondering it. I think one thing that I don't want to see from LEGACi is the Joy pick. I think Joy has been this very underwhelming pick for me overall. Fiend's going to ban out the chip, and I think, honestly, that just feels like a bide time ban. I don't think they're super worried about the chip. I think it's more of, okay, if we ban out the Barats and they get the R-Lot and we get nothing in return, if we ban out the R-Lot and they get the Barats and we get nothing in return, let's try to force some trades here. So now if Fiends want it, they can pick up the Vex and Barats, they can pick up the Ruby Barats. There's a lot of possibilities. Fredrin also still open right now. Lots of possibilities.
Yeah, I think you go in for your marksman here, right? You have full comfortability to slot what you want. Maybe not even the Roger, but maybe something to work well against it. We've seen that Harith kind of get prioritized. I mean, it counters heroes such as the Carry, such as the Roger, and I think that's something that Fiends may try and go in for. If not, pick up the Roger and maybe be comfortable using it against LEGACi, knowing that you can be aggressive in the early game and not have to worry too much about them taking those objectives over you. So I think this is a good opportunity for Fiends to pick up their marksman. I would even go as far as saying a possible jungler, but speaking of marksmen, one will not be slotted. They're going to pick up the Florian and combo that up with the Fredrin. So a little bit of that frontline composition in the jungle, supported by some heals.
Yeah, the Florian's been an An interesting pick. I still have trouble. I think another thing about Florin is like it's so tough to see even like her skills and the way like when she's doing things. It's not like a super flashy hero, so it's hard to even see the impact of Florin when she is on the field. But I mean, it's been a pick that some teams are winning games with, and then you never see it from anyone else. So, but knowing Fiends, knowing the way they like to play, knowing that they like to kind of hover around that Ube type strategy, I definitely can't put it past them using this in a way that'll benefit them.
Yeah, my only guess is maybe it's just to limit the mid lane from LEGACi, right? Not trying to give that Valentina anything to really profit off of. We'll still have to see some of the other picks on the board, though. But speaking of pickups, when you're looking at LEGACi and you're looking at what they have so far, they have some great slow provided over there from the X-Borg. When you drop that Ice Queen wand on him, when he has the fire missiles, the fire stakes, it's good for zonage control, but maybe a little bit of a struggle if they do slot it into the XP lane against this Benedetta. We know the Benedetta is highly mobile, easy to kind of cut those minions with the Electro Final Blow and rotate around the map to create those opportunities for the neutral objective. So they will have to battle on the mobility, but I do like that the X-Borg can be flexed inside of the jungle, still can be in the XP lane, even the R-Lot technically. We don't know if it'll be the roam R-Lot. Do they flex it? I feel like right now they have a little bit of a stronger draft to kind of change it up on the fly against Fiends.
Most definitely. I'm still, you mentioned the X-Borg, and I'm still kind of like, I think it might be a little early for the X-Borg. Yes, I think it does do okay against the Fredrin and can kind of burn and help deal with some of these heals and everything. But now we have this. We have a much more mobile, a much faster moving, a much, more proactive EXP laner Benedetta on the side of Fiends, and LEGACi, there's no way to really respond to it. So I think maybe the X-Borg a little bit early. Fiends now coming into second phase of bans. LEGACi still need a jungler unless they slot the X-Borg over, which I don't think they should do. And on the side of Fiends, we still need a gold laner. We still need a roamer. I mean, we still need a mid laner / roamer, most likely a mid laner.
Yeah, looking at Fiends, we need that marksman to be slotted up as well. I guess for both sides, technically. So I'm wondering where they're going to go with that. We still haven't seen a Roger be banned out. Still viable option. The Harith, looks like that's still on the table as well. Trying to limit some of the XP lane rotations. Fiends is going to take out that CC. Now, the CC, I would say, is definitely a hard hero to kind of keep at bay. It can keep up with the rotations from the Benedetta as well. So this will be an interesting one. I think marksman-wise, I don't know. I'm feeling like either the Roger or the Harith will come out here. I think both of them are pretty strong, but time will tell. But in terms of crowd control, if you're looking at Fiends, I mean, there's a little bit, but there's really not that much. I mean, it's putting a lot into the hands of Pro Destroy on the Fredrin.
Fiends get first pick. They might wait. They might not pick up their gold laner first here because they want to get the counterplay. So big chance we see like a roam from them. Minotaur's gone. I mean, they still need a mid laner as well. Maybe they pick up the Lilia this time. Something like that. Nana also still open. A lot of possibilities. I don't think they slot in gold though immediately here. I think they want to be able to get the counterplay from LEGACi. And that gives LEGACi, yeah, if LEGACi goes for the carry or for the Roger, then Fiends can maybe pick up the Harith, and or LEGACi goes for something else, Fiends has that kind of counterplay.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one to kind of look out for. They're going to go for the Natan. Now, they have used the Natan before, so it's nothing too out of the ordinary. They pulled it out against Area 77 in the upper brackets, but they weren't able to pull off that victory. On the other side of the table, though, for the side of LEGACi, they're going to go ahead and pick up that Akai. So this looks like it's going to be an Akai in the jungle. Are we thinking jungle on this one?
Should be, but knowing LEGACi, my guess is Akai jungle. Like how I would do this is Akai jungle, R-Lot roam, X-Borg EXP. But how they're going to do it looks like is they haven't. Well, we don't see swaps yet. We'll see. Yeah, that would be my guess. That's where I would put them.
Because they may go X-Borg jungle, Akai
we still
roam,
have time for swaps.
XP on the R-Lot. But yeah, time will tell. Maybe we bet some diamonds on this, Trex. But as we are looking at the side of Fiends, the final picks are in as well. They're going to kind of switch up the narrative. They're going to go in for this Gourd. That's a lot of range on the side of Fiends for these neutral engagements, right? But there's a lot of dive to be able to go in. You have the R-Lot, you have the X-Borg, and you have the Akai from the side of LEGACi to kind of catch Chirobami at bay, catch this Gord at bay when he does try and rush in to try and get those kills from afar.
Looks like they're not going to swap either. It is going to be it's going to be Rome Akai, it's going to be Jungle X-Borg, and it's going to be EXP R-Lot. Hey man, this is your last game, guys. Let's hopefully that choice will be the one that gets you out of match point. LEGACi up against Fiends.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, jumping into game number 2 of the lower bracket, round number 1, match point. LEGACi, everything to prove, everything to lose, and Fiends trying to close them out and knock them out of this NACT. Which way will we go?
Well, only time will tell. But personally, if I take a look at the drafts, just from some of those choices alone, I like Fiends a little bit better here. LEGACi does have some answers, though. Like, let's be honest, even though they went for the Rome Akai, it is still a solid pick no matter what position it is in. Can help deal with Chirobami whenever he brings out the Magic Gush. Can help deal with Pro Destroy during these neutral objectives. Can kind of stop Yuri Cutie in tracks on these dives and create peel and create space for Jolie to kind of pop off here. You have the final slash as well. You just have a lot of CC. You have decent damage. LEGACi's draft not horrible hero-wise. I just think the positionings maybe could have been altered a little bit.
Yeah, and you're going to have to look at both marksmen trying to play in for that late game, right? Kohari up against Jolie. We know Kohari likes to be super aggressive. He does have a little bit more mobility at his disposal. He did go in for that Purify on top of that. Looks like he's a little bit worried about the CC for the side of LEGACi. But speaking of LEGACi, a couple of those emblems now popping on the board. You are going to go ahead and see, is that the Brave Smite over there from Jolie picked up?
All right, PDR already being aggressive on a Chirobami here as well. Now, LEGACi has to know Fiends is going to be babysitting gold lane. Like, it's normal. That is always the strat. Magic is going to be going up there regularly. I think LEGACi needs to be prepared for that. They need to make sure Jolie doesn't take any deaths early on. A little bit of damage on PDR, though.
Yeah, forced to go ahead and use that flicker. Back to safety. Pro Destroy. Smelling some blood in the water. Shark on the prowl right now. Almost able to find that early kill. A little short on the money right there, but PDR need to go back, baited out that flicker as well, which will help Fiends take this turtle with no contest. A good start for the first objective and for the early game.
Yeah, Ryle's unable to even contest. Jolie also having some trouble against Kohari here. Up in the top side now. LEGACi, I do think, knowing that their composition does kind of rely into more mid-late game, but the thing is, Fiends also has a decent late game comp. Oh, Kohari, though?
Yeah, very low. PDR trying to wrap up there. He wants the kill. I don't think Kohari's going to give it to him, though, but you never know. Kohari likes to take it very aggressive in the top side, especially running on this marksman. He's one of those that you kind of watch, and his gameplay speaks for itself. Not afraid to take that fight, even when the numbers and his HP is not in his favor. But right now, Fiends, they took the first turtle, which means they have a little bit of that boost in terms of the XP boost in this game. Not the most major advantage, considering neither side has found an enemy to take down. So right now, it's a little bit of a stalemate, but may change that here as you are going to see the taunt energy eruption, the knockup. Jolie, last second with the flicker. Back to safety. Pro Destroy joining the party. Hit the heavy spin onto the wall. Crazy Wrap drops down, connecting to Jolie. He dashes in. He wants it. Not going to be able to find Jolie, but is going to be able to connect to Shansky. Magic will be able to take that kill, though. Draws first blood into the hands of Fiends. Shansky will fall. Pro Destroy, though, trying to proxy that lane a little too far behind enemy lines, but may be able to get the kill. PDR, very low. Magic's going to cut through, take a little bit of a shortcut, but taking a lot of damage from that turret. Speaking of turrets, though, a lot of the gold plating stripped off into Fiends' pockets. Riles will fall. Pro Destroy able to pick up their second kill for Fiends. LEGACi yet to find an answer.
LEGACi sets up the heavy spin and all, man. Tries to set up the play in all, and still just unable to do anything against Fiends. Fiends just completely dominating right now from lanes to player versus player all across the map. Let's take a look at some of these items right now. Kohari does pick up the leg plates, gets a little bit of defense here, able to maybe take a couple shots to the face, able to kind of go a bit better toe-to-toe with Jolie. Going to be a slower route when it comes to full damage, so hold on.
Mr. Gush going to go out, connect Chirobami. finding PDR, takes down the roamer for LEGACi, limiting their set potential. Turtle does fall though. Riles with the retribution claims it for LEGACi, able to find a small victory, but now needing to get back out to safety. But Whoopi, final slash in for the setup, but nobody to follow. A one-man army, a flicker back to the purple buff, but able to disengage, and nobody will fall.
And no retribution for Riles here. Not going to be able to secure his own purple buff either. Pro Destroy will take that, walk away safely with it. So a nice trade-up for Fiends. Yes, they lose the turtle, but they put a lot of pressure on the map. They take another purple buff. LEGACi's kind of hanging on, but Fiends definitely holding a very strong lead as this game moves forward.
Yeah, Kohari with the entropy, though, gonna go ahead and take a lot of damage onto that tier 1 turret, trying to create the advantage in terms of map control. LEGACi, they're able to get that second turtle, so now they're tied on neutral objectives, but they're still down on kills. 2,000 gold lead right now for Fiends. Now, we were talking about the late game marksman potential, right? Neither Jolie or Kohari has fallen so far, but speaking of falling, Chirobami trapped on the wall with the heavy spin, trying to get away, though. Last Insanity in. Riles will be able to secure the kill. And now back to safety. Pro Destroy taking a lot of hits, is going to rush in for the taunt. Do they go in for the kill, though? No. They're going to go ahead and disengage, and Pro Destroy will be able to get out of there alive. But Riles, on the other side of the story, will fall magic, taking him down.
At least he bides some time. The rest of the team able to kind of, you know, put pressure down on the rest of the map. PDR in a bit of trouble, though. Should go down. Kohari able to get that kill. Even when LEGACi finds, you know, a moment, something, they lose elsewhere on the map, though, and that is what's becoming a huge problem. Fiends able to make up consistently. Finally, LEGACi do find a tier 3 tower in the boss side. First tower taken on the map in the game, and hopefully that helps Whoopi get a bit more involved in some of these fights.
Yeah, it's going to give them map control. Off to a good start, even though they lost. They're down by 4 kills. Compared to Fiends. Turtle does spawn in both sides, able to claim a turtle so far. I mean, with that turret being taken, it could be off to a good start, but a turret on the opposite side has been claimed for Fiends to even up the map control, and now Pro Destroy will pull the aggro of this turtle. LEGACi, do they contest? I mean, they're already down by 4 kills and 2,000 gold. Is this a fight that they can take? Pro Destroy will be able to claim the turtle for Fiends, maybe able to get some bodies as well. Shansky disengaging, fire missiles going out. Riles, in the heat of the battle, Mr. Fish from afar. Whoopi finding magic, but very low. You're a cutie on the chase. Chirobami finding the kill. Entropy going down. Riles finding Pro Destroy, and PDR very low. Kohari with the entropy dealing a lot of damage, but now needs to get out of there. Can he do it? Yes, he can. He finds Jolie, but Jolie, an eye for an eye, will take him down as well. A 3-for-2 trade. LEGACi trying to climb up and even out these kills, 4-7.
LEGACi, I'm trying to think of, I think in the end, LEGACi kind of comes out on top there. I don't know. Kohari still ends up getting and putting the kill on the board. Does go down, but it still is huge for LEGACi. LEGACi still behind about 2,000 gold. I think maybe it could have been worse, but I think it also could have been much better for LEGACi there. I think they had a decent position on some of those team fights. They should have been able to maybe take that and get away scot-free, but in the end, they lose out. Let's take a look at the replay, though. Turtle does go down. Pro Destroy maybe goes a bit too deep here. And PDR, see it's plays like this where I just feel like the side of LEGACi, some of the comms, some of the issues, it's like Shansky's going back to tower, but PDR's about to get the pin on Pro Destroy. It feels like there's just some miscommunication across the team.
Speaking of miscommunication, a heavy spin back to safety, but very low. PDR's been taking a lot of hits so far on this Akai, which is great. But it's taking them out of the fight a little too early, which is allowing Fiends to be more aggressive since they don't have to worry about those heavy spin setups. Now, we are going to be seeing this Lord spawn in. 2 turtles have gone to the side of Fiends, 1 to the side of LEGACi, and still up by 1,000 gold. In terms of the economy, Fiends has been able to still gain the momentum, right? They've been on a slight lead, trailing over LEGACi so far, but I wouldn't say too far out of comfort. I feel like this next team fight is really going to determine who has the tempo inside of the early game for this match.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see exactly how it goes. Lord going to be up. Fiends holding position over it. LEGACi got to play for angles, man, and Fiends not giving any time at all for LEGACi even to look for angles. I mean, they are just rushing it. They want LEGACi to try to come in for fights. I think Fiends... Oh, PDR with a huge pin, though.
Triple set on the wall with the heavy spin. Riles will take down Magic. They need to follow through on those. only able to get one. A little bit of a wasted opportunity. Riles, Immortality has been procced. Elect the final blow in from Yuri, trying to take down Jolie. Whoopi finding Chirobami. Kohari finding Riles to respond. Whoopi with the double. Takes down Pro Destroyer. Yuri finds PDR. Jolie to respond back. Takes down Yuri. Whoopi with the triple. A full wipeout. Fiends has fallen. Legacy evening out the scoreboard 9-9, but loses the Lord.
Push mid! Push mid, just start taking towers, find something. You get a full 5-man wipeout. You have to capitalize on this. Now, for a second there, I know both of us were like, nobody's there. They just got the pin of a lifetime and nobody's there. Somehow, LG still comes out on top of this fight. I'm not going to lie, when Yuricutie went into that back line, I thought it was all over. Jolie able to get the outplay, the rest of the team able to pick up, and while all that's happening, Whoopi's just smashing through the rest of Legacy on the backside of the map. Whoopi has definitely been the savior of this game for Legacy. 4-1-1 right now. PDR gets a huge pin, but that wasn't even like the game changer, man. Whoopi picking up the pieces at the end of that fight was huge for Legacy.
Yeah, has the Blade of Heptasis, has the Sea of Halberd for the anti-heal as well. Whoopi's ready to go. He's ready to take that fight. Lethal Ignition on his side. Now, that was the set of a lifetime. PDR, right place, wrong time, but it still ended up working out in their favor, and I'm right there with you. I mean, imagine how that would have turned out if they were even closer when he had that triple pin on the wall. But this is going to put Fiends in a situation they haven't been in before so far in this series, but nonetheless, still going to find an advantage with it, as you are going to see Kohari claim the tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Legacy, they have control of the map. They have some answers, too, and Fiends now, by not having that aggressive roam, look, Kohari also going to get pinned. PDR is just all or nothing nonstop. He's like, it's okay if I die, man. We're just going to watch for LG coming into the side here.
Ooh, Riles is going to go ahead and use that last insanity. Catches Magic, catches Kohari, but healed back up from Magic. And it looks like Legacy now going to disengage. Fiends on the push. Kohari trying to deal the last hits on the PDR, but a little overly aggressive, costing him his life as Jolie takes him down with the speedy light wheels. Now a 3v3 on the bot side. Both sides possibly going to disengage. Man, a lot of aggression from Fiends right there. Kohari, sometimes his aggression can be his downfall, and there it was right there, allowing Jolie to pick up that kill.
Yeah, that is the regular. Kohari, the regular, gets a little bit too aggressive. I think he'd be such a better gold laner if he could just figure out, exactly the times, the when and wheres, when that's needed. Now, I do want to point out something. Whoopi was in the top lane that whole time, fighting up against Yuricutie, winning out in the 1v1. And once again, man, Arlott, he's huge for teams, especially if he's ahead, especially if he's able to get the better. Now Legacy take their first Lord of the game. They're going to be able to shove down mid, shove down top, shove down bottom, and really kind of bring this game even more into their hands. They already got a 2,000 gold lead. Before, they were 2,000 behind. At this point, Fiends kind of looking for answers, looking for possibilities, and yeah, they keep on getting these kills on the PDR, but that's not going to win them the game. Ooh, that could, though.
Well, you can definitely tell Kohari is comfortable now, right? We've seen him swapping a lot of roles, and when you put him in the gold lane, he never disappoints on the highlight plays. But you are going to go ahead and see this Lord burst it down from the side of Fiends. A little to no contest, a little bit of a wasted opportunity for Legacy, who had to fight so hard to get that advantage. So right now, I feel like this is a 50-50, right? The later this game goes, it's just going to boil down to the team compositions and who could do it a little bit better. Now, you are looking at both sides, trying to do a little bit of scouting, trying to find out where everybody is. But look at the bot side. Look at the separation from Yuricutie. Going to be able to claim that turret uncontested.
Yeah, Fiends are bringing the split push hard right now and just kind of forcing Legacy to follow them around. Just last time we saw Kohari shoving down the top side. Kohari goes back to base as Legacy goes and clears up that lane. Fiends take out the Lord. Now we're seeing Fiends kind of, as Legacy is getting back and getting everyone back to mid, they're going to have Yuricutie push down the bot side, take a tower here and there, and just kind of keep Legacy by the bit of this carrot, right? It's like the horse following the carrot right now, and Legacy just continuously going wherever Fiends go. Fiends have now taken control over the map a bit, and Legacy have to kind of find a pace here to where they can, out-macro, out-maneuver Fiends coming up to this next Lord.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money right there, right? That's going to be the focus for both sides, trying to outmaneuver, better micro, better macro as we are going to be getting past that 15-minute threshold. We do see this lore going to be spawning in the next minute, and this is going to be a high-value target. I mean, speaking of high value, a lot of late-game items being picked up. You're going to see that immortality picked up from Kohari. You already know what type of time Kohari is on when he picks up an immortality. He's ready to go to war all by himself. Nobody needed, and having an additional life to sustain himself. There he goes. He goes in for it. Kohari, can he sustain himself, though? There goes that immortality he just picked up. Select the final blow. Riles with the final touches will take him down. Yurikuti will find Jolie to respond. Both marksmen for both teams have fallen in that trade.
Yeah, but imagine if Yurikuti was able to kill Jolie and Kohari didn't die, right? It's like Kohari jumps in and Yurikuti immediately knows, here we go again. I need to go find Jolie now. Luckily, both marksmen go down, but Yurikuti has been doing an amazing job at pressuring Jolie every time Kohari kind of puts his neck on the line. PDR also, though, this guy, he's just able to get face checked. And I don't know why Trobami keeps using that magic gush, man. It's like, you're not going to be able to kill PDR. Just, you know, they need to do something else, because that's a big utility given up for Fiends, and every time PDR is able to kind of force that out of him. We've seen it happen time and time again now.
Yeah, it just shows you how good the Akai can kind of play into this role, right? High mobility, high survivability, able to frontline a lot of that damage. And then the heavy spin to be able to get back to safety when all else fails. There goes that heavy spin right there. A little premature, though, which is going to open up the opportunity for Fiends to move into this Lord Pit and not have to worry about that triple pin setup that we seen a little bit earlier. There goes that Mystic Gusto onto Whoopi, taking him down to about 25% HP. Looks like Fiends is in a position to be able to take this Lord, but LEGACi trying to contest. Select the final blow from Yurikuti. Very low, though. Entropy going down. Be able to do the final touches. Jolie with the speedy light wheels will find Yurikuti. Look at the Lord, though. Immortality being procced. Riles and Whoopi side by side. Pro Destroy will be able to get the Lord. You are going to see Kohari take down Whoopi, though, in the response. Now needing to get out of there. Riles takes down Pro Destroy. Looks like they're trying to disengage, but Kohari not trying to allow them to escape. Gets the double kill, finds PDR. Not only do they find 2 kills, but they lose 2 members, able to take the Lord away from LEGACi.
2 for 2. A Lord over the side of Fiends is already marching down the top side. Kohari able to output some decent damage there, able to kind of dance around that time. Riles goes down right when the Lord is getting into retry distance. Immortality popped, and then Riles kind of has to back off, and it just gives Pro Destroy the advantage. And even though Pro Destroy ends up dying, he's able to secure the Lord, and that's what's huge there. Gold, though, still sitting at a standstill, man. A 1,200 gold lead for Fiends, but that 1,200 to 2,000 gold lead has gone back and forth between both teams. Fiends need to crack an inhibitor here, need to, you know, try to get as close to ending as possible. I think LEGACi can survive this as long as they play it right, though.
Yeah, they need to play very carefully, though, as they can only afford too many mistakes. Right now, you are going to see the Thunderbolt picked up by Pro Destroy, ready to take it to the front line, apply some slow. Now, this is getting tricky, Trex, right? I mean, LEGACi, this is match point. If they lose here, they're gone. That means their LEGACi will be the only team in history not able to claim a victory in the NACT. But you are going to see them
LEGACi
on their final stand. PDR with the heavy spin back to safety. A little premature. You are going to see the minions on the bot side, though. Riles working to clear them out. But Fiends, looks like they want a little bit more. Yurikuti taking a little bit of hits, too. Whoopi able to force him back out of the base.
Listen, man, the Fiends are hungry, man. They've been a hungry team all season. Yes, they start off playoffs a little bit rough, but let's remember, we saw Fiends take out some big teams during season. This is just another day in the park for them.
That's right. Looking for a home run. Fiends trying to get the clean sweep over LEGACi, trying to make them winless in this NACT, trying to knock them out of the spring season. Only one inhibitor to go through in the 4-man team of LEGACi standing. Last standing going out by Riles.
Ooh.
Doing a little bit of damage.
Whoopi.
Final slash connecting. Whoopi with the play, with the setup. Yurikuti, very low. Jolie, 25% HP. Needs to go back. Needs to get his HP. You're going to see Whoopi very low as well. Fiends all in the base. 5-man team. They have the numbers. They've taken down the last inhibitor. Base crystal, 50% HP. Jolie finding Pro Destroy. Mystic Gush from Shanski.
Oh.
But not enough to stop them. Fiends takes down LEGACi and knocks them out of the NACT spring season.
A well-fought battle, a good try, an attaboy, but LEGACi unable to do it. Fiends coming out on top. Moving on to the lower bracket, and I said it, man, this team is still hungry. I don't think we can completely count Fiends off yet, man. I think even coming into the next games, we can't count Fiends out just yet. I think they had a really bad showing on day one of playoffs, but if we recall, Fiends is definitely a team we got to keep our eyes on. They knock LEGACi out, and they're moving on to the next round. I think it's huge for them. I think there's some possibilities. Their next opponent's going to be even bigger than the last one. LEGACi, though, man. LEGACi, Wheezy.
Yeah, LEGACi, I mean, they went down in history for the only team not able to claim a single victory in the NACT, but nonetheless able to make the top 8, which is definitely an achievement in my book. So hopefully we get to see them in some future seasons. And I mean, it's only up from here, right? I mean, they can only move up from here. As soon as they claim their first victory in future NACTs, I look forward to seeing what they do. But Fiends, you're right there, right? You're talking about how well they performed in this series. Now, they were looking a little shaky, like you mentioned, in day one. They did a lot of roster changes, but putting Kohari back inside of that goal lane definitely gets the team overall a lot more comfortable. And that's the Fiends that we want to see, right? And I think they should kind of stick with that method. As you mentioned, their next match, it's going to be even harder than this one, as they're going to be going up against Devious Activity, a team full of stars. But yes, nonetheless, a great game. 19 minutes. Almost at that 20-minute mark. I would say LEGACi definitely put on a great fight. It was closer than majority of the games that we've seen LEGACi even play this entire NACT. Rich Guy going to Kohari. Also getting the carry, the sandbag, being Pro Destroy, and then the forgotten one. 11 assists. Shansky himself.
I mean, I could try. Kohari, though, coming in very strong. This is the, this is the Fiends, like I was saying all match. This is the Fiends that we've wanted to see. It makes me think that, maybe there was just some issues in day one. Maybe we needed to bring in the sub just because, whatever, school, job, work, dinner with family. Who cares? Who knows? Because today, Fiends got the roster that was winning games previously, and they're back in action, man. They're back into comfort, into what we kind of saw work for them in the past. That Ube type strategy. And it played very, very cleanly today. Taking a look at teamfight participation, everyone got involved. Everyone had a piece of the pie. Nobody was really drastically behind the last. Damage taken, though. Pro Destroy, Yuri Cutie, even Kohari. I don't think gold laners are supposed to take that much damage, but that's just Kohari's style.
Yeah, I mean, we seen him pick up that immortality. We already knew he was ready to take that fight to the front line. Kohari the Brave, Kohari the Immortal. But nonetheless, a great series indeed, ending up with a 3-0 sweep. LEGACi knocked out of the NACT.
There they go, man. Just like that. They were here, but now they're gone, But with that being said, I do want to say that I think that was the best game we've seen from LEGACi the entire NACT. They came in, they were looking strong, they were there. Jolie and Whoopi were absolutely putting in the work. I think it was Whoopi who got it was actually a triple kill. And when they wiped, man, mind blown. They really had my heart racing there. I thought I was going to get another wrong guess for a series, and I don't know if I can afford that at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can. Go ahead and get a couple more losses on there. I got to keep climbing up that ladder. I think maybe Trex, I got to find a way to get an upset. So me and him, I think we're tied right now, but we'll have to verify.
Yeah, something's off with that. I don't know, man. I feel like you should be one. I think I'm like one ahead. I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't matter. It's not a big deal.
I will say, I think if we're going by golf scores, I should be, I guess I'm still not in first. I'm still losing. Even
no
when it comes to losing, I'm losing.
Yeah. Sorry, bro.
But with that being said, I was so excited to see LEGACi breaking it up and making something happen. I think a lot of us came into this matchup, although I didn't expect the Fiends to play as well as they did. I wasn't ready to see Kohari back on gold, but we did. And even with that, LEGACi still showed up. And I really feel good about that. So for me, I'm thinking maybe if they stick together, if they keep doing what they've got to do, they might be looking a lot stronger coming into the next NACT.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, a lot of new teams, we've been kind of doing this for a while, and a lot of times we'd see the same teams kind of make it through. But this time, we've had more teams show up to the occasion, and I feel like LEGACi is just the start of what we have in terms of North America. They still need a little bit more polishing. But nonetheless, keep working on it, keep building that synergy, and you know the limitations are endless as long as they continue on that grind.
Yeah, I mean, good luck to LEGACi. We've known Riles for a really long time. I think definitely some possibilities to see from them in the future. I think we might see some roster adjustments. Who knows? I think the real thing I want to talk about, though, is Fiends are going to be going up against DA later on today. And last time, DA won against Fiends 2-1. But Fiends did take the first game. Fiends were able to take that win. Fiends beat Area 77 earlier in season. We've seen a lot from Fiends. This is the roster that works. I think I said in the very beginning of this season, if there's a team that's going to get some crazy upset, it would be Fiends. And, you know, maybe we'll see something crazy happen later today.
I'm hoping we do. I hope we see both of these teams come in as strong as we've ever seen them play, and I hope that they do really make this the most interesting. It already is the most interesting NACT that we've ever seen, but to further secure that would be absolutely beautiful. But without further ado, Steph, MVP, who you got?
Oh, MVP's a hard one. I mean, I would like to say Kohari would be a possible MVP, but Pro Destroy, I'm right there because his Guinevere was nice. I mean, the Guinevere game one, he was all over the place. He was getting the setups, he was getting the kills. He was even at a point near the end game, just diving into the base by himself behind the inhibitor turrets and not falling, baiting out a lot of utility. And I would say he's definitely a high value player over there for the side of Fiends that you have to watch out for. Not to mention his hero pool is all over the place. Definitely a jungler that you can kind of rely on any given notice.
I mean, definitely a great game by him. Game one, went completely deathless, huge. Pro Destroy's always been steady. Like, you know, I think a lot of our eyes have consistently been on Kohari and Magic and stuff like that, but Pro Destroy has always kind of been, you know, just the steady jungler for the team of Fiends, able to make plays happen, able to, even if he's not the flashiest, he's able to, you know, not take a bunch of deaths, able to consistently contest against some of the best junglers for neutral objectives. So I think as long as he can stay steady, you know, there's big things for him in the future of NA.
I know for me, I'm actually looking at it from a different point of view. So for me, Pro Destroy, he did absolutely fantastic in these matches. But overall, as a jungler in NACT so far, I do still want to see more from him. Although he has been steady, he's not been able to, at least I haven't seen him make some of the same big plays that we've seen some of these other top junglers make. And I feel like coming into these matches, you know, especially tonight, he's going to have to be ready. Seth?
Okay, I will say one point though, Zeke. Week one of the regular season, he was the first jungler to pull out the fanny. And like when Fiends first played and everybody was wondering where they were sitting at against the BloodHounds, he pulled out that fanny and he dominated. So I gotta give him credit there. I will say that was a bold statement, something that I definitely wouldn't overlook. But yeah, I mean, you are kind of right. He definitely has a lot to kind of work against when it comes to some of the more familiar junglers that we've seen kind of earn their achievements in the previous NACTs.
Yeah, we've seen a lot. We've seen a lot from him overall. I think, again, he's still essentially like a rookie. So I do think like there's just from the whole teams of Fiends in general, similar to like Kohari. Like, yeah, I've hyped up Kohari all season, but as we saw, when we saw him go up against gold laners like Basic, gold laners like Zia, we saw the cracks start to show. And I think it's similar to Pro Destroy. I think there's a lot of potential in him. I think there's a lot of potential in a lot of these players on this team. But still has had a good season. I mean, for a rookie team, for a new team, has had a really good season. And whether they win or lose, it's very rare that we see a new name team come in and not get 8th or 7th place, right? Like, you know, get a 6th or 5th finish. It's very rare we see that. I don't think it's ever happened before, like a brand new team coming in and able to, you know, take out other older teams. So it's huge for Fiends. No matter how I think moving forward from here, it's a comfortable finish for them.
I can see that, because no matter what at this point, even if hypothetically they get knocked out in the next match, they still have finished respectfully. They've still done a good job to represent themselves. But with that being said, I think the match tonight might be kind of spicy. You know, is that just me? Am I the only one feeling that? I feel like I just ate some curry and it's got all the sriracha.
Zeke with the amazing
What is he talking about? What
All
match?
right, well, I'm right there with you. We have some exciting matches nonetheless. I mean, we have BloodHounds up against the NACT. That's definitely going to be one to watch. Both of these teams are a little bit more familiar. It's not the same story with LEGACi and FIENDS, two newer name teams in the top 8. NIGHTHORDE and BloodHounds, these are teams that have been around for a while, right? They don't really switch up their roster too often. I mean, this is a little bit of a newer NIGHTHORDE than we've seen, but overall, the NIGHTHORDE name has been around for a while. Now, this is going to be a hard one, though. I mean, NIGHTHORDE has been pretty much doing really well, right? They've been dominating for the most part where they go against. They lost to Devious Activity, though. I mean, it's a new Devious Activity roster. We'll get in on that when we see Devious Activity go up against FIENDS today, so we don't want to spoil too much about them. But nonetheless, this is where we get into these teams being a little bit closer in on that ladder, right? You don't really know if it's going to be a 3-0 sweep. These are going to be games that are a little bit closer to that 20-minute mark that you're at the edge of your chair waiting to see what happens.
I feel my wallet getting a little bit heavy. Trex, can you take us into this giveaway?
Giveaway. I love a good giveaway. Zeke, put your phone down because here we go. QR code on the screen. Tournament chest for everybody. Well, not everybody, just 40 of you lucky viewers. Redeem the code for a chance to win one of these, not just daily, not just a trial card, but permanent skins. First come, first serve. Rudy Dust, Fits of Valor, School Idol, one of my personal favorites. Don't even know who the X Factor is, but he's there. And the Yin Yang Mage as well. We got it all. So, and if you don't have a camera on your phone, if you're dealing with the old school Nokia brick or something like that, you got the code on the screen as well. So use them, do your thing, get your giveaways in. All 40 are probably already gone, not gonna lie. Now, next series, next game, BloodHounds versus NIGHTHORDE. Weezy, you brought it up. These are two teams that are, like, I mean, NIGHTHORDE had a great game and BloodHounds had a very rough season, honestly. But still, these were two teams that a lot of us who have been around came into this season saying these are the two teams that, might try to break the ceiling and become a number 3 team instead of a number 6 or 7 team, right? And BloodHounds fell short. NIGHTHORDE showed up, I feel like, during season. But still, if there's a time for BloodHounds to be like, no, not today, NIGHTHORDE. You might have had a good season, but we want to take that number 4 slot. We want to take that number 5 slot. Maybe today's the day that BloodHounds does that, and I think that's, that would be an exciting finish. NIGHTHORDE also, they got the 0 in the XP lane. We saw that get picked apart by DA. Maybe that's the answer for BloodHounds here.
Steph, do you feel like BloodHounds are ready? I know that's a bold question, but they've, maybe all of the matches up to this point have really been just them warming up, because we have seen them get better and better and better each game. And I know I say it every time I watch them play, but each game they are coming in a little bit hotter. So do you think they're ready for this?
Honestly, It's I know NIGHTHORDE is ready, but when it comes to BloodHounds, I'm a little shaky, right? It's you never really know. I think they can either do really well or they can do really bad. But I think against the NIGHTHORDE, they have to show up and battle them out, because they're not even considered top 2, right? They're probably in that, I would say, maybe that 3 or 4th position. There's a lot of teams fighting for that number 3 and number 4 position, and I would feel like BloodHounds is right behind those teams fighting for that 3 and that 4 position right now. Yeah. Like Trex kind of said, they didn't really show up in the regular season, so for me to say that they're ready compared to the teams that have been showing up on the regular season wouldn't really make the most logical sense. But I do think that them being one of the only teams who haven't changed their roster too much compared to other teams will lean in their favor. So we'll have to see.
Steph, before you break my heart, I'm going to send us to break because you're killing me. Let's get out of here.
렉시가 지가운다요. Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Have you heard the rumors?
About what?
The rumors from the board.
The
Demon! He's coming!
What happened?
They're all dead! Oh no, no! It's him! He's coming! He's coming!
Impossible! Get him out of here!
He's coming! He's coming for us!
Who's there? An imposter has sullied our name! We are the might of the kingdom! For the king! No. Please. You team. Please.
Man, let me tell you, NightHorde versus the BloodHounds. Dragons, a little bit bigger than Hounds are, so I think that makes the BH the underdog in this fight. With that being said, I know we asked Steph if he thought the BloodHounds were ready coming into this match, but Trex, I want to know, do you think we're ready for some dominating, gameplay, or maybe even a little upset?
Am I ready for dominating gameplay or an upset? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah. Are you ready to
Am I just
not know what is going on like we have been this entire NACT? Everybody's been guessing, man. Well,
Am I ready to not know what's going on like we have been in this entire NACT? Do you notice that when you repeat Zeke's questions slowly, how ridiculous they sound? I'm just... yes, I'm ready, Zeke. I think it's going to be a great series. Bloodhounds up against NightHorde. NightHorde definitely the favorite in my eyes, but like I said, if there's a time for Bloodhounds to do something big, today's the day. Are you ready, Zeke?
Can you take us into the Bloodhounds roster?
Yeah, let's go ahead and jump into it, as we are going to go ahead and see Ooga Booga subbed out for Easy Peasy. Looks like he's back in play and ready to take that fight into the land of Dawn. Ooga Booga, we've seen him rotating around, being a strong piece of the puzzle. Bloodhounds ready to go head to head up against the NightHorde. Sleeps, Easy Peasy, Boca Roscoe, Falam, and also Templess.
Is it just me, man? Is it just me, or is Easy Peasy looking really strong? I feel like every game that we go into, we end up having one of these people just, like ready to rip out of their shirts, man. They make me feel bad about myself. It hurts. This is supposed to be Mobile Legends, not powerlifting.
They're trying to catch up to you, Zeke. Big bro Zeke, right? They gotta catch up to you. I feel like they're getting even. I don't know if it's production doing it or if it's them themselves, but I feel like they're getting stronger every time we see them. Every day they're getting a little bit.
They get
more
a little bit bigger and their heads get a little bit smaller. That's pretty much how it works. But yeah, I heard that production's been doing that behind the scenes. We just but no, I do think there are some points I want to point out on Bloodhounds real quick before we jump to the next roster. Boca Roscoe, I think he's able to always keep morale up. He's able to always kind of be positive from what we've seen. And no matter how many losses they take, he's always kind of able to move forward. And I think, he's come a long way. I don't think we can count him out, man. Whether he's had some rough drafts, some rough games, whatever, I definitely don't think we can count him out just yet. High chance the series could go, all 3 matches.
I do think I agree with you there. Boca has the experience to definitely lead this team to success. All they have to do is, remember what are the good picks. That's one of the things that we saw them doing consistently in the earlier portions of the tournament, was just off-the-wall picks that ended up working against them. But when they did stick closer to the meta, we did see them being a little bit more successful. Steph?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. They're a team that they do what I like teams to do, right? They focus on not switching up their rosters every time something goes wrong, but fixing the problem with that specific player and improving that gameplay. Now, sometimes that method can take a lot longer than being like, oh, you don't do good in this role, let me just get somebody who already does great in that role. But then again, that's when you start running into synergy issues. So instead of taking the easy route, I feel like they go for more of that long path, and I feel like it eventually will pay off with what they're looking for. Now, hopefully it does here for them, because they only have one shot to move forward, as this is their official knockout match up against the NightHorde. If they lose here, they're gone, be the second team eliminated alongside LEGACi. So they definitely have to bring their A game. They've been practicing. You asked me the question, do I think they're prepared? I think they're as prepared as they can be to go up against the NightHorde, and I think the NightHorde is going to match that same energy. I think both of these teams are ready to take it to the next level.
Well said. Trix, can you take us through the NightHorde roster?
All right, yes I can. The NightHorde roster are in the gold lane, Momoy, Sayori, Oh My Foe, and Zero, the new EXP laner. We saw Zero have a few issues last week. We saw him get a little picked apart. We saw him get a little bullied. Heavy focuses from Devious activity on to Zero. I'm hoping this week they come in with a bit more of a solid ground plan. They had a day to kind of throw some things out there, throw out Zero on the Dairoth, try a few things, maybe not, super meta. And I think this is now NightHorde needs to get back to the basics, needs to get back to what brought them into the number 3 seeding as we came into, playoffs. NightHorde were just able to consistently be strong throughout all of season. So, this is a time when they need to show why they're here, what they're playing for, why so much hype was built around them to possibly be, contenders for, maybe number 3 or grand finals.
So I think everybody wants to know at this point, everybody watching this right now definitely wants to know, what do you think the chances are if NightHorde starts to struggle, that they reach out to the Fiends and ask if Kohari can mid lane for them?
What?
What's he saying?
What's
he saying
You know
again?
what? I'm going to answer your question with a question. What do you think
Yeah.
the odds of that are, Zeke? Gotta pick your
What do
brain.
you think the odds are that they
zero.
would call Kohari and ask him to mid lane for them? What do you think the odds are?
Probably 0, one would assume, but we've also seen Kohari in a lot of different roles this season. So
And they
I
already
think
have
at
a
this
0
point-
in the EXP lane.
Oh man, I just, oh man, I want to see more Kohari. I want to see, but you know, with that being said, I do think that this matchup is going to be really close. All jokes aside, I think NightHorde is looking really strong, and again, BloodHounds, each game have come in a little bit stronger. So I think Trex is putting on some glasses. I think he's got something to say. Why are you looking at me like that?
Nothing. I need to be able. I wear glasses, Zeke.
This is Analyst Trex. It's
Analyst
alter ego.
Trex.
Yeah.
So is this like an upgrade from the normal Trex?
Yeah.
Different side of him. Different side. We all have, you know, you got Analyst Trex and play-by-play Trex.
Yeah, but we only have one Zeke, sadly.
Zeke, do we have
That's true,
do you have
that's
different
true.
versions, Zeke? I feel like
Every sentence is a different version of Zeke. He's never the same. We never see the past Zeke. It's just always a new Zeke. It's always it's everywhere, all at once. It's like that movie,
Extra.
you know?
You know, I do want to know, Analyst Trex predictions. Take us into it. How do you
Predictions.
feel about it?
How do I feel about it? I am not the only person who voted differently. That is UA. UA voted for Bloodhounds here. Again, this is a game where I thought it could be possible Bloodhounds would win. If I wanted to go for an upset, you know, if I was like sitting behind 3 or 4 points like Zeke right now, I might go for the Bloodhounds vote here, you know? I might. But I'm not. I'm leading with Wheezy here, unlike Zeke. So I'm just going to keep it simple and vote for who I think is going to win.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. It's hard to kind of count them out. Like you said, they've
You
had
are
a
right there
really,
with me.
Yeah, we're literally right there. They've just been dominating this entire season. I mean, it's hard to not give them credit where it's due. I mean, they literally, Bloodhounds and NightHorde were in the same type of situation, right? Having to rise to the occasion or falling short, needing to break that barrier of always being like a top 5 and above team. And right now, with this season, we're seeing NightHorde just have a little bit more of achievements when it comes to victories in their series up against the Bloodhounds, who falls a little bit more short. But that's not going to discredit the Bloodhounds. There's still a possibility that they can pull this off. I just think based off statistics and what we've seen with this season, it will be slightly more of a challenge for them.
I know for me, I picked the NightHorde because I thought dragons were cool. And they've got wings, and it's really hard to argue with that. And speaking of wings, I think it's time that we fly into the draft.
Finally.
Ooh, taking it
Thank
away
God.
to the draft. Away goes Zeke. Man, full energy. Gotta love him. Definitely never know what's going to come out of his mouth as he's on that host position. But we are going to go ahead and see Bloodhounds up against the NightHorde. This is going to be a fun one to watch. Nonetheless, Trek's a little bittersweet, like we mentioned. Both of these more familiar teams in the NACT. One of them will be going home today.
Yeah, I mean, we've grown. These two teams have become a staple, man. And they're, you know, they're the second coming, right? They're the second age, I feel like, of, you know, NA MLBB, you know? In the olden days, it was BTK, Area 77, teams like Team Sexy and things like that, you know, Gosu. And then we had teams like Bloodhounds and NightHorde, and some of these newer faces show up. And what a better time, what a better lower bracket send home match than between two of these new teams, NightHorde and Bloodhounds. Boca Roscoe going to be kind of manning things here, and they've had some weird drafts, man. I think, you know, whether we like it or not, they did sub out. They put Ooga Booga on the bench, and I think it could be a good thing for them. I think if they can keep things simple here, maybe they can get a win over NightHorde. Maybe they can get a whole series over NightHorde.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how this plays out. Like you said, their drafting has been a little bit more unique and interesting so far. But both of these teams fresh off getting swept from last weekend, right? We got to see Bloodhounds go up against the Bloodthirsty Kings in a 3-0. And then on the other side of the table, we got to see NightHorde, similar fashion, up against Devious Activity, losing with a 3-0 sweep. So they're definitely going to have to bring their A game for this match. One team will be knocked out, as we are looking at the draft on the way. A couple of bans have been knocked off the table. We are going to go ahead and see that Ruby taken off. It's a little interesting, right? We haven't actually seen the Ruby at all today from any of the matches that we've been able to watch. The Mathilda, a little bit more of that staple ban. definitely don't want to let that walk through. We got to see it walk through a little bit yesterday, though, and it was profiting. But it looks like this time around, it's not going to be the same story for the lower bracket.
I mean, with the Ruby ban, Bloodhounds could be looking for something like a Noland here, some sort of assassin. It is open right now, something that, you know, the Ruby could give trouble to. It's not something we see all the time, but still, with the Ruby gone, with you know, some of those deters away, could be something they pick up right away here. Barat's also open. Vex still on the field as well. A lot of possibilities. Fairme's also still open, which even though it hasn't always been getting picked, but Minotaur up front, which honestly I think is solid. I know there's a lot of strong picks in the field, but the Minotaur just kind of, no matter what, it can be decent. I feel like whatever composition you want to pick, it can kind of work with. And now it gives you some room to kind of counterplay here. And now with the Barats open, the Masha, maybe they go for something like an Xborg. Or no, Xborg's gone.
Oh, it's going to be interesting. I mean, some great picks in the beginning. I think the Masha is a little interesting, but Masha has been a little bit of that heavier hitter, but takes execution to be able to pull it off. But this is NightHorde we're talking about, a little bit of that upper echelon team to be able to perform when it comes to these picks. The Barats, I like it, right? He's front line. He's able to sustain himself. He has some good CC with the Detonus. Welcome. They are going to need somebody to be able to burst him down from the side of Bloodhound, somebody that can chunk down that high HP. The carry, still viable option if they do want to pick that up. They are going to go in for this Faramis, though. Are going to be able to have some sustainability with that Netherrealm to keep the team alive. That is going to be a mid lane from Rammus, since we are going to see that Minotaur slotted. And the jungler will be picked up from the Bloodhounds as well. They're going to go in for that Fredgen. So I think so far, we have a couple of things guaranteed from them. Front line and sustainability. But they still need a little bit more damage.
Yeah, but I think it's, I mean, from what we would normally see from Bloodhounds, it's a solid draft. Nothing crazy, just we have our core, we have our mid lane locked down. We just need an EXP lane and a gold lane, and they have plenty of room for that. On the side of NightHorde, you know, you do bring in this big variable with the Masha pick. Yes, it is a strong pick, but it takes a while for it to come online. It takes a while for this Masha to really be such a threat, and I think with the Faramis picked up, it is a slight answer to it. It's going to be a lot harder to one-tap people. It's going to be a lot harder to take people out when you have the Netherrealm on the field, but NightHorde does find some answers to that Netherrealm. Bring in the Lilia, bring out tons of AoE, and that's kind of what the Lilia will supply you here. So NightHorde still head in the draft, head in the game, ready to pick up counter picks.
Yeah, and looking at Bloodhounds, they're going to need some damage, right? Possibly going in for a carry could be a viable option, especially against that Masha, especially against that Barats. Maybe not even the Masha, because I guess the Masha can kind of deflect the basic attacks, so we'll have to watch out for that. When you are looking at the side of NightHorde, though, they can be a little bit more flexible on what they pick up in that gold lane. I mean, you have the early game guaranteed, especially from Sayori, with this Lilia, with the power of Glooms, which will do really well, especially if, you know, you stack it up with that Purify. You get knocked up by that CC for the Minoan Fury, you can get back to safety, use the black shoes, and you're good to go. You have the backline presence, you have Zero. He's going to definitely rotate around and try and get that marksman, possibly get that mage, probably take out the Netherrealm before it could even be procced, or force it out nice and early for these engagements. Could be his possible plan, but we will have to see which way this goes for both sides. Now, marksmans, though. You know, we haven't seen a Roger at all.
I haven't seen a Roger.
No picks, and it hasn't really been banned either.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we see it from the side of NightHorde here. The Faramis really kind of hurts the Roger in a sense. Same thing with the Taunt and the Minotaur and everything. Maybe we see it from the side of Bloodhounds here. Definitely a possibility. If we see Bloodhounds ban out maybe the Harith here, I think a big chance they go for the Ixia ban instead. Could see a carry. NightHorde definitely doesn't want the carry. NightHorde, I feel like NightHorde needs some sort of AoE here. Maybe see something like, which we haven't seen much, maybe something like a Beatrix here. Something that can kind of do some nice spread damage. They go for the Brody instead. Also, you get the Torn Apart Memories. You get that first skill, which can stack onto multiple people. So, not a bad answer.
Yeah, not to mention the Corrosive Strike for that stun, the knockback. And then you also pair it up with a Flicker to play for that survivability route inside of the gold lane. Because I would have said maybe a Claude, but there's just a lot of CC for the Claude. You jump into Minoan Fury, you jump
Claude's
into Energy
too,
Eruption. Yeah, and then you have, Claude's gone as well, so it still wouldn't even work out. But I think the Brody is always a safe option. Often I feel like it's overlooked with how strong of a pick it can be inside of the gold lane. And now, for the side of the Bloodhounds, they have some options on the table, right? You are seeing the Ixia taken out alongside the Claude. You still have things such as the Harris, such as the carry can definitely be picked up. You need somebody to soak into that Barats, to soak into Zero as well, but also need to have a little bit of survivability. You are going to go ahead and see that Terizla picked up. There goes the carry to solidify the draft for the BloodHounds and NightHorde, waiting for their last pickup.
Yeah, what does NightHorde go here for Roam? Unless they want to swap the Masha over like last minute, definitely a possibility. Could go for like a Grok here. I feel like they need some sort of big AoE here. Grok, maybe Tig. We haven't seen that in a very long time. Unless they go for something more supportive, like I was thinking like Raph or something.
That's what
but
I was gonna say.
Diggy, not a bad pick here. It does complement everything. It completely nullifies the Minoan's Fury. It completely nullifies what Bloodhounds kind of want to bring here. We've been begging for Diggy picks all season long, and teams never, ever really using him. I want to say this might be a first pick by him. There were some times when we were like screaming Diggy here, and never got picked up. So NightHorde finally playoffs, bottom bracket, all or nothing, picking up the Diggy.
Yeah, the Diggy did hit a little bit of a slight nerf, though, with this base damage on skill 1, but I feel like it's not really going to affect what he's there for, right? He has that time journey to be able to negate the CC. He has to pick his poison, though, right? I mean, you're going up against the Terizla, who can definitely rush in with that setup with the penalty zone, or you have to worry about the energy eruption and Minoan Fury. So there's a lot of CC that the Diggy can be overwhelmed for, but I think it makes up for it having that Barats on their side. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into our second series of the day for lower bracket round one. BloodHounds up against the NightHorde in this amazing best of 3. One team will be sent home today.
We've seen Diggy picked up twice in NACT so far. So this is going to be the third pick for him. He's sitting at a 50% win rate right now. LEGACi picked him up once, lost with it. Area 77 picked him up once and won with it. Is this going to be the magic answer? Taking a look at the audience predictions, it's 67% to NightHorde. If you guys haven't already, make sure you throw in those predictions in the chat. Let us know who you think is going to win now. Gold lane versus gold lane. Sleeps up against R. I think in the laning phase, R definitely has a bit of an advantage here. You have the poke, you have the distance, you have some ability to bully Sleeps here, and BloodHounds knows that. They're going to send Stoner up. They know the Diggy could also be a major problem, so we're kind of looking at a more old school roamer gold laner up in the gold lane.
Yeah, definitely going to have to watch out. I mean, like we said, R playing for that survivability route can definitely outlast Sleeps if he's not careful, but Sleeps did pick up that flicker to be able to expand that distance when things do get a little shaky for him. On the bot side, though, we are going to be looking at Zero going up on this monster. We're kind of wondering how this is going to play into today's match. Now, he's going to have to rush in, possibly be able to take down Sleeps. Does have to watch out for that flicker. But there's a lot of crowd control that Zero has to get through in order to find the backline for the BloodHounds. But speaking of backlines, are already having a very strong presence on the top side. Even though it's a 2v2 matchup, he's able to kind of just sustain himself and overall try and strip some of that gold plating off. On the bot side, though, Bokarosco, easy peasy, Templess with the sandwich onto Zero. He doesn't have his HP either. He needs to go ahead and stack up, so Yori will go ahead and play the defense.
Yeah, which is huge here because Turtle coming up now. They're sending Zero back to base already. And this is something I was wondering, BloodHounds focusing on the EXP lane. Same thing that Devious Activity did. Focusing on the Zero, the new member of the team, the one who definitely has been a little bit of the issue.
Yeah, speaking of issues, Easy Peasy is going to go ahead and claim the Turtle for the BloodHounds. Big Minoan Fury knockup! 4-man set onto the NightHorde. Templates with the alley-oop takes down Oh My Foe. First blood is going to fall into the hands of the BloodHounds.
Hey, BloodHounds starting off very strong, but R with the 1v1.
May be able to get the kill. Needs to torn apart memories, though. Not going to be able to pull it off, but a very close call.
Both of them brought down to about 1 HP. Momoy might get sent back to base as well. Bokarosco able to pick up the kill there. I mean, 2-0. 1,000 gold lead for BloodHounds. We're just starting the game, 3 minutes in, and it's looking good for the side of BloodHounds so far.
Yeah, they were able to take everything they came for and didn't lose anything to trade. Right now, the NightHorde They need to find some answers, or you're going to see BloodHounds take total control for the early phase. I mean, they're only up by 1,000 gold, but taking that first turtle and 2 kills is a major statement, and looks like they want a little bit more. You're looking at R, though. Even though they're behind, he's very comfortable. He just needs a little bit more assistance to be able to get those pickoffs. You're already seeing Oh My Foe rotating around, trying to find the opportunity, but easy peasy to kind of match him. Hit with the detonus welcome for the stun on the wall. So you're with the groove. Another realm goes down, easy peasy. We'll find Momoe with the Praise's Wrath. Stoner finds another. Oh My Foe will fall. 4-0 kill lead for the BloodHounds.
I think NightHorde are having a little bit of trouble of, you know, taking this slow. I think when you have something like the Diggy on your composition, you really don't want to try to be too hard aggressive. What is he doing? Just walking up.
Ooh, torn apart memories, though. Not going to be able to deal the damage he was looking for. Barely even chipped off the HP from Sleeps and Stoner. Momoe still there to help protect him. And like I said, even though they're down in kills, they're still able to sustain themselves in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see exactly what happens. Momoe down 2 deaths. Oh My Foe, what's level 7 to easy peasy level 7. Somehow Oh My Foe's been able to keep up even after taking 2 deaths. He's been able to keep up overall in the EXP department. I'm surprised easy peasy doesn't have a huge lead over him, at least a level or 2. Finally putting a level above him. NightHorde decided not to go for that turtle. The gold lead gets even more ahead. BloodHounds now looking at 2,100. NightHorde need to kind of just buy time at this point. We know what Diggy can do as it creeps into the late game. It takes a little bit of time, but, you know, take a look at Worlds, take a look at everything. Diggy can definitely be a threat, not only for anti-CC, but even for zonage, damage. I mean, taking control of map pressure as we creep in a late game, but that is a long way away, and NightHorde just needs to buy time for it.
Yeah, speaking of buying time, going in for a possible dive. Sleeps by himself, but look at BloodHounds. May be able to get there in time. The minion will fall. Almost a very close encounter for the top side. Looks like they are still going to go in for the engagement. First time goes out. Energy Eruption for the knockup. A lot of damage. Oh My Foe, very low. Nether Realm going down. Able to sustain the BloodHounds from the torn apart memories. The pullback from R. Both sides very low, but so far BloodHounds still in a position to push. They did lose that minion, though. Do they continue to take this engagement? They are going to wrap around. They're looking for a window of opportunity, but may be costly. Another knockup on Sayori. The flicker being forced out. 2 flickers out from R and Sayori so far, and it looks like BloodHounds will have to disengage.
BloodHounds playing very cleanly, but NightHorde also answering the aggression of BloodHounds very well as well. But still, BloodHounds, a team that we saw have some very sussy plays over the past season, have some very sussy picks over the past season. Today come in with just a very simple, normal meta draft. I mean, it feels like I'm watching a different team, BloodHounds, right now. They're 4-0 up against the NightHorde. I mind you, NightHorde was the number 3 finisher in season. They have a nice lead, and they don't have anything crazy going on. It's just a simple, you know, the same draft we could see from any other team. BloodHounds, it almost, you know, was this part of the plan, Wheezy?
Yeah, definitely. Was this their game plan? We were wondering would they show up to the occasion in the playoffs, and it looks like they're showing up so far up against the NightHorde. But look at that tier 1 turret. Very low. R trying to deal the final hits, but now the counter response to that. Easy peasy will find the turtle. Bocarasco finds R, sets down the marksman for the NightHorde. Still on the push. Stoner by their side. We'll be able to clear out these minions. Sayori left to defend alongside Momoe, but I don't think they have enough possibly to clear these minions. They are going to go in, try and take this opportunity. One more minion to go through, but the knockup on Sayori. Forced to use the black shoes. May be able to get the kill. Sayori hit the crowd control. Too much to handle. Stoner actually the one to pick up that kill. Momoe with the bomb. We'll be able to take him down. Detna's welcome. We'll be able to get the stun onto easy peasy. We'll be able to dash back to safety. We'll be able to stay alive on top of that. Praise's Wrath for the coronal damage on Oh My Foe and R. Torn apart memories. Hitting easy peasy on his way out. Neither side will kind of fall with that second engagement, but you are going to go ahead and still see R trying to hold on to that turret. It will fall, though, and on the bot side, Templess will claim the other.
Yeah, I mean, any way you look at it, these are wins for BloodHounds right here. We take a top tier 3. We take a bottom tier 3. We get a kill onto R, Sayori, major damage dealers for the side of the NightHorde. It's 7-1 right now. Who is this team? Where do they come from? They suited up today, and this is this going to be the upset right here? I mean, it's game number 1 only. Yes, we can't count NightHorde out completely, but OAV, the mighty have fallen. NightHorde is a team that, I mean, by end of season where we were, okay, this is a team we got to keep our eyes on, and they are getting whomped right now in game number 1.
And all they did was change 0, right, in the XP lane. Not much was changed there, but BloodHounds didn't really change much on top of that, right? But you are going to go ahead and see them still fighting it out. 7-1 lead for the BloodHounds so far. 3 turtles under their belt and 2 turrets. No trade for the side of NightHorde, alongside only getting 1 kill under their belt, and that was only taking down Stoner. He can afford to fall, right? He's the roamer for the BloodHounds. So overall, still a major victory. This is what we kind of call a one-sided story. Not too far out of the ballpark, though, for the NightHorde, but they need to find some answers fast. You are going to go ahead and see this Lord spawn in, and BloodHounds not wasting the opportunity. We'll go in for it. Looks like NightHorde will shift into the mid lane. They are going to go in for the mid turret play. Trying to find a trade anywhere they can. Oh, my foe with the Detonus Welcome connects to Stoner. Not able to get the stun on the wall. 0 will be able to possibly get a kill. No, he gets a turret on the top side off screen. You are going to go ahead and see NightHorde on the defense, though. Shifts their focus away from this Lord into the mid lane. But look at the top side, Trex. Look at 0.
Yeah. I mean, that is, there's one thing. Whether BloodHounds is way ahead or not, there is a clock ticking, and that clock is definitely 0 right now. We know what Amash can do into late game. Another clock that's ticking is going to be Momoy. Are, though, in trouble. Gonna go down.
Yeah, not going to be able to get out of there. Burst it down. High value target, mind you, are now 0-2-0. But the pressure from the BloodHounds trying to take the purple buff denied with Oh My Foe on the retribution play.
I mean, at this point, NightHorde need to, I think, like we said, it's just kind of biding time, man. It's just kind of waiting it out. Momoy needs to get some items in. 0 needs to get some items in. 0 needs to be able to, I mean, we haven't even seen 0 really get involved in any of these fights, honestly. We don't even know where he's sitting in the terms of scaling completely right now. He's just been working on these off lanes. So I think only time's going to tell really where NightHorde completely sits in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, that's what we're going to have to kind of watch out for. Where does 0 fit into the puzzle? Right now, though, the split pushing is definitely going to help the NightHorde in the grand scheme of things, but BloodHound's still in control of this game when it comes to the neutral engagements, when it comes to the majority of the objectives inside of the jungle. They're able to overall find these opportunities, and now going in for the siege on the top side. Triple knockup onto the NightHorde, trying to get away. NetherRealm activated over there by Bokarasco, keeping the team alive, and down goes the tier 2 turret.
I mean, and honestly, here's the thing. Even if Amoy gets, like, you know, is able to nullify the big Minoan's Fury, BloodHounds are still able to just steamroll forward. It's not a loss if they don't get that big knockup, because the rest of the team can still make... Oh, Tempest!
Yeah, big penalty zone for the triple knockup. Bokarasco with the follow-through finds R, but now the response back from the NightHorde. No, Sleep will find 0. Wait a second. Oh, my foe, able to get a kill, takes down easy peasy. 2-for-1 trade. Can they get another, though? Stoner very low, hit with the knockback. Sayori drawing the kill with the power of gloom. That is going to be a 2-for-2 trade for both sides.
All right, BloodHounds, they get a play, maybe overextend a little bit too much overall. Easy peasy goes down, Stoner goes down. 2-for-2 is a good trade when you are on the losing side, honestly. If you're able to kind of make things go even consistently, it's not horrible for the losing team right here, because I mean what it does is it buys you more time. BloodHounds can't finish things off without easy peasy. They can't finish things off without Stoner. They need the retry on the field, so NightHorde is still hanging on, waiting for the time to strike.
R's been having a little bit of a rough time, though. He does have the Blade of Hephaestus. He has the Malefic Roar, but he's down in the economy compared to Sleeps. Sitting at 7,700 gold, just picked up the Golden Staff, Endless Battle, has the Thunder Belt, has the CER, has the sustainability on top of that, stacked up with the Brave Smite. Worried about the dive composition that the NightHorde has, especially with 0 on that Masha. But overall, Sleeps has been doing a really good job. R, he needs to find his momentum, and he needs to find it fast, right? I mean, as he gets these items, maybe a possibility to turn this around. You are going to go ahead and see the NetherRealm possibly activated. Both sides are fighting it out. R, able to get away with the Corrosive Strike, torn apart memories, but Speedy Lightwheel is able to catch him at a moment's notice. He will fall, picks up the Demon Hunter Sword. On top of that, you are going to see both teams still fighting it out in the mid lane. Execution Strike going out by Templess, but looks like this is the time for both teams to kind of disengage. BloodHounds in control of the Lord Pit.
I mean, with control over First Lord, NightHorde not even going to fight it, and I think that's the right play overall. Again, we're waiting for late game. NightHorde is fully committed at this point to waiting for late game. If it gets to that point, if they can last out this Lord, maybe one more Lord. We're talking maybe, I'm thinking more like 18, 20 minute mark. Then we're in NightHorde territory of really kind of taking control of this full swing. But that is a long way away. BloodHounds plenty of time to try to finish things up.
Yeah, you're really looking at R having more damage, though, even though he's behind in the economy on this Brody. But both sides fighting it out. Turret will fall in the mid lane, stripped down to the inhibitors for the NightHorde. Lord will fall alongside it. You're going to see a Detonus Welcome Connect for the stun on the Stoner. Netherrealm being activated. Both sides fighting it out. Will BloodHounds be able to pierce through? They are able to take that inhibitor turret. Templess, big damage with the execution strike. Now going to shift their focus into the mid lane for the inhibitor. We'll be able to burst that down as well. 2 for none combo.
Bleeps.
Now may be able to get out of there. Zero, rush it in. Quickly burst it down. Templess able to get the kill, or trying to get away to safety. Far overextended, and you are going to see him be punished for it. BloodHounds taking 2 members down and now going in for a possible game ender. They're looking at the 5-man team up against 3 members of the NightHorde. On my foe, Sayori and Momoe left to defend. One opportunity to be able to close this out. With a possible early finish at that 15-minute mark. Can they get it? Reverse time going out. Time journey as well. Oh, my foe will be able to take down Sleep. Sayori, double kill, finds easy peasy. Sayori takes out Bocarasco for the triple kill. A wizard of the making, Templess. Immortality has been procs, needs to get out of there. Do we get the Maniac? Does she get it? Momoe with the steal. That should be illegal. But NightHorde able to hold off the aggressive push from the BloodHounds.
Full man wipeout. Bocarasco back on the field, but that's only because of the passive. NightHorde hanging on once again. Able to bide more and more time. The base brought down all inhibitors. Brought down nothing but 50% health left on that crystal. And the NightHorde survive it. A game of seconds, a game of minutes. They're going to be able to maybe swing this back into their lead, possibly. They're sitting behind 3,000 gold, but that's going to change quickly.
Yeah, definitely going to change in the blink of an eye if BloodHounds is not careful. You already see the momentum shifting for the NightHorde. Quickly able to take down that tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Able to claim a little bit of grounding, but they have nothing left standing between them and that base crystal.
Yeah.
So they need to be careful as we are now at that 16-minute mark. I mean, the later this game goes, this is where the NightHorde's going to get more deadly because these turrets aren't really going to matter as much, and that's what they're going to kind of try and bank on. Play for the late game, and hey, we are slowly getting there. NightHorde, though, still off to some good defense, putting that fight into the mid lane, forcing BloodHounds to kind of rethink their decisions as the Lord has spawned in.
So then those little bunnies of death coming out from Momoe there, they're going to become more and more annoying. They're going to become more and more of a pain. And there goes Zero. Zero, once again, not having the greatest game. 0-4 right now. You know, taking the name a little bit too literal.
His name's 0-1, but yeah, we should change it to 0-4 right now after seeing that performance. But you are going to go ahead and see some good control in the Lord Pit from the BloodHounds, forcing Oh My Foe back, not trying to allow him to get that retribution. You're going to see the Netherrealm being activated from Bocarasco, keeping the team in this fight. The taunt goes down. Oh My Foe finds Sleep. That's huge. Sayori finds Stoner, though. 2 for 1 trade. Or trying to get in there, trying to use that torn apart memories, possibly. No, Templess. 4 stacks on him, but maybe able to get back to safety. Or though, Corrosive Strike into easy peasy. Able to take him down, and now the NightHorde has control of this Lord.
I mean, with no retry on the field for the side of BloodHounds, NightHorde definitely with a huge advantage here. Bocarasco and Templess, I don't even think they're going to try to contest this at all. I don't think they can. With the Oh My Foe right next to the Lord, they got to give it up. And now, NightHorde, 500 gold lead. It's been a 17-minute deficit for NightHorde, but they've taken control. 2,000 gold ahead, no inhibitors. All they got is a Lord and a plan and a Diggy. And they're going to try to turn this game around.
Yeah, right now, BloodHounds now on the defense, having to be careful on how they kind of play this out. I mean, the odds were stacked against them. You saw the predictions from the audience, from the casters, but they're trying to change the narrative, and they were doing a great job within the last 17 minutes of the game. But it just shows you how quickly things can change past that 16-minute mark once you get to that late game Nothing else matters but these team fights, these rotations for the split push, and that's what the NACT is kind of banking on, thinking they can do it a little bit better, as Zero will be able to claim yet another turret on the bot side, opening up the map even more for the NACT. I mean, if anybody gets MVP, I don't know, because even though Zero hasn't got too many kills, he's been able to claim majority of these turrets all by himself, showcasing the split push capability of the Masha.
Nah, man. Nah. R, Momoy, anybody. Whoa!
No!
R once again putting out some pressure. Towers are falling, Wheezy.
Yeah, they are falling. Lord will fall alongside him. And now Zero will be able to find a kill. Bocarasco will fall. Easy peasy. Frontline, a lot of the damage hit with the reverse time, though. Pulled back to the side. NACT forced out that immortality. Netherrealm from Momoy. Oh, no, the time journey going out over there from Momoy. You are seeing both sides fight it out, though. Big knockup onto Sayori. Immortality being propped onto Stoner. Tempest very low. Sayori finding Stoner. Finds the roamer. Bocarasco back in play, though. May be able to get there in time. Netherrealm being activated, trying to negate the damage from the torn apart memories from R. Bocarasco, though, very low. Using that passive, though, able to sustain himself still in the fight. This is going to be a 5v4. NACT has the numbers, but they're slowly losing these minions. Look at Momoy trying to join the battle in the mid lane. Sayori finding easy peasy. Zero finding Bocarasco. 3 members falling as Bocarasco getting the double. Takes down Zero. R. One-man army. Now Momoy and Oh My Foe joining the party. Tempest able to shut him down. Wait a second. Oh My Foe finds sleep. Deadness welcome for the stun on the wall. Templess trying to hold him up. Momoy focusing on the base crystal. The emote finish. And the NACT flipping this game on the backside. Takes down BloodHounds for match 1.
Oh man, that is tough. That is tough for BloodHounds. Strong lead throughout the whole game. 17 minutes in, NACT hang out, base down to 50%, able to survive the push and grab the game by the horns and send it right down. BloodHounds take the loss there. NACT with a strong start to this best of 3. And that is not only huge just in the term of points, but huge, I think, in the terms of morale, man. That is a tough loss for BloodHounds there, man. Just, how do you even come back from that, Weezy?
Well, I mean, in the early game, they need to do exactly what they were doing, but they have to close these games out when you have that advantage. That's literally the last piece of the puzzle that you have to stamp right there to be able to win. I mean, if you can't close it out, then all that hard work was for nothing, right? And the NACT, shout out to them for being able to keep their composure, losing all their inhibitors, but somehow still able to turn that around. Sayori able to get that triple kill, robbed of that maniac from Momoy with the diggy last second, but nonetheless, some great execution from the mid laner for the NACT for game number 1. 19 minutes, 44 seconds, a late game, mind you. Now, Trex, this is a little different than what I expected from the BloodHounds, right? I mean, they were doing, it was almost a one-sided story for majority of that game. A little bittersweet for them, but still some great gameplay. I mean, if they can bring that to game number 2 and find a way to close it out, they may be a problem.
I mean, what's sad is this is what we wanted to see from BloodHounds all season, and now they bring it to us. It looks so good. It looks so great. I'm sitting here like, oh man, BloodHounds, are they about to really take this? Are they about to, maybe send NACT home with a sweep or something? But NACT hangs on and shows why they are still here. Even Zero towards the end there, finally kind of getting his rhythm. They bought time to when they needed it. They knew their win condition, and NACT delivers on that win condition. Taking a look at some of the stats. Rich Guy, Oh My Foe. Sayori with the carry. Sandbag, Oh My Foe. Forgotten One is Stoner, the only BloodHound to make it onto the panel here with 11 assists. But overall, man, NACT just, I think it's crazy how far they were able to really push that. It's crazy how far they were able to do it and kind of pull through there. That final defense that they made against BloodHounds, you said it, BloodHounds need to be able to close out, or at least if you're going to go all in, you need to be able to close out, or maybe not go all in and just hold your lead, and wait for next Lord. But in the end, NACT comes out on top.
Yeah, able to come up top and have a really great performance toward that late game. Now, This is a hard one to kind of base, right? I mean, even though the NightHorde won that victory, they didn't win it with ease, and I definitely wouldn't be super comfortable jumping into game number 2, especially with how BloodHounds kind of performed. These are the matches you want to see, right? Down to the wire, all turrets knocked off the map. Damage dealt, though. Sayori,
yeah.
127K, leading the way. Look at the team fight participation, 100%, outdoing everybody on the panel so far. And I mean, you saw it, right? When they saw that aggressive push from the BloodHounds trying to close it out, Sayori was the one to kind of make up that difference and keep the NightHorde in this game.
Yeah, we definitely saw her damage really start to matter as that game crept in, you know, towards the end there. It was tough. I remember when NightHorde was, when BloodHounds were first trying to break through the tier 2 in the middle and like the inhibitor in the middle, and Sayori was able to pick up a kill due to a little bit of overextension and everything. That's when you started to see the Lilia really start to come online, and that's also one of the things that made it so BloodHounds weren't able to just, you know, force an ending there. You drop all those glooms, you clear out minions, and you leave nothing for BloodHounds to push with. So, you know, overall, NightHorde, something they've been able to do is know what they have and make it work to get to the point when they can win a game. You know exactly whether they have an early game comp, whether they have a late game comp, they're able to get to that.
You know, it was interesting too because, I mean, they pulled out the Masha. Zero pulls out the Masha. Momoe pulls out the Diggy. 2 heroes that you don't really see too often pop out in NACT, and they were able to pull off the victory with it, which is definitely a sight to see. Definitely showcasing a little bit of their hero pool. Speaking of these players, though, the spicy engagement, the demise for the BloodHounds, trying to close it out at that 15-minute mark, but then Sayori coming through, the wizard in the making, finds that triple kill. Here goes the robbery, though. This should be illegal.
So
like we gotta talk about this, right? We need an interview
to
figure out why Momoe did this. It was just plain rude, taking away that maniac. But nonetheless, a great defense, a good standing to be able to turn it around for the NightHorde.
Even here, BloodHounds doing okay, but I think R really, I mean, if we were talking about MVPs and stuff, I think R stepped up in the end, in the mid, like right around this point. R really started to just unload, started to come online, kind of felt comfortable. And even when they were making that final push, man, every time a penalty zone would come down to R, he would flicker back, or, kind of able to outdistance. Every time we saw, a big Minoan's Fury come in, R was able to position so well and just continue to throw blow after blow after blow, and no one was really able to catch him.
I was honestly impressed with Momoe too. I mean, he finished 2-3 and 11 on the Diggy, right? He didn't overextend. A lot of players try and get in there and kind of chunk that Diggy down. He didn't have the tank build. He was just full damage Diggy for the most part. So he was a very squishy target, but able to remain with a great KDA. Now jumping into game number 2. Just a little bit of a tricky situation for the BloodHounds, as now they're faced with their backs against the wall and a match point for NightHorde, who could possibly close this out and knock them out of this NACT. But a lot of things went wrong in the ending, but a lot of things went right in the beginning for the BloodHounds. And I think if they can just focus on that composure, play the exact same way that we've seen them play in game number 1, but close it out. And honestly, I would say it was just too overly aggressive at the end, right? They took down all the inhibitor turrets. They were running out of minions. At that point, I think they should have pulled their punches. They should have just came back a little bit, waited for a couple of, another Lord to spawn in, and then possibly take that fight and close it out. That should have been their game plan. But when they overextended, allowed that wipeout, it was just too much for them to come back from, and it really boosted the morale for the side of NightHorde to kind of turn that around. So we'll have to see how this jumps into game number 2. A couple of bans on the table, nothing out of the ordinary though. X-Borg for the NightHorde, Mathilda for BloodHounds.
I think you said it best. BloodHounds doesn't really need to change anything. I think they can play the same exact game. They just need to be able to play it a little bit better. Hopefully that loss doesn't completely, take them out of their headspace. Because for the first time, I think BloodHounds had a really clean draft. For the first time, BloodHounds had a great laning phase. For the first time, BloodHounds had a game in their hands. And it almost felt like, it was on their way to a sweep. Now, NightHorde aren't slumps. They're not some people, they're not pushovers. BloodHounds just, they got to push a little bit harder this time. Come in with the same strategy, but just push, punch a little bit stronger this time. They will be on the red side this time, Suno. So drafts gonna slightly change up. they got to think about an approach. They have to have an approach ready for this side of the draft as well.
Yeah, and what will that approach be, right? We've seen two things out of the ordinary, the Diggy and the Masha. And honestly, I mean, even though they had really good KDAs, it really didn't come into effect until the late game. And I don't really know if that's a good plan to really bank on, because, I mean, there was a moment where BloodHounds was possibly able to shut them down. I feel like they just one overextension costed them. But as we are jumping into the next game, we'll have to see really which way this goes. This time, BloodHounds will not be first in the draft, which gives the opportunity over to the NightHorde for the first pickup. But where do they go from here? You see the R-Lot taken off the table, so that's already one thing that they can't do. They're going to go ahead and take up the Masha, though. What's going on right now? It's like the Masha is highly prioed between both of these teams right now. Taking it away from the BloodHounds, we'll be able to pick that up. Was that the right answer, though? I mean, the Masha 0, he did good on split pushing, but I feel like it didn't really come to effect until the late game where we really saw him really do anything for the team with that pickup.
Yeah, once again, NightHorde kind of, I mean, the Masha is good, yes, but you're very quickly pigeonholing, one of your players into, strictly late game. You're very quickly, pigeonholing yourself. And yes, NightHorde did pull it off last time, but it was risky, right? It was a lot of chances. I do think NightHorde can make the Masha work and maybe, not also be forced into a Diggy, not have other picks that are also kind of forced into late game. Maybe pick something a bit more aggressive up front to kind of balance things out for the side of NightHorde. Now, BloodHounds, they get the Angela, they get the Minotaur. Very similar to last game. We have some support, sustain, and an aggressive roamer.
Ooh, Navaria picked up for the side of NightHorde. We'll be able to have a little bit more of that ranged damage and some crowd control to work in their favor. They are going to pick up this Yuzong, though, which is interesting. So this means that we're going to see a Masha possibly in that roam position now, as Yuzong will be in the XP lane. Now, mind you, they are going up against not only CC, crowd control over there from the Minotaur, they're also fighting sustainability from that Angela, who can kind of proc into anybody with that heart guard and keep them alive. But, running the Angela and the Minotaur side by side is going to be interesting, which means they're going to be lacking a little bit in terms of the damage that the mid laner can provide.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Angela can, do a little something, has some poke there, but yeah, no crazy burst. Nothing like a Novaria that we're seeing from the side of NightHorde. But they got to make up for that now, right? So we need an aggressive EXP laner from the side of BloodHounds, and you need maybe an aggressive jungler. Maybe something like that can pair up very well. They go for Templus. On the Charizla, nothing too crazy, not heart guardable just yet. We're still, maybe they pick up a Roger for BloodHounds. It just kind of sucks that their gold laner and their jungler are forced in a second phase now, right? So NightHorde can kind of predict, all right, what do we really not want to face against that if it's going to have a heart guard on it? Yeah, and I mean, we are going to be seeing this Charizla pick up again. Last time we saw the Charizla go up against the Masha, and honestly, Templus did a really good job. I mean, he was 6-1-2, had a really good game. Even though they lost the match overall in the XP lane, the man was dominating. Now, for the second game, though, he isn't going to be going up against that Masha. This Masha will be the roamer, which means you're going to be looking at Masha being very aggressive, harassing whatever jungler that BloodHounds decides to pick up. Now, the Minotaur should be okay to be able to help provide a little bit of health, provide a little bit of damage in CC, stacked up with that Angela to be able to keep that jungler alive. So, may not be the easiest team to kind of invade on, especially with this Masha pickup, but still could be a possible problem if left unchecked. The Yuzong, though, up against the Charizla, this will be one to see, right? Both of them are great on initiating. Yuzong can use the Black Dragon. He can hover around, drop down on anybody for a setup. Same thing with the Charizla with that penalty zone to be able to get those group initiations. I'm wondering what is BloodHound's pick here? Carry open, Roger open. Roger could definitely be something we see paired up for BloodHounds. The only problem is Harith also still open. And then jungler, I'm wondering if they go for something, maybe on the assassin line here. They have the Angela, right? They have something that you want to pair up. Joy open, Nolan open, so many different options if that's the route they want to go. It is definitely risky though. But NightHorde with the Masha already kind of paired themselves up into a, little bit more late game there. Definitely opportunity for BloodHounds to pull something off here.
Yeah, and there goes the jungler picked up. NightHorde is going to go in for a little bit more damage then sustainability. They're going to go in for that Nolan. Now, this should be okay. He is going to have to watch out if they can proc that Heart Guard to be able to keep them alive through that burst damage. But the Nolan, nonetheless, a really strong pick. Now, you did mention the marksman's kind of being slotted in the second half of this draft. Looks like BloodHounds is going to go in for this Harris. I think this is a wise decision. It counters a lot of the marksmen available on the table. I mean, you mentioned the carry. You have something like a Roger. Both of them would have a really hard time up against that Harris. And this composition in general, with a lot of that crowd control. So we'll have to see what they pick in. Nonetheless, though, some great late game damage already from Sayori. Some great initiation, not only from Momo and Oh My Foe, but looks like it is going to still be the carry. They're going to go into the counter pick from that Harris. Not too worried about it. And it's not the worst decision. I mean, technically, it should be able to chunk into the frontline composition from that Terizla stacked up with that Minotaur.
And they need some late game insurance as well. Having this Nolan, you know, having the Yuzong, they do have some other late game picks, but still, I think NightHorde kind of knows where they're at in this. BloodHounds, though, with their jungle, do they, you know, after the Nolan getting picked up, all right, maybe we don't go damage jungle. Maybe we just go for like something like the Basha here. Basha works well with the Angela, works well with the rotations of everything else, but you're really kind of lacking damage if you go for that. So it's they're in a weird position, honestly, on the side of BloodHounds. They're kind of forced, and there it is. I mean, listen, I asked for damage. Leomord, we've seen it work with some teams. We've also seen it completely just not work at all. So high risk, high reward. Match point for NightHorde. Put it all on the line with the Leomord pick. If there's any way you're gonna run it with the Angela, right? Heart Guard, Leomord. The possibilities are there. Can they make it work though, Wheezy?
It's gonna be interesting. It's this is the second time we've seen Leomord so far. The first time was from LEGACi up against Gaming Gladiators, and LEGACi did not pull off that victory. Yeah, it was a 12-minute, 58-second match. So this will be the second time around. I mean, if they win this, then it's a 50% win rate. So I guess we'll probably see a little bit more of these being picked up. But it's interesting nonetheless. Speaking of interesting, though, we are now jumping into game number 2. NightHorde up against the BloodHounds. Game number 1 was spicy. Down to the late game, and NightHorde able to push through, forcing BloodHounds at match point. Now on to game number 2. Another chance to be able to stand their ground. Can the BloodHounds take this to a game number 3, or will NightHorde knock them out of the NACT?
Hold on. Zero in the jungle, baby. On the Nolan. A little bit of a switch up. Now, Zero's known as a jungler, man. He's known as a high mechanical player. You normally don't see him in the EXP lane when you're watching him on stream or anything. But right here, right now, they're going to slot Zero into the jungle, which I like it. It's spicy. It's tactical. It's crazy. It's NACT playoffs, baby.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a treat to watch Zero doing something he's more comfortable running, showcasing his flexibility on the team for the NightHorde. We'll see how it kind of affects their synergy. I mean, they are up 1 game, and switching things up may be able to work even more in their favor, or it could be risky and something that the BloodHounds can kind of lean into. But speaking of leaning into things, 2v1 on the bot side, make that 3v1, 3v2 now. Sleeps very low. Zero already off to a good start. First Blood takes down Sleeps.
First Blood into the pocket of a jungler that you want First Bloods in. First Blood into the pocket of a Nolan who you want to steamroll on. BloodHounds now need to answer back, because you know who else they need to steamroll? They need to get that Leomord online. They need to make sure he doesn't die early on. They need to make sure that he's picking up kills. So it's 2 very aggressive junglers looking for the same thing.
Ooh, Phantom Steed going out. Easy peasy. Finding Sayori. We haven't seen it in a while, but it doesn't mean it does not work. And you are going to see a response back, 1 for 1 on the scoreboard.
There it is. What did I just say? Both junglers need to find kills, need to start racking up the gold in the early game, and that's what we're seeing. Easy peasy with a kill on the board. Zero with a kill on the board. Oh my foe, Mike gets stunned up, but responds quickly.
Double knockup with the Furious Dive Shot. Essence of Residue being activated, forcing out the flicker from Bocarasco. Templess there, ready to take the fight if NightHorde decides to overextend. The Astral Meteor going down, connecting to Bocarasco. But look at the turtle. NightHorde ready to take this easy peasy and stoner, going in for the contest. Zero will be able to claim it for the NightHorde with the Retribution. Black Dragon out as well, just in case BloodHounds wants to take the fight.
All right, well played, well played. NightHorde with about a 700 gold lead. Nothing too major. They get the first turtle. Rotations all around. Something we do have to look at. Sleeps versus R. Level up right now. Sleeps already taking a death. Gold lane is going to be a deciding pick as we creep into late, mid and late game. We saw R be such a game changer as things went forward in game number 1. Bocarasco goes down. Sayori able to pick up the kill. I can already tell at some point this game is going to hit a bubbling point. We have two very aggressive junglers, and at some point, someone has to fall off, right? One of the teams is going to get that big wipeout moment.
Ooh, Phantom Steed going down. Combo with the Heart Guard provided by Bocarasco. Trying to go in for a possible proxy on the lane. Not able to do it in time, though. It looks like they may be able to get it nonetheless, but not able to find the opportunity they were looking for. Top side, though, 2v1. Templess able to sustain himself. Good try from the NightHorde. Still leading by 1 kill.
And both teams just nonstop looking for ganks in the off lanes, man. One thing that's nice here is both teams looking for their own plays. They're not really responding. It's like, all right, we're going gold, you're going EXP. We're going EXP, you're going gold. Turtle now, though, going to be up in 30 seconds, which means both teams got to come together at some point. Both teams got to meet each other here, and this could be that bubbling point I was talking about. This could be the fight that maybe turns into more than just a one hero down type of play.
Yeah, you are going to see Easy Peasy pick up that Hunter Strike, give him a little bit more of that mobility, a little bit of that physical pin as well to be able to take that fight at any given moment, especially with that Phantom Steed, right? He already has a lot of mobility. But speaking of mobility, there's a match that we see time and time again in the Land of Dawn. Typically, the Harith kind of profits a little bit more, but are willing to take that fight. Momoe look for a possible Thunderclap. You see the Heart Guard hovering over Sleeps, ready to kind of take that fight just in case they want to go in for the dive.
It does get canceled out. Should still be able to have it ready for this turtle coming up. And this time, Easy Peasy going to get the lead on the turtle. Let's take a look at some of the items. It does look like R holding about a 600 gold lead over Sleeps right now. Going to be huge. Taking a look at Roam's. Things both very similar.
Ooh, you're going to see the Phantom Steed go down. Turtle very low. Heart Guard being activated on the Easy Peasy. Zero again. With the Retribution claiming the second turtle for the NightHorde. Momoe finds Stoner. Easy Peasy on the chase. Momoe trying to get out of there. He was able to get a kill, but bursted down himself. Easy Peasy getting the kill. Oh, my foe very low. Needs to get out of there. Furious Dive, Enhanced Soul Grip. Can he sustain himself? No, he can't. A double kill into the hands of Easy Peasy. Sleeps. Finds one as well. Shuts down R on the 1v1 matchup in the gold lane.
All right, BloodHounds back in the game here. They get a kill up top. They lose a turtle, but they find a kill on the boss side as well. Sleeps now coming out on top of R, finally going to kind of even things out here. Bocarasco with the Heart Guard has also been detrimental to every play they want to make, but look at Zero up against Easy Peasy here.
Yeah, on the invasion for the orange buff. Needs to get out of there, though. Phantom Steed activated. Zero trying to maneuver through the jungle. Heart Guard activated, keeping him alive. Zero very low, maybe bursted down. Bocarasco will take him. But Speedy Light Wheels from R. Trying to get a response back. Finds Easy Peasy. Maybe able to get Bocarasco as well. Stoner on his tail, though. Does find him. Gets the double. Boca falls. Stoner finds R to respond. 2 for 3 trade. Overall, BloodHounds winning in terms of numbers and up on the scoreboard.
I'm trying to do the math. I'm trying to do the calculations. I'm trying to figure out if that was a good trade for R. Personally, I kind of think it was. It just sucks that they already lost Zero. But R does put some pressure on the board. Dying out in the end of it, though, ends up putting Sleeps, the gold laner of BloodHounds, in an even bigger lead here. And that is where it's hard to say if it was worth it, right? Should he have just let Zero go down and not pushed in? Easy Peasy does finally take a death to the face, which is big, but still, I don't think it's going to be nothing too horrible for Easy Peasy on this Leomord, which is, I mind you, starting to scale, man. 3, 1, and 2. You pair that up with the Heart Guard. He can chase down and catch just about anyone he wants at this point. Third turtle on the field. We're 7 minutes in. NightHorde still somehow holding a pretty decent gold lead here. BloodHounds need to try to turn things around.
Yeah, Easy Peasy being a real threat over there with this Leomord that they have to watch out for, especially stacked up with Bocarasco on that Heart Guard. You are going to see the Heart Guard activated, though. The Petrify. Quadruple knock-up play from Oh My Foe. Zero. Gets the next turtle. Gets a kill. R finds Sleeps. That is going to be Stoner falling. Zero did take him down as well. That is going to mean NightHorde wins that trade. They get 2 kills, they get the turtle, and BloodHounds having to fall back.
Man, he may have been in the XP lane for a little bit, but this man's retry finger has not gotten rusty. Zero sitting at 3-0 right now on neutral objectives. Really, I mean, honestly, he feels like the one that has kept this team with the gold lead, man. Yeah, he may have made a bad move earlier trying to invade, taking a death, but still Zero has been on fire when it comes to getting the objectives. He's been on fire, moving around the map, and just overall keeping pace of the team.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him on this Nolan perform time and time again as well. So definitely something that he kind of thrives in when it comes to comfortability. Overall, some great execution from the NightHorde to be able to stay in this game. But that knockup from Oh My Foe, that quadruple knockup with the Furious Dive really opened up that pocket for Zero to be able to use that retribution. And then Oh My Foe hovering around again, using the Black Dragon right after it to keep BloodHounds on their toes, forcing them out of the turtle pit.
Yeah, so at this point, BloodHounds, what do, right? They're starting to lose that moment of security from the Leo Mord. They're starting to lose, you know, some of the opportunities with the composition that they brought. They do still have some late game answers, but so does NightHorde. And I would say the NightHorde has a lot more late game boxes to check here, man. They have that Masha, which we know can be dangerous. It's going to take a little bit longer for it to get online. Just got in the blade of Heptases. Working next, looks like it's going to be moving into Blade of Despair, just full damage destruction, but that is going to be a while away. It's a very expensive item. It's going to be at least another, 1,000 gold or so until he's able to lock that in.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and stack up those Legion swords, though. Gonna have a lot of damage to watch out for. But so far, NightHorde in a position that they're more comfortable in, right? Leading the way of this match. Different than what we've seen in game number 1, where BloodHounds was steamrolling them for 17 minutes straight. But this time around, NightHorde keeping them on their toes and making this more of a little bit of an even matchup. But I would still say holding on to that mid turret is giving them a lot of ground control for the NightHorde. BloodHounds, they can't overextend as much as the NightHorde can currently, and that's going to give them a little bit of a harder time, especially on these Lord plays and matching the rotations from the NightHorde. Momoe doing a good job on that top side, trying to go ahead and form that split push. You are going to see Tempest trying to join these team fights for these neutral objectives, which may allow Momoe to get the trade-off on the turrets.
So, I mean, with this, NightHorde, I still think when it comes to some of these, to these Lords, Wheezy, Zero's going to have to kind of come at angles. He can't just kind of sit in the pit. And that's where, that's why some of these more jungly, aggressive assassin junglers do have troubles in some of these big objectives. And watch for Zero. He's just going to kind of hang out on the backside and wait for the time to jump in.
And this may be the time. Black Dragon hovering around. Big knock. And Momoe is going to claim the tier 2 turret for the mid lane. Flicker in. Easy peasy. Finds R. Having a great performance so far. Sleeps will take down On My Foe. Zero go ahead and claim the Lord for the NightHorde. And now maybe able to get a kill. Sleeps will fall. Momoe with the thunderclap, but easy peasy with the response. We'll be able to shut them down. And it's going to be a 1-for-3 trade, but the NightHorde able to take that Lord away from the BloodHounds.
Yeah, I mean, and that's with that, NightHorde, yes, I mean, they lose 3 members, but BloodHounds doesn't get anything from this. They need to, I mean, I feel like they should have tried to shove down that mid, take a lane there. Instead, all they do is defend. NightHorde going to have everybody back up on the field before they get this push, and maybe NightHorde's going to be able to pull something off here.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to go in for the contest of this Lord in the mid lane, not going to allow it to push up. You're going to see that Astral Echo connect, slowing down easy peasy, slowing down Tempest, but Zero far behind enemy lines. Looks like he's going in for a little bit of that jungle, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Looks like the Lord will not be used to the NightHorde's advantage, though. BloodHounds able to make quick work of it, but they are now stripped down to their inhibitor turrets.
And they do get to the, NightHorde gets that tower on the boss side. Oh My Foe able to pick it up. NightHorde still holding a 5,000 gold lead. In the end, NightHorde wins out on that trade. Man, they lose a few members, but they gain some space. They gain a bit more gold, and they stop BloodHounds from pushing out at all. Taking a look at some of these items, are holding a strong lead over Sleeps right now. Got the Crows, got the, the holy trinity in of items. Now, gets the anti-heal as well. And I think next he can go for something defensive if he wants to. He could pick up Thunderbell. He can maybe go for Immortality. He can just juggle this last item any way he wants to. Sleep's going to need a little bit more time to really come online.
Yeah, and that could be something that the NightHorde can try and close in on, right? I mean, right now, BloodHounds is on the back end with their inhibitors only holding them back from that base crystal being burst down from the NightHorde. They have to play a little bit safer. I mean, NightHorde, if they win this match, BloodHounds is knocked out of the NACT Spring Season. They have a lot to lose right here. There's more insurance for the NightHorde to be risky. They know, hey, not only do we have these turrets behind us to be able to run back to, and force the BloodHounds to have to go through, but we also have another match just in case things do go south. But this is different than game number 1, Trex. We saw BloodHounds dominate the entire first 17 minutes, but then couldn't close it out. This time, it's looking more like a one-sided story for the NightHorde, but can they do what the BloodHounds couldn't?
Yeah, because here's the thing. NightHorde knows how to play the patient game, right? NightHorde knows how to, play for late game, even if they don't have the early game. And this time, NightHorde have the early game, right? They've been winning this game through and through. Even when BloodHounds has felt like they, win a small skirmish, maybe are on top in kills, NightHorde has always been on top of objectives. They've always been on top of gold. They've still been in control. BloodHounds has only taken 1 tower. To put this into, when you look at the whole map as a whole, BloodHounds has taken 1 tower on the field. Yes, they've got a few more kills, but they've really been behind. NightHorde has been control, has been in the driver's seat this whole game. And BloodHounds, I don't know if they're going to be able to come back in the late game. I don't know if they really have that many answers when we creep into the late game here. Now, Lord down to about 50%, and look at the side push from Momoy.
Yeah, big push, trying to go in, trying to keep them on their toes. Oh, my foe takes down Sleep's hard guard, activated on the easy peasy, though. Trying to get a response, trying to find a kill to even out these odds. You are going to look at NightHorde still in control of the Lord Pit, and the disengage from the BloodHounds will allow them to take this opportunity. Another major objective in their favor to be able to possibly push through their base now, right? I mean, with this Lord, I mean, you've already seen that the inhibitor on the bot side got taken down by Momoy on this Masha pickup.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like BloodHounds, I feel like they just kind of have to go for something here. There's not really, you don't really have like a big late game answer. You don't have some huge security here. You got to look for a big play and look for like the team wipe, man. You got to look for that big penalty zone paired up with, your steed and everything, your heart guard, and just get aggressive and see if you can pull something off here. Because at this point, they're just writing, they're writing their names on their gravestones right now. NightHorde feeling confident coming into late game.
Yeah, speaking of confidence, though, Lord makes his way into the base, quickly bursted down from the side of BloodHounds. Black Dragon from Oh My Foe may look for that window of opportunity to drop down. Big penalty zone for the knockup. Or a little bit of an overextension. Penalized. You are going to go ahead and see him bursted down. Zero will fall as well. The Petrify, the knockup from the Furious Dive. Oh My Foe! 3v1, Momoy and Sayori with the sandwich play. Momoy will get the double, takes down Bokarosco alongside Sleeps, Templess. On the chase, trying to find Momoy. Astral Meteor goes down. Look at Easy Peasy. Gonna go ahead and use that Phantom Steed to his advantage, clear out those minions, and push back the NightHorde.
Momoy just clapping. He's clapping them boys back there. He comes in from behind and just claps. I mean, just a monster. Takes out Bokarosco, takes out Sleeps, and 1 tap on each one. And that's where the Masha is feared. That's why the Masha's been getting first picked. That's why the Masha's been getting banned, because you get to about 16 minutes and the Masha's online. Even, I mean, look at the damage even doing on the Stoner, who's the tank of BloodHounds. I feel like BloodHounds had a moment there where they should have, I don't know, man, if they didn't have all their inhibitors pushed in, if Easy Peasy didn't have to stay in the base, that could have been their time to just, let's put it all on the line right here.
Yeah, you're talking about, the clap. He was getting that thunder clap on him, doing some massive damage. You are going to go ahead and see a little bit of that replay where NightHorde trying to seize the opportunity, but a counter response trying to hold him off, or with the overextension, costing him his life. Speaking of overextending, Easy Peasy, finding Momoy. Phantom Steed goes down. Zalman Force will drop Black Dragon from Oh My Foe to allow him to escape back to safety, kind of rethink his decision on that engagement. Now, This is getting to that late game, Trex. Getting to that 18-minute mark. This is where these turrets don't matter. This is where the NightHorde has to be able to close this out, or they're going to find themselves in the same situation that the BloodHounds was in game number 1.
Yes, kind of. I think BloodHounds have been getting some of these kills because they've been playing well. Waiting in bushes, NightHorde kind of walking into them. I still think if it comes down to a straight up 5v5, NightHorde has the advantage in the late game. BloodHounds, if they win this, they win it because of strategy. They win it because of, just getting the outplay here. NightHorde going for more of the macro, but Zero, can he get the steal? No, easy peasy, able to take it.
Ooh, able to take it. Stoner, though, very low. Not going to be able to get him with that fracture last second. Winter Truncheon being picked up by Boca Roscoe. Look for a high IQ play. You did see on the top side, though, my foe was the one who kind of split push. Decided not to go in with the NightHorde for that Lord play. Now, I don't know if that was the right decision. I mean, right there, BloodHounds is the one to kind of win that engagement. Maybe if they had my foe down there, it would have been a different story. But BloodHounds able to find their footing for a possible advantage. They are still down, though, in terms of the economy. I mean, they're down not only by gold, but by turrets. A lot of insurance for the side of NightHorde. But the later this game goes, the more irrelevant that becomes. Is now at that 18-minute mark. I'm sure we're already past that 50K threshold, right? So this is late game for both sides. Everybody getting to that full build. Momoe need to get out of there. Puts on the Lamborghinis. Trying to sprint away. Oh! He's going to go with the Thunderclap. So takes down Sleeps, but easy peasy the response back. Zero will find Templess. 2-for-1 trade in the NightHorde's favor. Going in for a possible game ender. Minions in the mid lane. Inhibitor will be bursted down. R will be the one to take it. Heartguard activated on the easy peasy. Stoner will fall. Big knockup from the Minoan Fury from Stoner, though. Heartguard on the easy peasy as the last stance of defense. My foe with the Black Dragon going back to safety. Minions have been cleared out, and BloodHounds able to push out the NightHorde from their base.
Bro, even if you want to gank the Masha, even if you want to send 4 people over to kill the Masha, you still have to sacrifice 1 just to get the kill. Because no matter what, Masha's taking somebody. The damage on Masha is ridiculous right now. We got the BOD in. We got the Malefic Roar in now. We have anti-heal just to spice things up a little bit. Let's take a look at this replay real quick, and I'm wondering exactly what they're going to give us. It's this final push, or the last push that we saw, are able to just unload. Zero also able to get the fracture off, able to do a nice amount of damage, but BloodHounds hang on once again. And you said it, man. You've been calling it. Now we're at 20 minutes. Are we going to see BloodHounds do what NightHorde did last game?
Yeah, and that's the million-dollar question right now. Can they take this game, or will they be knocked out? I mean, this is literally their backs against the wall, but they have the advantage. I mean, I wouldn't say necessarily it's probably like a 50-50 right now. I think if they can kind of play it safe, wait for NightHorde to engage again, they could possibly find a mistake and capitalize on it. And this is where it boils down to the micro and the macro from both sides. But you did mention Momoe on this Masha. A lot of puns can come out of that, but you are going to have to watch out for that thunderclap. He's definitely going to be eyes on the prize, focusing on the back line.
Momoe's getting behind him, and he's clapping, man. He's clapping. BloodHounds has also been clapping a bit, but Momoe's been the real clapper here. Y'all know what I'm saying. Momoe just all up in there. BloodHounds unable to do anything about it. But I think this is their time. They got to stand up for themselves. They got to show that we will take no more. We will not let you continue this siege on our backside.
Yeah, the question is who's going to catch the clap from Momoe as he rushes in. You have to watch out, not only for his sustainability, but for his massive damage up. And I mean, he has that Blade of Heptases, which is even more of a threat on that initial engagement. Boca Roscoe playing utility, though, is going to pick up that Ice Queen wand. We'll be able to provide a lot of slow. They're playing for the sustainability route now. I mean, you see the Thunderbelt picked up from Sleeps right there as well, ready to take this fight and try and out-sustain the NightHorde on these engagements.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the items, everyone is maxed out except for both roamers. Momoe waiting on one more item. Stoner waiting on one more item, but the Lord is getting chunked down quick, Wheezy. Down about 50%. The dance continues.
Yeah, Zero, though, in a good position for the Retribution. Easy peasy, trying to find that opportunity. My foe trying to keep him at bay from entering the Lord. But look at him hovering around him on the Black Dragon. Great defense from My foe to buy them a little bit of time, but is it enough? Templess and Stoner trying to help. There goes the Petrify. There goes a Soul Grip.
Looking
Hard
for
guard
it.
activated. Easy peasy trying to go in. R finds him. Zero gets the Lord, the NightHorde. Winning the trade. R finds Templess. Wait a second. Is this it, Trex? Is this what the NightHorde needed to be able to close out this game?
50-second counters on Templess and Easy Peasy. Lord down. I mean, he reaches in, man. He tries to go in, but R pops a speedy light wheel and makes him disappear. BloodHounds now on their possibly final defense of NACT.
Right, trying to hold off the NightHorde from closing them out with a sweep, but can they do it? Big knockup on the Stoner. Jorgensen Sleeps trying to sustain himself. Winter Truncheon! Momoy finds Stoner, their hard guard activated onto Sleeps, but he's burst down the base. Crystal will fall, and the NightHorde knocks out BloodHounds from the NACT Spring Season and moves up to the lower bracket.
NightHorde with a quick switch up, a quick change up, putting 0 on the jungle on this Nolan, playing wonderfully. It's going to be one of the things that moves them forward in this lower bracket. BloodHounds sent home today along with LEGACi. Now NightHorde, I mean, feeling good about it, man. And very cleanly in both games. Game 1 with a wonderful comeback, playing with a deficit throughout most of the game. And then Game 2 in a steamroll fashion, showing that there are many faces to the NightHorde tonight.
The clapback.
The clapback, baby.
The clapback is real. NightHorde able to showcase to the world that they're ready to kind of climb up there and get closer to that top 4 position for the NACT Spring Season. BloodHounds, it's been an amazing journey for them. They had a little bit of a rough start in the regular season, but I feel like even though they lost this series with a 2-0 sweep, they put on some great matches, right? You just were able to see the NightHorde do a little bit better than them overall to get that finish, but it was a 22-minute game. When you see games go that long, that means that both sides were most of the time doing things right. I guess game number 1, I guess can't say that because the NightHorde was losing everything, just a beatdown for 17 minutes, but then they turned it around. But nonetheless, I really enjoyed that series. BloodHounds, like you said, a more familiar team. Definitely looking forward to seeing them compete in future NACTs, but there can only be one winner in NightHorde. Man, the clapback, it's there.
Definitely there. Is it going to continue through the lower bracket? That's the question. Can they keep on clapping back? Can they show that, you know, taking a loss on day 1 of playoffs isn't the end for them? That maybe they are a threat to the next team on the brackets. We're going to see them play again tonight, right? Now they're grooved up. They're ready to go. They've taken a win. Sayori with the carry once again, 135,000 damage. It never even feels like it, man. Sayori is the silent killer, man. Literally just consistently outputting an insane amount of damage, but, you know, not always the spotlight player.
Not always on the spotlight, but when Sayori needs to be relied on, she definitely shows up to the occasion. And overall, some great performances from the mid lane for the side of the NightHorde. Head-to-head, though, 0. Switching positions last second from the XP into the jungle. Able to overall do well. This is him against Templess, though, which is funny. XP to XP, even though he's running in that jungle position. But you are going to see him with the kill participation doing slightly better. Overall, more damage. And the KDA able to prevail and do better in that category as well. Damage dealt, though. Again, look at it. Look at Sayori. 135k. Well over everybody else on the palette.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't, and that's what I mean when I say Sayori is like the silent killer, you know, because some of her picks, you know, something like this, something like the Novaria, when there's so much going on, when Zero and Momoy are making so much action happen, you don't see the output that Sayori is doing and, you know, how detrimental Sayori's gameplay is to the team. I feel like sometimes Sayori is overshadowed, you know, by the flashy players like R, by the flashy clappers like Momoy, by Zero switching position, but Sayori is really, you know, feels like the saving grace of this team sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, just a very strong pickup for the side of the NightHorde, and I'm excited to see where this goes for them. I mean, like you said, they still have another match today, and it's the lower bracket. Everything's on the line, and I mean, they got to go again, and this time against a team of a higher caliber. I mean, we're going to be seeing them go up against Area 77. This will definitely be a little bit of a harder one, considering Area 77 is done slightly better than the BloodHounds in the regular season. Now, this is going to be a treat to watch. I would say the NightHorde needs to continue what they're doing. Game 1 was a little shaky, but they were able to find that composure in game number 2, and they were able to push it off with a clean sweep.
All right, and I think our favorite host is back, Mr. Zeke. How's it going, man? How'd you like the games?
Those were awesome games, dude. Both of them absolutely sitting on the edge of my seat. BloodHounds came in really strong that first game. We all saw it. They were controlling, and then NightHorde managed to take back, you know, and secure that first game. But we saw a little bit of a different game played in that second one, where we saw NightHorde controlling a little bit more. And, you know, you guys just got done saying it. Were we going to see the BloodHounds do that exact same thing the NightHorde did the first game? The answer was, in fact, no. But the fact that they had us guessing, I think, speaks for itself.
Yeah, I mean, the match definitely kept us on our toes. It was an enjoyable one. I like to see those matches that go past that 17-minute mark. And we had a 17-minute game, and then we also had like a game over 22 minutes. So it was definitely a good series to watch. But we're just getting started. I mean, we're only halfway through today's series.
I mean, and does I think NightHorde plays again next game? Or does it swap over to the other one? Either way, we're seeing both teams that we do. We're seeing Fiends and NightHordes continue on their lower bracket runs, and they're oiled up. They're ready to go, man. They're greased down from head to toe. They're ready to wrestle, you know? They're ready to bring in the smoke. Area 77, DA, they still gotta get it together. DA, Area 77 coming in these series from losses. Fiends and NightHorde, they're coming in these series from wins. So, you know, the momentum's already there. We might have to change up some votes here.
I thought I was the weird one, but you know what? What's not weird is who the MVP is. Steph, who do you think it's going to be?
Sayori, hands down. It's got to be Sayori. Ooh. That would be my guess. Just overall with the domination. And there it goes. 1-1-11. Like I said, a wizard in the making. Overall, at the right place, at the right time. The difference maker when it came to these plays to be able to turn it around and work inside of the NightHorde's favor, especially for game number 1. But I do want to give credit over there to Oh My Foe, as he was really good on initiating, right? He was a time when he jumped in with that Yuzong. He got the setup and he allowed for a lot of these neutral objective plays. And I don't want to kind of overshadow that because he wasn't really the roamer. He was the XP lane, creating that opportunity. He was keeping easy peasy at bay, even stacked up with Bokarosco with the Heart Guard to allow Zero to take a lot of those neutral objectives, which was overall stampeding them through to be able to get those finishes.
Most definitely. Very well played by Sayori. Very well played by, I think, all of the NightHorde really showed up tonight. We were a little worried about them after last week, and you know, I think there's still some issues. We still haven't solved the Zero EXP problem, because even in game 1, he was kind of the weakest link. So maybe the answer is, let's just put Zero in the jungle, man. Just put Zero in the jungle. That could be the answer here.
I'll tell you what, it was very cool to see Zero in the jungle, and you know, I didn't have a whole lot of expectations going into it because it was a little bit different, but he definitely did perform. And it is one of those things I know that I've said in previous matches on previous days in the tournament. Just because somebody is the second pick or, you know, the backup to something does not mean that they are the second best. So with that being said, I think I've got a brain to pick.
Oh, hi.
Hello, hello. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Be careful now. I asked some of the hardest questions. And the first one, why do you do so much damage? It seems like every game you go into, you're just one shot, two shot. Why do you do that?
I'm not really sure. I guess I'm playing mage and like you have to poke and do damage, so I guess that's where my damage came from. Yeah.
Well, I just want to say you do such a fantastic job. I know you definitely set a great example for most of these mage players in North America up to this point, but I got some harder questions for you. So you guys had a huge first game. BloodHounds started off in control, but you guys made a fantastic comeback. How did you guys manage your priorities and effectively take back control?
I think we were just telling ourselves that we have a late game comp because we have Masha and Lilia, and even though we're losing early, because their comp has like a lot of util and a lot of early game, we knew that like we were able to come back late game, so we kind of just waited it off, kept clearing lanes, and just didn't try to engage until they engaged at our base, and that's when we kind of like took the whole game and won. Yeah.
That's very well spoken. A little bit easier of a question. Do you think the BloodHounds performed better than you guys had initially anticipated?
I guess yes, because of like the roster swaps, and since we had a roster swap too, it was also like we're not sure how good their new roster was compared to our new roster too. So we came in with an open mind, but we were also like we were thinking like, oh, we can win, you know, like motivation. Yeah.
So you guys looked a lot stronger in that second match. What does this next match for you guys, or this next series for you guys, look like coming into it?
A77.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about it coming into it?
Honestly, we're a little bit nervous since during regular season we did lose to them, but hopefully we'll take a game from them, you know, not get too owed. But yeah, they're pretty strong.
Is there anything you want to say to them real quick?
No, not really.
So a little bit more easy questions for you. More geared towards you specifically, as you know, somebody who's being considered one of the best mage players in North America at the moment. We have seen you playing a lot of different mages, but who is your favorite?
I think my favorite has to be Nana, because no one plays her, and I'm the only one who plays her, and she's really fun. Yeah.
I mean, I'm a Nana myself. I mean, I get on that Nana and just throw Melina out there and just pray about it. So, last question for you, because I know that you guys are on a time crunch. What are the chances we get another tutorial from you soon?
When they ask me for one, I guess. I'm not the one asking for it. They ask me for tutorials. Yeah, so hopefully
Moonton, this is your signal. This is your signal, guys. She's ready. She's ready. We want the Nana, we want the Navaria, we want all of the tips and tricks from the legendary Sayori. So with that being said, I'm not going to hold you up. I know you guys want to get ready for your next game, so thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you too for the interview.
Bye. Very cool, very cool. Sayori absolutely showed up that game and absolutely put in the work. You know, some might even say carrying NightHorde through that second match with that damage from the Navaria. Steph, how did you feel about it?
Honestly, I mean, gotta give credit where it's due. She showed up, she performed, she did what she was supposed to. No complaints on my side. Look forward to seeing their match against Area 77. I do think it'll be a little bit of a harder match, but I think they're ready to rise to the occasion. And it's going to be our next series. So, I mean, there is no break for them. So, like you said, on that time crunch, and we have to see how it plays out for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's nice to see her. It's nice to see a player that can actually, you know, talk, interview, you know, willing to actually speak and not just give yes or no answers to everything. Sayori's kind of taken NACT by storm a little bit. You know, another wonderful mage player in the mid lane, another player who's actually been able to compete with some of the best. And I think we see a lot of great things from Sayori in the future of NACT.
That was something that actually took me by surprise. I knew that she was well articulated, but she was so in depth with some of the answers that it even caught me off guard. I felt like some of the stuff was, they were tricky questions. You know, talking about how did you guys effectively take control back over that first game? And she said it so well. They recognized that they had to wait it off. They had a better late game composition, and they did exactly that. It is sometimes easier to say something than it is to do something, but in terms of NightHorde, for that match in specific, it was textbook. It was a textbook comeback.
Dang, I think her being articulate's rubbing off on you, Zeke. That was well put together.
Best put together sentence you've ever put together.
I think at this point, it's probably better that I send us to break before anybody thinks I have a few more brain cells than I actually have. So with that being said, bye-bye.
go over to Tarzan Cutie with 3 kills.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of engagement happening.
Yeah, Pro Destroy is going to be able to shut down ISO. First kill on the board for Fiends. Last Sanity going out as well. May be able to find an answer, but no. Marquita with the response back. Full dive in with the last Insanity IMU. Tarzan will get 1, gets 2. Takes down your Cutie and Pro Destroy. Kohari will fall, making that a triple. He wants the Maniac, though. Rhinar will fall. Tarzan Cutie will get it. Speaking of matchups, though, aggression inside of the jungle. 4 members of LEGACi trying to chase down 1 member. Jolie is going to find Zia, though. Shark trying to rotate around, trying to get out of there with the chip. It is 1-for-1 on the board, though.
This is the slowest car chase ever.
Ooh, I don't know if we'll be able to get out, though. Best player wants it.
Yeah, you do see a little bit of aggression there from Kuya Ken coming into the jungle, but he grabs Fanny instead of the buff, and you kind of want the buff so that it resets. Oh, he's looking for it. I think we did get a retribution out of best player, though.
Well, but he got a kill. So I would say that's a fair trade.
The gold lane is still doing quite well. Ours not that far behind. He has quite a high damage. So there's still opportunity there.
Ooh, big I'm offended onto 3 under the tower. But the Minoan's Fury lands onto 3 more. More damage coming out. The Devious Passion able to lock onto 0, but 0 goes down. T takes the shots to the face and does not fall. Yato, Melon picking up a kill. Devious Activity find 3 members without losing a single one.
Now they're just playing kind of like the bully ball. It's 13-1, and they're able to just pick apart NightHorde here.
Ooh, Momoy does get the I'm offended on. Followed up by the bombardment. Yato taking out 3 members off the field for DA. And Kush is out of town along with Melon. Nice wall coming from Momoy. Full barrage connects. The damage, Yato able to help him out, but Bosch might not be able to get away. No, R gets the killing spree. And now Devious Activity looking for the response. A little bit of damage onto Sayori. Kush able to find the kill, but R is just unloading. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Members of DA are falling. Oh, my foe takes the Lord, and Melon's on the run or on the chase.
A lot more 50-50s this time around. You can see the side of NightHorde. They have a lot of damages that is actually available here and are here.
Oh, gets the kill.
Can they get that advantage on the opposite side of map? And 0, even down 0-2, is able to do so.
Ooh, Minoan's Fury plus the Shadow Stampede. And 2 kills go down. Melon gets them both.
They might potentially look to push here.
Yeah, using the Nether Realm just so they can really focus in. Everyone locking onto the base, and that is going to be it. Devious Activity take game number 3 for another sweep, sending NightHorde to the lower bracket.
Maybe the high IQ play needed. Zia! The final hit is Shark able to get out of there.
Alright, let's go, Lord. It's kind of getting a little bit iffy right now.
Can we do it? I need help, I need help.
Oh, wait, if they all come to Lord, Chip, teleport.
Oh
yeah.
my god.
No, I can't. I need enemy to TB.
Yo, Franco ulted. Oh, they can't kill her. Nice. Just do it.
Alright.
You have TB, Shark? Yeah. I'm TB now. Help me, please. You're not gonna fight me.
They might.
Oh, shush! I'm back. I will.
Man, I need a tower lock, General. Well.
Out to Joy. Joy.
Holy
Dead.
I reset, check out someone. I come back.
Tower,
nice.
Right now. Oh my god! That's my shit almost gone.
Kill Franco. Have fun interview, Mr. Carlos.
No, I'm not doing it.
Bro, you haven't done a single interview. You have to do it. You haven't done a single one.
Everybody did it already.
Meron pa mid ngayon. Di?
Ba't din? Mid na lang.
Mid muna. Lord, tap. Motok tap. Pwede pasag tap ah.
Tara.
Trip sa boto, pre, basag, palo. Ulti.
NightHorde versus Area 77. We've been waiting for this, man. We've been waiting for this. NightHorde just coming out of a game looking strong. Area 77, hopefully they've been in their rank matches doing a little warm-up because NightHorde is coming in hot.
Yeah, definitely going to have to watch out for them. They're off of a sweep, which is definitely going to give them a little bit of that momentum boost. Game number 1 was a little shaky, but they found their composure, and then they didn't let their foot off the gas for game number 2. And here they are, back-to-back, warmed up, ready to go. In this next series, Area 77, we haven't got to see them play. Well, we saw them in the upper bracket. They lost to Game of Gladiators for the 3-0 sweep, so they're off on a losing streak right now. So could be something that NightHorde can kind of lean into, but nonetheless, I think it's going to be a very close game. This was really a hard one to even judge which way it was going to go.
Yeah, I'm honestly, before we came into the playoffs, I had a feeling the NightHorde might be able to take this game. And then looking at it now, after seeing NightHorde play, it feels like Area 77. But then we look at that last series, NightHorde also kind of, having some momentum right now. I still honestly feel like it could go both ways, and I think a lot of people are in favor of Area 77. And I think there are plenty of reasons to give that. EXP laning being one of them. EXP lane being one of them. How is the matchups going to go? Because we know Yureshi is a top EXP laner overall. And who are they going to throw against him? But still, NightHorde, we can't count them out. This could definitely be a full series game here.
Absolutely. NightHorde definitely looking a bit more like a wild card this tournament so far. We've seen them perform very well, and then we've seen a couple mistakes here and there that kind of leave us questioning. But I think a really good topic is Zero. Do we think that we might see Zero a little bit more within the jungle, or do you think that they're going to stick to what they originally built?
It's going to be a tricky one. I think it's just going to be depending on how the match goes with him in either position. I mean, he switched not in game number 1, he switched in game number 2, so it kind of just depends on their synergy. I mean, they did seem a little bit stronger, at least for the early game, when Zero was inside of the jungle, so maybe they do lean in on that, especially against a team like Area 77, who's very heavily objective focused, and one of the few teams who hasn't really switched up their roster in the playoffs route compared to other teams. So, like we said, they are a little bit of a higher echelon team to have to go through compared to a team like the other contenders that they have faced. So I would say, yeah, I think putting Zero in the jungle could be an answer, but I mean, he's just as good in the XP lane if needed to swap to that role as well.
I think it's going to be very draft orientated. I do think NightHorde might think twice before running, a more assassin jungle composition and throwing Zero in, because you're up against JQT, right? You're up against a team, you're up against Tarzan, you're up against a team that knows, okay, if you're going to pick up the Nolan, we're going to get aggressive in the early game, right? We're not going to give you time to scale. So that is a risk, right? NightHorde, I'm not saying that Nolan's just counted out nowadays, but you're not going up against BloodHounds this time, and no offense to BloodHounds, but Area 77 is definitely a step above, and NightHorde has to think about that coming into these drafts. I don't think the old Swapperoonie is completely, out of possibility, but NightHorde has to, you have to balance this out a bit.
With some of these matches coming a little bit closer than we were seeing in the regular season, we have seen the standings changing a lot. Trex, could you take a look at the playoff brackets?
Taking a look at the bracket, we've now seen the first round of the loser round finish off. Fiends with the sweep, NightHorde with the sweep, and something to point out in general so far is we thought this was going to be such a close playoffs, and all we've seen is sweeps so far. It's been depressing to me, honestly. It's been sad to me, honestly. There's been some good games, don't get me wrong. There's been some excitement, but I need some nail biters, guys. I need some back and forth play, and hopefully now that we have combed through some of the teams a bit, hopefully finally it's time to see that.
So with that being said, Steph, do you want to take us through the NightHorde roster?
Yeah, as we do take a look at the NightHorde, I mean, we just seen them in the last series. Not much has changed. The only difference that we'll possibly see is Zero maybe rotate into that jungle position if needed. But nonetheless, overall, a very strong team. Fresh off the 2-0 sweep against BloodHounds. But was it a fluke? Is this where they end their journey? Or will we see them take down Area 77 and officially move on to one of the possible top 4 teams in North America?
Area 77, definitely not going to be an easy win, though. Trex, can you take us through theirs?
Yeah, Area 77 have been a force to be reckoned with. ISO in the gold lane, Jay Cutie in the roaming position, Mar Cutie in the mid, Tarzan in the jungle, and Yureshi in the EXP lane now. This is a team that has kind of taken NACT by storm. Area 77 back in action with a new defined roster, a new look, a new logo, a new paint job, you know, and there's been some high hopes. Is this a team that can be contenders? They've had some really good moments where they've beaten some big teams. They've had some rough moments where they've lost to some, you know, mid teams. And I think this is going to be a point where this is make it or break it, right? This is, can we take out NightHorde, move forward, and maybe even take another win or two after that?
So I want to know, for you guys, specifically regarding the rosters of both teams, what do you feel like the win conditions are based off of the people playing tonight?
Well, okay, I'll start with the NightHorde. Definitely focusing on getting Sayori comfortable. I mean, Sayori definitely has been one of the main points on keeping the team in the match. So as long as she profits, majority of the team is going to profit there. The rotations from Oh My Foe in the XP lane, we've seen him kind of dominate, rotate around, get the setups necessary to get those neutral objectives. It can definitely be something they lean on. The flexibility of keeping the opposing team, Area 77, on their toes in terms of drafting can definitely come into favor when you have a player like Zero who can go at a moment's notice from a sub XP to a main jungler. So I think with that, that's something that they can focus on. The early game pressure is something that they're going to have to really lean in on against a team like Area 77, though. It's not going to be the same outcome where you're playing against a team like BloodHounds and they dominate for 17 minutes, but you still pull off that victory. If you give Area 77 17 minutes of domination, they're going to close it out. So I do think the early game focus is really what they're going to have to lean in on.
I think some of the major points that we have to look at coming into this match is, you know, what do they give Yureshi? I don't think we want to see Yureshi on the R lot. You don't want to see Yureshi on any of these very proactive EXP laners. NightHorde already kind of having trouble with identity overall when it comes to that EXP lane, and you're up against, you know, what some could consider to be top 2, top 3 EXP laners in all of NA. And then you have the mid side that we have to worry about. I think gold lane isn't going to be the most game-changing lane when it comes. I think it's going to be mid and EXP. You have Jay Cutie and Mar Cutie. Mar Cutie, Yato said it the other day, he's one of the few mid laners that he really fears, him and Hoon. And then you have Jay, who has showed up in the NA scene and has also kind of made shockwaves. So it's going to be, you know, Sayori up against Mar, Yureshi up against who knows? And it's definitely, that's going to be the major thing the NightHorde has to look if they want to take down Area 77 here.
I think, speaking of shockwaves, it's time to make some ripples in the chat. Who do you guys think is going to win?
Oh man, I'm kind of torn between both teams, but I'm going to go ahead and go with Area 77. And the reason being is just because they're a little bit more stagnant for my liking. But nonetheless, this is a very hard one. Like I said, it can go either way. I don't think this is going to be a clean sweep for either side. It's a possibility, but I don't think it'll kind of play out. I think if any series can go to a game 3 between all the matches today, or all the series today, this would definitely be the one. Now, you're the odd man out, Zeke.
Yeah, Zeke.
Why did you go NightHorde?
I'll go after Trex.
Oh, you know, Area 77. They look good, bro. No, honestly, I think NightHorde has the opportunity to take this. Before playoffs came in, I thought NightHorde would take this game. My predictions so far on my before playoffs predictions have been right so far. This is where the fork happens right here, right? Area 77, though, we'll see, man. I think, like I said, NightHorde has the possibilities, but Area 77, they just look cleaner. I think the Zero, the whole roster change for NightHorde is just too much of a switch up.
So for me personally, I've gotten a lot of guesses wrong so far in this playoff series, but this isn't going to be one of them. NightHorde's looking strong. Dragons are cool. Area 77 playing like they're out of this world, but guess what? The mythic creature that is NightHorde. Every game that we've seen them come in, at least for these last couple of games, they don't always take the W, sure, but they always put up a tough fight. So with that being said, I do think that if Area 77 is making any mistakes, and we have seen a lot, I think that they very well might take it to them.
You know, dragons may get high. You know, they fly and stuff, but you know who's even higher? Aliens, baby. And Area 77 coming down from space, gonna take the dragons out.
Yep, I'm right there with you. I think it's going to be a good match. It's very hard to decide, but I'm going for my prediction. Hopefully we get it right. If not, I mean, I guess we don't really have much to lose, right, Trex? I mean, we'll still be ahead of Zeke.
Still be way ahead of Zeke. Way, like several games. Several games ahead of Zeke.
You'll be one game ahead.
Several games.
I'm trailing in third, but not by a whole lot. And you can say what you want, but NightHorde, again, we saw them play against some better teams. Even we saw them take a win against BTK in the last series of the regular season. So why can't they beat Area 77? Why, if anybody at this point could do it, why would I not think it could be them? I've got faith. I've got hope. And NightHorde, if you let me down, man.
I think if you get this one wrong, it's official that the Zeke curse is on. Like, if you get this one wrong, it's like, not all the time, like, Zeke folks have been right a lot, but when it matters, you don't want Zeke voting for you.
Well, I'll tell you what, the interesting fact is both of these teams have claimed victories over BTK, but Area 77 has claimed a series over BTK. You're talking about NightHorde only winning a single game in a best of 3, so that would lean a little bit more in their favor, but that just shows that they have the caliber to take down the top 2 echelons of teams, which means this is where we're getting higher on that bracket, and this is where those predictions are going to get ripped left and right, not knowing which way it's going to go and harder to gauge, and this is what we love to see. I mean, the end goal for this is just to find out what team will be able to represent North America at its finest, and we'll definitely have some good contenders.
Yeah, I mean, NightHorde also, they have, like Sayori said, they got a singular game off of Area 77 in the past. Fun fact, Sayori played Nana in that game when they beat Area 77. They also had something like a Clint. They played Rafaela. They definitely played for kind of an end-game composition. So I think NightHorde needs to be ready to think outside of the box a bit. They did not play any Assassins up against Area 77 whenever they won, whenever they played before. It was always a bit more utility-based, a bit different. So I think, let's see if they can pull something off here.
On my going away port, Steph, I know you brought up the first game Area 77 took it to BTK. That might be true, but it was the first game in the playoffs. NightHorde coming out top, and I'm ready for them to prove it in the draft. Let's see what happens.
That's right, and away we go into the draft for our third series of the day. Officially done with round 1 of the lower brackets. Moving our way up, teams getting knocked out left and right. I mean, it's make it or break it now, right? Everything on the line. Officially in the lower bracket quarterfinals, NightHorde and Area 77. Me and you both voting for Area 77, but agreed with you right there. It's a fork in the road. You don't know which way it's going to go, and this just shows both these teams have a lot of cards to show today.
I'm not gonna lie, my heart kind of wants NightHorde to maybe pull off a win here, man. Like, just because we've seen so much from NightHorde this season. You know, I said it in the last game when they faced up against BloodHounds. It was NightHorde and BloodHounds are the 2 teams that a lot of us, like, are these, you know, newer rookie teams gonna finally, you know, these newer names to NACT gonna finally be able to, you know, go past their limits, and this is the opportunity to do that. NightHorde, with everything on the line here, has to take down Area 77. I think if they can do that, they really cement themselves, you know, as a staple name in NACT.
Yeah, and that's what it's going to be today. Who can rise up to that occasion, up in that bracket? I believe whoever wins here will be in that 4th place position currently for the NACT. So this will be a good one to kind of watch between both of these amazing competitors. Now, looking at the side of Area 77, they're going to go in for some CC, right? They have the R-Lot stacked up with that Minotaur. Both of them synchronized very well when it comes to these engagements. You have the Minotaur with the Minoan Fury, and then you have the Demon Gauge over there from the R-Lot. You mentioned, it's funny enough you said it, right? allowing Yureshi to run this R-Lock could be a possible problem.
It's dangerous.
And he got it. Checkmate for the side of Area 77, but a response back from the NightHorde.
Listen, Yureshi's R-Lot has been a pick to be feared for a long time. We're talking all the way back to like spring season of last year. The Yureshi R-Lot was something that was a problem when he was playing on Outplay. So it's something you got to watch out for. NightHorde, though, does bring in the Valentina for Sayori, able to kind of, get the IMU with the Final Slash or with the Minoan's Fury. Either one could be huge. Not only that, they bring in some, the Kaja, which I think maybe it's a little early to bring out the Kaja. Kind of questionable. It does slow down Area 77 from maybe picking up something hyper aggressive in the jungle. Kind of changes things up, and especially since Area 77 doesn't have a jungler yet. The Fredrin's gone, the Bosch is gone, the Barat's off the field. We are starting to pigeonhole Tarzan, maybe being forced into picking something like the Nolan, something hyper aggressive that wouldn't play well against Kaja.
Yeah, this is definitely a treat to see. I think it's going to be one of the spiciest series that we've had today. I'm okay with the Kaja. The reason being is because they already have the Valentina, which is a checkmate if they do want to go in for the Group CC for the Minotaur. Ooh. They can definitely profit there, or they can even wait and see what else is picked up. The Final Slash could definitely work out. But we'll have to see how this kind of plays out. The Kaja is great for the carry, though. If you can catch them out of position, get that Divine Judgment, they will be able to take carry down, and that will be delaying the late game presence that the carry will have, especially soaking into that Baratz. But there goes the staple pickup. Haven't got to see it too often today, but the Vexana now in play for Area 77.
Tarzan is running out of picks, man. They just heavy banned into him. Fredrin's gone, Bosch is gone, Guinevere's gone. All he's got left is like Martis, or he's got to go the Noland, right? He's got to go the Noland or Joy, which I think that's NightHorde's plan. It's like, let's force him into one of these two assassin junglers and then try to bully. They already have the Basha, they already have the Kaja, they have a comp that's like what you would normally pick in response to that. So I think there's some possibilities for them here.
The Kai. Still available.
Yeah, Kai's still open.
Whoa! Hold on now. Zero.
The flex, baby.
I think Zero's running in the jungle.
Oh, yeah, I think so too. And it's the flex, man. It's the last moment spice, the last moment pick, and that's why they picked up the Kaja. Lack of answers. I think you have to go the Akai here, right? Like, you have to pick up the Akai. It's the only thing that, unless they go damage jungler as well, but I don't think that. I think Akai is the answer here. It stops Zero from being able to bully your jungle. It's definitely, I think it's the answer.
Martis could work out. Martis could be an option, but there goes the Akai. Oh, this is getting good. I like the draft so far. I think it was very creative from the NightHorde. Honestly, I didn't even expect it, but they have Zero. We talked about them in the draft, being able to flex him into that jungle position where needed and just kind of makes him third dimensional. And I think it's a great opportunity for them to pull out this Fanny. With the Fanny, though, his main objective is going to be possibly going in and getting those early kills, trying to shut down the side laners. Not even really too worried about the turtles. But Tarzan, I mean, he's pretty much guaranteed on these neutral objectives for the most part, but he is going to have to watch out for those quick rotations from the Fanny. I mean, Zero on the cables, it's like Spider-Man. You can't catch him. You're going to have to watch out with the mobility that it provides, not only for the neutral objectives, but also for the split push to take down your side lanes and possibly go in for these objectives.
And it's surprise factor too, man. Bringing Zero in like this, throwing that flex. I guarantee you, Area 77 thinks Baratz has got to be jungle, right? Like they lock in the Baratz, Kaja, Valentina. I don't think anybody was guessing, oh, there's going to be a last minute flex here, and that's what they do, and it completely just. Whether it's completely good or not, it still throws in this wrench of surprise at Area 77. Like, whoa, we have to completely change the way we're looking at this now. Is that going to be the game-changing thing? Because if NightHorde gets game 1 here off of that right there, it completely throws it just stops completely changes momentum for Area 77 here.
Yeah, speaking of Area 77, going head-to-head up against NightHorde for our third series of the day. Moving on up in the brackets for the quarterfinals. Who will be able to claim victorious? Will it be the Dragons? Or will it be the extraterrestrial aliens? Which one of them are out of this world?
And look at those predictions, baby. 43-57. Area 77 barely holding a lead. This is one of the closest predictions we've had in a while now. NightHorde sitting strong with it, and honestly, the Barats should be able to do okay. Shouldn't get too bullied by Ureshi here. It's going to be able to just kind of hold its own. So also another solid point of the flex there.
Yeah, and this is going to be a fun one to watch. There goes Zero! Already finding ISO. Drex, we're not even 2 minutes in.
That's it. And this is the worry, right? The target is not Tarzan, right? The target is not Ureshi. The target is ISO. The target is Marcutie. The target is the Squishy. And if there's anyone that I have faith can pull it off, it's Zero. We were worried about Zero in the EXP. Well, forget the EXP. He's switching up. He's in the jungle, baby.
But wait a second. Speaking of junglers, Tarzan trying to find a place. Sayori finds Ureshi, though. That's going to be another member falling for the side of Area 77. Tarzan! Heavy spin from Sayori. Going to use the IMU for the stun. Sayori getting a kill. 3-kill lead for the NightHorde in the first 2 minutes unanswered.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Weezy. NightHorde coming in. The lower bracket momentum is strong with this team right now. And Area 77, I think, just kind of... They got to pull it together. They got to slow it down. Everything just got, the table just got turned over. We're all sitting on our heads right now. We got to think this through.
It does benefit them that they picked up the Akai, though, because it's going to be very hard for the Minotaur to stop this Fanny. So they need a more CC and frontline presence at their disposal for the late game. But speaking of the matchup, though, both teams fighting it out, trying to get this first turtle. Area 77, even though they're down in kills, they have the pressure, and it looks like they are still maintaining that control for this turtle.
I mean, forget the turtle. NightHorde they need to keep playing into the off lanes, I feel like. It's okay to give up a turtle. You don't have to, especially first turtle. I think they need to stick to exactly what they were doing. Aim for gold lane, aim for EXP lane, aim for little pickoffs here and there to keep yourself in game, try to snowball.
Sayori, though,
Where are you gone?
Will fall. Last second, 3-1. For the NightHorde, going into ISO, though, Zero looking for a second kill of the game. JQT doing his best over there with this Minotaur. Is trying to catch a fly with your fingers right there. That's how hard it is when you're running this Minotaur, trying to defend against a Fanny on a carry.
Get the chopsticks, you know, going for the fly in the air like you're freaking Karate Kid here. Still, it's going to be tough. They do have answers, though. I think as we creep into mid-game, like you said, the Akai, once Area 77 is able to start grouping up, it's going to be tough for Zero to look for these pickoffs. It's why NightHorde, I think, really needs to push the envelope and try to get as many kills early game as possible. Try to put R as ahead as possible in this early phase. And Area 77 just needs to force them, you know, to slow it down, and that's exactly what they're doing in here.
Yeah, Minoan Fury for the knockup. Getting JQT, getting Tarzan, forcing out the heavy spin. Ureshi going in for the play as well, but it looks like Omofil on the top side, able to kind of maintain himself. Right now, though, Area 77 need to be careful on the aggressive play over there by Zero on this Fanny. I am right there with you, but look at Zero, almost able to catch ISO. Very close call, just showcasing his potential. ISO, he's gonna have to play full defense in that gold lane. Speaking of defense, Momoa 2v1 on the chase. Needs to get out of there. Do they go in for the kill? No, they decide to disengage.
One of the problems is recently there was a buff on, because some of the gold laners got some nerfs here and there, there was a buff on the towers, right? That you get more defensive bonus. So it becomes even harder for, you know, some of these aggressive junglers, some of these assassin junglers to get pickoffs in the laning phase. Because as long as ISO like hugs under the tower, it's going to be tough for him. You know, normally, Zero picks up a kill onto Ureshi there, but still it's going to be tough for him to get kills onto ISO in this laning phase.
Ureshi, a little bit of an overextension, kind of scratching my head right there. Not where you want to be, caught by 4 members of the NightHorde, and now shifting focus over to this turtle. Area 77 was able to claim the first one with little to no problem. Now Tarzan will be able to claim the second one as well. 2 turtles for the side of Area 77, and no trade back from the NightHorde.
I mean, so gold sitting at a standstill, right? Area 77 has been able to hang on. Maybe not in kills, but in neutral objectives. Big pick on a Momoe here, though.
Big stun. Eternal Guard going down. The Terrify. Tarzan finding Momoe. 1 member falling for the side of the NightHorde. Demon Hunter Sword picked up by R. Getting those core items. Zero! Very low. This is where the Akai comes into play. The frontline bully. But speaking of frontline bully, Dennis, welcome. Oh my foe! going in for the kill. Finds JQT. Final slash goes out. Yureshi joining the party. Yureshi taking down Sayori. Zero. He wants blood. Still cables in. The cutthroat. Not enough, but he is able to find it. Another member falling. 6-3 lead for the NightHorde.
All right, we got us a game, boys, ladies and gentlemen. We're 6 minutes in. 6-3, NightHorde leading in kills, but Area 77 holding an ever so slight lead in gold. But the pressure is there, and I got a feeling we're going the long haul here, Wheezy. So let's break it down a bit more. We haven't really seen Momoy get to be detrimental yet on this Kaja. I think, you know, we talked about how Tarzan's going to start being more important as we creep into the mid to late game. Well, I think it's the same thing for Momoy on this Kaja. I think as we creep farther and farther into the game, those divine judgments are going to become a little bit more glaring, a little bit more of a problem for Area 77.
Speaking of problems, both marksmen's kind of at a stalemate in terms of the economy and not too far ahead of each other. I mean, he hasn't picked up too many kills. He has the assist, though. It is going to be a little bit of a struggle for him. I mean, technically, you see the strong front lines and you think he can soak them down, especially running on this Claude, but there's a lot of CC he has to jump into. He has to watch out for not only Minoan Fury, but also a big heavy spin coming out from Tarzan on top of that, which may be a possible issue. But speaking of Tarzan, an invasion play onto the purple buff, but the numbers are there for the side of NightHorde to defend, and it looks like they're going to shift their focus over to this Lord.
Yeah, one good thing about the Claude, though, is if you're going to have a marksman dealing with this much CC, Claude is one of your picks. He capitalizes so well off the Purify. He has the BMI. He has a lot of answers. So if you can be mechanically gifted and make it work, it can definitely be the win here. Momoy, though, with conceal play. Sayori?
Yeah, he's going to use that heavy spin. A little bit of a push back. Marcuti very low, though. Zero. Gets him. Able to skate away. Tarzan finds Sayori. No ISO. With the speed of light rolls, takes down Zero R. Finds Tarzan. Cutie. Two members falling from both sides. Stun, though. Final slash. Yureshi finds one. ISO. Taking down Oh My Foe. Momoe R. Very low. Yureshi alongside him. Able to get out of there. ISO with the triple kill. Takes down R. Momoe all by himself. And the tier 1 turret for the mid lane will be bursted down by Area 77.
ISO online, baby. Yeah, you took me out once, but I'm online. ISO getting the triple kill, 3-1-0. Just shows up, catches Zero at a mid-cable. Like, nope, there's no escape here. Pops the speedy light and just starts melting people down. We're going to take a look at the replay real quick, and I want to see the way ISO did this. Look at him. He comes in a little bit late to this party, still in the bot lane here. This is more of when Sayori gets caught off, and this is kind of the beginning of it. Momoy does get to pull in on Tarzan, but literally brings Tarzan in. But there's ISO popping off, able to get the kill on a Zero, and his position is so clean from there on. NightHorde unable to really defend it. Nice pull, though. JQT going to go down, so NightHorde continues to answer back.
Yeah, able to find some answers despite Area 77 overall winning that first engagement. They took the turtle. They took the tier 1 turret in the mid lane as well. Tarzan, though, on the Sakai, trying to go in for the invasion on the purple buff, falling a little bit short, but able to get out of there. Momoe, though, Ring of Order is going to go in for the slow. Marcuti in the mid lane, found by Zero, bursting down with Cutthroat. ISO finds Zero to response back, though. Or we'll be able to take down ISO. A lot of trades on the board. 1 for 2, though. NightHorde able to kind of push through with the numbers, still leading 11-9.
That's big, though. So NightHorde finally gets a kill onto ISO. R gets the shutdown, giving himself a little bit more gold. And just like ISO wasn't out of it, R is also still not out of this. The man has only taken 1 death. You mentioned earlier when we saw the items, their gold is pretty close right now. R, I think, just takes a little bit more time. Maybe 1 more item than ISO is going to need. Maybe a few more minutes than what ISO is going to need to really come online. But once R comes online, he's going to be shredding down multiple members. Tarzan, though, takes the Lord.
Able to claim it for Area 77. The NightHorde trying to respond back. Marcuti finds Zero. Wait a second. BMI goes out. Possible another kill on the way. Area 77 forcing the NightHorde out of the Lord Pit. Down in kills, but up in the objectives. Oh, wait a second. R on Tarzan Cutie. JQT forced for the knockup. Trying to stop them. Eternal Guard going down. Suppressing Divine Judgment for the grab onto Marcuti, but nobody to follow through. And overall, Area 77 able to win that objective.
I think as long as NightHorde cannot lose an inhibitor here, they're doing okay. They still have been unable to take a single tower away from Area 77. So though they had some flashy plays in the beginning, though they got some early game kills, though they've been leading, Area 77 has always been controlling the game.
You know, it's funny. Look at R's damage. He has almost double what ISO has right now, but ISO has almost double the amount of kills, definitely making them count with the damage. But so far, like you said, Area 77, they're in the lead, but NightHorde still holding on to their inhibitors. The later this game goes, though, the more of a threat it's going to be from the side laners, the marksmans, right? That's when they're going to start to shine. ISO able to take the tier 2 on the top side. Heavy spin in the lane as well. Big knockup from the Eternal Guard, connecting onto Oh My Foe, forcing R back to safety. And now, the NightHorde stripped down to their inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, man, NightHorde is unable to get some of those kills. And those are the one kills. If R could have just taken out Tarzan, if Tarzan would have just gone down there, those are the things that start to tip the game back into your favor. But NightHorde just unable to completely follow through here. You know, what's the strategy from here, right? I think Zero maybe needs to start split pushing a little bit. Needs to maybe stop going exactly for the kills. Start putting some pressure in the off lanes. And the rest of the team just needs to kind of keep up the defense. R sitting now, we talked about the gold not escaping him, but now it is starting to. ISO holds a 1,500 gold lead over him. He hasn't gotten his he hasn't gotten his 4th item locked in yet. He's got the DHS, he's got the corrosion scythe, he's got the gold. I think he just needs a little bit more, and I think next it's going to be the Wind of Nature, and that could be the game changer for him. It could be the thing that helps him survive a bit more or push. Oh, Final Slash coming in.
From Ureshi is going to try and find the pick off. Yeah, they're trying to contest onto this purple buff, trying to stop any farm from going into the NightHorde's hands. Double heavy spin, though, in the mid lane. Beyblades at its finest between Tarzan and Sayori, but Ureshi changing the narrative. Final Slash AQ to find Sayori. Another member falling. ISO finds Zero. 2 members falling from the side of NightHorde and the siege onto the mid lane for the inhibitor. Momoe very low. Ureshi out for blood. There goes the inhibitor, 50% HP, and the focus. Oh My Foe trying to defend, trying to hold him off. Minion in play. Go ahead and soak some damage on to the base crystal. They still have minions in the mid lane for the push, and they have the numbers. It's a 3v5. Area 77, though, quickly running out of their opportunity, forced to disengage out of the base, but now another possible siege for an inhibitor.
Yeah, definitely not over for NightHorde just yet, but a huge take for Area 77. They break down the mid inhibitor. They take their gold lead even farther. NightHorde now, I think they got to contest, and now they're in a position now where they have to contest this Lord, right? They can't just kind of hang it out. If they still had all 3 inhibitors, maybe they could, you know, play it safe, go for an even farther late game, but I think now we're at a point where it's like, maybe we have to go for this. Maybe we have to force something here. They do have Momoe on this Kaja. There still is some possibilities to maybe get a nice pick-off before Lord comes in and put themselves in an advantage.
I think this is also where Zero's going to have to start split pushing. I mean, if they're not going to be able to win these objectives, he needs to find some type of trade. I mean, it's with how late we are in the game, 13 minutes, and only able to take down a couple of turrets. It's not really where they want to be so far. I mean, normally the Fanny's meant to kind of bridge the gap in the early phase and create that opportunity. Zero was able to get the kills, but it just didn't translate into any objectives, right? They were not able to claim the Lords, not able to claim the Turtles, and most of the turrets went to the side of Area 77, even with how close these kills were. And so, like, I'm right there with you. Zero, instead of being so kill-oriented, start rotating to being a little bit more objective-focused. This is where the Fanny has to start to pivot toward the mid to late game, focusing on the mobility provided, but a big Final Slash, Minoan Fury for the knockup, connecting to the NightHorde. Heavy spin goes out by Tarzan, though. ISO finding Oh My Foe, Ureshi. The dash in, hit with the Divine Judgment for the stun. Are gonna fall, so you're gonna take down Ureshi Cutie. That's gonna be a 2-for-1 trade. Make that more, though. So you're trying to get out of there. Momoe alongside her 2-man army, but they're gonna split. Able to catch Sayori, though. Won't fall. ISO getting the kill. Momoe needs to get out of there. I mean, he's still gonna go in for the contest. They're not even really worried about him, but look at split push. Look at Zero.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take this tower. That's going to be kind of big. Might be game-changing. I don't know. My Foe will be back up on the map. R will be back up on the map. But Area 77 should be able to rush this Lord. So it's more back up on the map to defend. NightHorde can't lose any more members. I will say that this Lord is... With R on the Claude, it definitely feels defendable. It feels possible to be able to get away from this. You also have Zero who can kind of disrupt some of these off lanes and make it so the waves aren't going to crash evenly.
Yeah, ISO going to pick up another core item, picks up that Windtalker. Now 8-2-1 on the carry right now. Highest kills in the game overall You are going to see this Luminous Lord now making his way through the mid lane, and it looks like Area 77 will work on trying to push through the base for the NightHorde.
Yeah, Momoy needs a big pick-off, man. And something huge. I think at this point, you might not even, like, it might not be like, oh, we just have to get ISO. Like, get anybody. Anybody works as long as you can get the kill, but hold up.
Ooh, final slash onto Sayori. Needs to get out of there. ISO able to take the inhibitor on the top side. One more to go through on the bottom lane. Lord quickly burst it down. You kind of called it with R on this Claude. Making quick work of it, and now Area 77 deciding to kind of shift their focus back out of the base, being cool, calm, and collective. Definitely not wanting to overextend and fall into that trap of being too aggressive and being punished. But down goes the inhibitor on the bot side. Minions are in play. They can go in. They have the numbers. They have the damage. Both teams fighting it out. BMI from R to be able to clear out these minions. Area 77 still in the base for the NightHorde. Do they take the fight or do they push out? I'm not really sure if they can handle it. I think they need to pull their punch.
Yeah, I think R plays that very well there. He does not use the Blazing Duet for the members of Area 77. He uses it for the minions, clears out the waves. Ooh, maybe a whiff. Sayori goes down.
Ooh, quick kill by ISO, able to take him down. ISO finding Momoe for the double, triple, 5-0. Immortality being procced on Tarzan, a maniac. ISO, the immortal, the unstoppable. He wants the savage. Does he get it? They're not even worried about the base. Oh my goodness!
Whoa!
Wipe out. But look at the damage. The triple kill from on my phone. The base crystal. What is going on right now? Area 77 taking game number 1 against the NightHorde.
For just a moment, I thought we were about to see the biggest whiff in NACT history, but no, he's not able to clear the waves. Area 77 said, whoa, we all just went down. All right, target the tower already. Let's stop messing around. Area 77 comes out on top. A beautiful game by them. And like I said, man, it felt like NightHorde had some opportunity there, but Area 77, they play the game cleanly. Yes, you can get some kills early on, but we're taking objectives, we're taking towers, we're taking turtles and lords, and in the end, we're taking the game.
That triple kill last second from my phone was looking a little scary, though. Like you said, could have been the biggest whiff in NACT history, but nonetheless, Area 77 able to claim game number 1 against the NightHorde. Definitely was a hard fight, though. I wouldn't say it was the easiest, but overall, they were cool, calm, collective, objective focused, and they were able to push through. The NightHorde, they had the early advantage. They had Zero on his comfort pick, on the Fanny. He was able to get the early kills, but they were not able to translate them into the objectives.
Very well said. I mean, I still can't get over that big 3-man kill there for a second. I was like, whoa! Taking a look at it, though, you're right. NightHorde, I think we buy a bit more time. Maybe NightHorde's able to pull something off, but here are some of the, once again, what was it, man? Yureshi with those final slashes, man, continuously catching Sayori off. I mean, JQD as well. The combo between these two players were able to just make it so ISO could free roam, man. ISO could do whatever he wants. He felt comfy. He's able to dance in and out of team fights, knowing that there's enough CC, enough peel with Tarzan, JQD, and Yureshi that are providing for him, that in the end, ISO is just able to go 12-3-1 like it's nothing.
Yeah, overall, a very entertaining game. I mean, those engagements, whew, definitely showcasing their mastery on these heroes and overall synergy from both sides. But Area 77, I mean, I feel like they just showed up and played better, right? Able to take these objectives, able to, even though they weren't getting the early kills, that's where the Akai starts to kind of shine, right? He's not going in for those kills. He's just going to be that bully, invading the jungle, taking your purple, taking your orange buff, taking the lords, is where it kind of started to stack up against the NightHorde. Even though they had Zero on that comfort pick, just wasn't enough to be able to shut them down for the first game. You are looking at a couple of the stats on the board. The rich guy, ISO, most gold per minute R, 118k on the carry. You're going to see the sandbag being Tarzan Cutie, and then also the Forgotten One stacking up the assists, racking to 15 will be JQD.
Yeah, and you mentioned it like about halfway through the game that R had about double the damage of ISO, but only half the kills. And it just goes to show that ISO, when he did lock, maybe he wasn't firing off at everybody, but when he locked on, he was making it count. And I mean, just with every bit of damage that ISO was doing, it always led up to something, always led up to a kill in his pocket. Now, taking a look at the head-to-head, kind of an off head-to-head here, because Zero, though he is the EXP laner, has been playing as the jungler with that final swap in.
Yeah, the man's wearing multiple hats. Nonetheless, though, it was an entertaining match to be able to see his fanny, but it wasn't enough to take down Area 77. Yureshi, you mentioned the final slashes that he had, creating those opportunities, those setups on the initiation for the side of Area 77 to follow through with, and they did. You saw it every single time. He's able to dash in, initiate, and also get out to safety before falling, and it was a huge play. A lot of crowd control from the side of Area 77, which created a problem for the NightHorde to find that window of opportunity. Damage dealt, though, across the board. There it goes, R. 118k. We mentioned it, right? He's just way more damage, but ISO making those kills count. Able to kind of outdo him with the better KDA with the lower damage ratio.
Yeah, and what's really insane about the R-Lot is like it was number 2 or number 3 on the team in damage. So it's not that like it's not the R-Lot isn't only providing insane CC, insane engage. It's also providing a decent chunk of damage. It is melting people down, and that's why the R-Lot is. I mean, it is something that you really need to think about putting on the ban table. It is not something to be messed with, and I think some EXP laners might just not be, might not be able to hone it to its greatest skills, but it is definitely, one of the monsters of the Land of Dawn right now.
Speaking of Land of Dawn, let's not waste any more time. If that first match was not entertaining, I don't know what game you're watching, because there was explosions going everywhere, fireworks in the sky for the Land of Dawn. But now on to game number 2, Area 77 up against NightHorde. Match point, a possible chance for them to get the sweep and knock down NightHorde and move up to the top 4 of North America. But NightHorde, they put up a good fight. They were just not able to find the objectives. Where do they go to kind of turn this back around in their favor?
I mean, I don't know, man. I think they that last match, it's like they pulled out their trap card, they kind of used everything they had, I feel like. So it's tough from here, because honestly, that was one of the compositions where I felt like, all right, this is, this felt winnable. It felt very winnable for NightHorde that game. It felt like they had the possibilities. So I think maybe don't completely switch it up. Maybe just, play it out a little bit better. Maybe ban out the R-Lot this time, go for something similar again. Again, I don't think it's completely out of... I think they played very well with Zero in the jungle as an assassin. I think they could pull something out like the Noland and be able to protect Zero from getting attacked, able to defend those invades. I think they did that very well. I think it comes out to some other situations on the map that they have to deal with.
Yeah, it was funny. They pulled out that trap card. That Blue Eyes White Dragon came out right there with Zero on that Fanny. Just the distraction of pulling out that Barats and keep making them think that's going to be the jungler and then putting them in the XP lane was definitely high IQ. But nonetheless, it just didn't work out. I mean, I agree with you. I think Zero was great in the early game. He was trying to bridge create that bridge for his team to kind of ride on to be able to take and stampede the early game. But even though he was getting his kills, his team was not able to kind of profit on the neutral objectives or even on the turrets where they could have been focused on. Now, in game number 2, like I said, I think the draft right alongside you was phenomenal for both sides. I think they both answered the way they were supposed to. I didn't really see too much of an issue, but I will say, in terms of the objective, NightHorde, they were looking similar to how they played up against BloodHounds today for game number 1, right? They just weren't taking any objectives. Even though they're having good fights, they were just losing everything with little to no trade-offs. And for game number 2, I think maybe they just hone in on starting to focus on these turrets. Like, if you can't get the objectives, that's fine. Find the side lane and take down that turret so you can get the pick off to keep yourself in that game and not allow that snowball. But here we are, game number 2, a couple picks on the board. This is interesting. Getting to see a Paquito alongside the Ruby.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know where this Paquito is going to go, man. I think it's very possible we could see the Paquito maybe slotted into something like the jungle. Maybe slotted into the EXP lane. Same thing with the Ruby. Could be EXP lane, could be roam here. Area 77, though, they're showing all the cards up front. It's like, listen, we know JQT's got a mean Minotaur. We're going to lock that in immediately. Now they get the Lu Yi to add a little bit of spice to things. Area 77 likes to be aggressive. They like to play the macro game. When they're on fire, their macro game is also on fire. They are very clean with it. And I think they just have a well-rounded draft right now for whatever they want to bring to the table.
They have a lot of crowd control for Area 77, just their main focus right now, right? You have the Barats with the Deadness Welcome, the Nolan's Fury, the duality over there from the Lu Yi. And then looking at the side of NightHorde, I mean, they have engage and disengage, I guess. You have the Paquito who can kind of go in and initiate, kind of survive on these fights and get back out to safety with mobility, alongside the Ruby, who can kind of do the same thing with a little bit more crowd control. But it's going to be hard for Paquito to kind of rush into that composition full force, as he's going to get chained up with a lot of CC. Honestly, this would have been a type of composition where I would kind of prefer a Martis to be inside of the jungle, but when you stack up that Paquito alongside the Ruby, it gets a little risky because that's a lot of frontline heroes that you have to kind of worry about getting hit up with that crowd control. Now, Nana, so you already talked about it.
Comfort pick.
She mentioned in the interview with Zeke that she was one of the best Nana players, and not too many mages were able to pull that off. And today, we're going to get a little bit of that showcasing.
I mean, it's a comfort pick, man, and I think that's what NightHorde's kind of fallen back to here. Even with the Paquito as well, I think overall it's just like, all right, we don't got to get too crazy here, man, guys. You know, it's lower bracket. We've had a good run. We're on match point. Let's just play what we want to play here, man. And I don't think it's bad, and it still works. And I think one good thing that Nana supplies is a lot of help when it comes to these early objectives. She's great when it comes to first, second turtle, right? Because you have the Molina, Blitz, you have some heavy CC. You can try to kind of zone off and target down the enemy jungler. So I think Sayori on the stand is going to be a great support to whatever jungler NightHorde wants to pick.
Yeah, I think it's a good counter, especially up against that Barat. So we'll have to see how it kind of plays into it. Now, I mean, a lot of cards have been shown super early. I'm trying to picture this Minoan Fury going through. It's going to be a good tool for Area 77 to lean on, but the diversion over there from this Lu Yi is going to be something I'm really watching out for. You combo that up with the Minoan's Fury from that Minotaur, could be deadly if they catch you out of position anywhere on the map, so you're definitely going to be on your toes. Maybe playing a marksman with survivability should be the game plan, right? You can possibly lock in a Brody. Actually, I think would be okay here, just because you know they're going to go in for that invasion and you need to get back out to safety. A Claude still available on the table, could be a viable option. It's good against the Barats. Are going to have to watch out for that Minotaur, but they're going to take the Claude away from them as ISO's going to slot that in. On the opposing side, though, will be the Kai for the response.
Most definitely. I mean, again, I don't know whether Zero is going to be in the jungle here or Oh My Foe is going to be in the jungle here. Could go either way. Area 77 pick up the Claude here. What is NightHorde going to... I mean, I guess they have to go like Brody or something like that. Maybe Bruno if they really want to spice things up. But either way, NightHorde is aggressive here, man. They have a great mid-game spike. Great 7-minute spike. Whereas Area 77 just feels very well-rounded. Whether they have a lot of opportunity here on Area 77, man. Just kind of, I mean, just like when you think of what solid is right now in the meta, and I look at Area 77, it's like you have the Barats, you have the Minotaur, you have this Lu Yi, you have the Lu Yi Claude combo that we've been seeing all over the place. Just a lot of different ways to take this game. If they want to try to hit hard, you know, early game, they have some possibilities there. They have some bullying possibilities. If they want to wait for late game macro possibilities, they also have that. Just a lot of different ways to attack the game from Area 77.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I mean, this is a recipe that's proven to work, and if any team can pull it off, it's definitely going to be Area 77, and they're already at an advantage, forcing NightHorde into match point. If they take this, they're going to be knocked out of the NACT Spring Season, and they're definitely showcasing their cards, but whoa!
Oh.
Wait a minute! Hanabi. Haven't seen one of these in a minute. This is definitely going to be something to watch out for, but is this the right move this late in the game? Possibly your final match in the NACT. Do you risk it all with the Hanabi pickup?
Is it the clutch pick, right? Is it the pick? We have seen the Hanabi come in, like Melon. Melon has been one of the players that it's like, whoa, made this Hanabi very something, but it's something that like the team has to be able to play around. I'm not counting it out. I'm not thinking that it's like a horrible pick. But the team has to be ready for it. And with NightHorde already having some synergy issues, I feel like, bringing Zero in, I'm wondering, is this the pick? You know, is this the hill they want to die on? Again, it's match point. If there's a team that I trust is to get crazy, it's NightHorde. They've had a really good season so far. So if you're a NightHorde fan, you just got to put your faith in them here, right?
That's right. Put your faith in your favorite team, as we are now moving into game number 2 of the lower bracket quarterfinals. Area 77 up against NightHorde. Who will be able to push victorious? Is it going to be Area 77, currently sitting at match point, getting the clean sweep, or NightHorde taking us to a game number 3?
We'll see exactly how it plays out. Area 77, like I said, I think has some great rotation possibilities here. Taking a look at the audience predictions, they also have them in their favor. NightHorde, what are some win cons here, man? I think they have a great late game. They also have a great mid-game spike. They need to know when their moments are that they can force fights. I think second turtle, even maybe first turtle, they have some big advantages here, but JQT trying to put a stop to that.
Yeah, Sayori does have that passive that you are going to have to watch out for. But yeah, I mean, winning conditions, trust in Hanabi. I mean, I figure that's really what it's going to boil down to for the late game. Hanabi, one of those less mobile marksmen, easy to pick off and catch out of position. Does go in for that Aegis on top of it, though, which is going to limit even more of the mobility, and also no Purify in case she gets hit with that CC.
Most definitely. Now taking a look at some of these emblems. Again, nothing too crazy out of the field. Hanabi just really kind of heavy into damage, getting the quantum charge to kind of pair up with the first skill and everything like that. So again, nothing too out of the realm except for some of the picks on the side of NightHorde, but still, if the game is sitting at 0 kills, if the game is sitting at only a 5 to 1,000 gold deficit, it is in favor of NightHorde. Yes, we're just starting, and NightHorde's goal is a long way away. We're talking 12, 15 minutes or so. 3 or 4 items for R. Same thing with a couple items for a Sayori to really pack a punch. The possibilities are there. Can Area 77 cut the clock, though?
Right, and we've seen Area 77 in game number 1 take all the neutral objectives and didn't really lose anything in that engagement. But speaking of engagement, Yureshi is going to find Oh My Foe, Area 77, able to get first blood. And it looks like they are going to lose that turtle to the NightHorde.
Yeah, so NightHorde loses a member, they lose Oh My Foe, they get a turtle. Slightly different than what we saw in the past, but again, right now for them, it's just kind of a take things slow. Momoy in a little bit of trouble here, but Sayori able to help out and defend.
Yeah, able to help out and defend, but nonetheless, a close call. You're going to see the Hunter Strike picked up over there by Zero on this Akai, ready to take these engagements, get a little bit of that momentum and movement speed boost for these fights. Now, I'm ready to see kind of how this Liu Yi plays into this composition. I mean, when you have the Liu Yi, when you have the Minotaur, I'm expecting some diversion plays, especially over to a Hanabi in a gold lane, something that R is going to have to look out for. Oh, a little misplay though on the I'm offended. Momoe not able to connect.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. It's, you know, every play, every mess up matters when you're this far into NACT. Every little whiff can make a difference. And when you're on match point, lower bracket, playoffs, you can't make mistakes like that. You got to be able to land every ult. You got to be able to land every skill. You got to make sure every basic attack counts.
Yeah, speaking of attacks, Black Dragon forced out by Yureshi on the 2v1 matchup. Able to get out of there. I'm kind of surprised there's not really too much focus from the roamer, from Momoe, to protect the Hanabi, right? They're just going to kind of trust her in that lane, even up against a Cloud who has the mobility to be able to take him down. But a little bit of camera shift on the engagement for the bot side. Final Slash going down. Manoan Fury for the knock-up. Tarzan in the front line of the damage. You're going to see Oh My Foe going with the heavy left punch, take down JQT, but the stun from Tarzan to respond back. Finds Oh My Foe. Tarzan trying to get out of there. Hit with the heavy spin on the wall. Zero trying to go in for the kill. Sayori will be able to take it 2 for 2 on the scoreboard.
All right, we're going blow for blow, baby. 2 for 2. Gold for gold. Jungler for jungler. I mean, it's all over the place right now. But no, actually, Zero has not taken a death. So he's going to hold a slight advantage. And this is going to be another neutral objective, most likely into the hands of NightHorde here. R versus ISO, 1v1. The shield comes in. ISO's got to run away.
The Aegis comes into play there, but I'm only worried about it when it comes to the dive potential that Area 77 has against him. I'm offended, though, for the stun on a Marcuti. Big play. Momoe able to get the kill. The assistance from Sayori with the Molina Blitz, though, to be able to deal the damage. Big play so far for the NightHorde. Hunter Strike being picked up by Oh My Foe. In the midst of all this chaos, 3-2, you are looking at the NightHorde leading up by 1,000 gold and also 2 turtles. Area 77, game number 1, they were able to take majority of the neutral objectives. This time, though, the objectives, the turtles, are in the hands of the NightHorde. Speaking of hands, though, Yureshi with the Black Dragon, not going to be able to engage, but push back the side of NightHorde. Top side, ISO will shut down R. Ooh, you are going to see Tarzan rush in, though. Is going to get the stun. Heavy spin on the wall. Oh My Foe will find Tarzan. 4-3, a little bit of miscalculated plays. Jungler will fall. Tarzan finding his second death of the game. We are looking at some of the items pop up on the board as well. Is going to be that corrosion sight picked up over there by ISO, working on these core items. On the other side, Hanabi matching them with the corrosion sight, but falling a little bit behind in the economy. The Hanabi is going to be a stable pickup. The later this game goes, the harder it will be to take down that Hanabi, especially when he has the hiccup on it to be able to slow down the entire team. He's going to be forced to kind of try and group together. You are going to look at a lot of crowd control potential, though, for Area 77 to kind of lean on when it comes to these 5v5 engagements.
Most definitely. I mean, NightHorde with a lead, able to kind of control, and I think a lot of it's going to have to do to spacing. And we talked about earlier in the very beginning that even if they're not too far behind, they're kind of winning. But now that they're actually winning, they're winning even more because they have this late game composition that's going to just get stronger and stronger and stronger. And though Area 77 has some macro possibilities, has some big combo possibilities, NightHorde has the opportunity to upset that.
You're going to see the blade armor picked up by Zero as well, kind of deflect or reflect some of that damage. But you are going to see JQT rest him and Nolan Fury. Flicker play for the double knockup. Yureshi, he wants to get the assist. He wants to go in possibly for the kill. Does not connect with the Furious Dive or the Soul Grip, though. But you are going to see Area 77 maintaining their composure. Has a possible play to take this turtle. This will be their first one of the game if they can pull it off. The first two have gone to the NightHorde. Yureshi, though, dealing some damage. Tarzan will claim the turtle for Area 77. But now bodies may drop. Momoe, very low. Tarzan on the chase. Nobody there to follow through, though. JQT trying to test the waters, deciding if he wants to engage. Tarzan, though, not afraid to take the fight behind enemy lines.
Are just farming, though. Nice, I'm offended on Tarzan there. Area 77, they went out on objective, but still not too far ahead. Tower is still standing at a standstill. Still anybody's game. What we need to see from Area 77, I feel like, is we got to see that the ultimate from Mark Cutie pop off a bit more. I feel like you have this Claude, you have this Minoan's Fury, you have a lot of possibilities, and they need to kind of use this element of surprise to move around the map, take towers, and consistently apply pressure to NightHorde and have them second guessing themselves.
Yeah, and right now, 3-4 so far, able to get not only a turtle, but also a turret. You're looking at both sides, claiming one turret so far, but the play on the bot side are forced to kind of disengage into the tier 2 turret. You are looking at Momoe trying to join the party, though, trying to help kind of sustain himself on the bot side, especially running on this this Hanabi, not your typical marksman that you traditionally see, but can definitely work out if they can get to that late game and hit those power spikes with their core items. But Area 77 giving them a little bit of a hard time as ISO will be able to claim the turret on the bot lane.
But NightHorde doesn't like force it. It's like, okay, you can have that tower, right? Because I think they know. One thing we pointed out when they, in their last series up against BloodHounds is, you know, they knew what their win cons were. They knew, all right, this is what we have to get to. This is where we need to get to. This is how we have to get there. And they know it's okay, Area 77, you have the advantage right now. We're going to give you this tower. We're not going to try to, you know, give up our lives to defend it. We're not going to give up a huge gold lead just to try to defend something. And now, looking for a play.
Yeah, both sides taking the fight into the mid lane. Zero forced to use the heavy spin, trying to get back to safety. Pull back, though. Yureshi will be able to take him down. BMI goes out. Blatant duet from ISO. Big knock from Minoan Fury. Tarzan finds one. JQT finds the other. R will fall alongside Oh My Foe. Yureshi finds Momoe for the double kill. All members standing for Area 77. And the full dive. Sayori will find Yureshi, the last second, able to escape with the 1 HP play. But Area 77 pushing through the mid lane.
And that could be game-changing there. One of the big heartbreaking things about that fight there is Oh My Foe dives in, looks for the connection onto ISO there, and just misses. One more hit, one more punch, takes out ISO, and it could have been completely the swap around for that fight there, or at least the balance out. But Area 77 comes out on top of it. The big Minoan's Fury connects on multiple members. And watch for Oh My Foe here, right? He tries to get into the backside. Once he knows he goes down, Oh My Foe flickers in. One more punch, man. Just misses and gets taken out. And from there, Area 77 snowballs forward. Now look at him. They're turning it into even more. I mean, it's becoming a problem. Area 77 now, they are at almost a 4,000 goal lead. And this is a point where NightHorde, the late game comp, is looking a little scary.
Yeah, they got to trust in Hanabi, though. They still got that Hanabi revving up. just waiting for the opportunity.
Revving up, man.
Can start to shine. But you are going to see, like you said, Area 77 slowly increasing this lead even more, and maybe a problem for NightHorde to try and deal with. You're going to see the Wind of Nature picked up by ISO, ready to take this fight and negate that physical damage. 6 turrets claimed, only losing 1. Area 77 full ground control at the 11-minute mark, ready to possibly crack open the base, forcing NightHorde down to their inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem. Lord going to be up in about 100 seconds, a minute and a half or so. But look at Urashi into the backside.
Yeah, Black Dragon hovering around. Duality going out as well. Over there from Marcuti. Momori very low. Hit with the stun. Tarzan trying to expand that distance, trying to get any hits he can, but not able to open up the base for the NightHorde so far.
NightHorde just got to defend, man, and they have the kits to do that. They have the heavy spin, they have the Ruby, the Amafenda, and then they have the Shred from R, and they have burst. I mean, they have all these answers to be able to defend. Very similar to last game when they had R on the Claude, and they just. We know NightHorde can do it. It's just how long can they do it, and I think they need at least another 5 minutes or so until they're really able to put up a fight. They need to try to... Oh, Sayori. That's a lot of damage from ISO.
But if I'm offended by Momoe, using the BMI last second to get out to safety. You're rescued with the Black Dragon hovering around, trying to find a member to drop on. JQ very low with the Minoan Fury goes out for the knockup. Flicker back to safety. Big play for the setup, and it looks like Area 77 will disengage.
Man, Area said they're pushing, man. They're testing the NightHorde, and the NightHorde is passing. I have to admit, man. It's like Area 77's diving in. They're looking to force baits. They want NightHorde to come out and take a fight, but NightHorde is not following for it, man. And the plays from JQ there, like just knowing, being able to dive under towers, knowing how long you were going to be able to last, flicker out just in the nick of time. Very clean from Area 77 as well.
Yeah, both sides have the late game marksmen, right? You have the Claude, you have the Hanabi, both of them able to kind of push out that damage that later this game goes. I mean, look at the items. I mean, look at the goal difference. ISO up by 3 or 2K above R right now. He does have that Legion Sword he's working on top of that. He does have the Wind of Nature to be able to negate the damage when it comes to these fights, which is something that the NightHorde does have to kind of watch out for. Blade of Heptases picked up by Oh My Foe, ready to kind of engage and try and get some instant damage.
And NightHorde just needs like the big steal here, right? I think one big play by NightHorde and the game could quickly turn around. Area 77 on the other hand, all they have to do is just keep it steady, man. Just keep it steady, keep doing what we're doing, and the game is ours. It's a match point. We're one game away from moving forward to top 5, top 4. You know, it's not difficult for them, right? They already have such a lead. They just have to keep it simple, do exactly what they've been doing. NightHorde's the one who has to pull the rabbit out of the hat here.
Yeah, and the question is, do they have that rabbit in that hat, or is there nothing in there at all? Time will tell as both sides fighting over this Lord, but you are looking at Area 77 having the advantage. Black Dragon a little early from Urashi, trying to kind of test the waters for the NightHorde hovering around. Tarzan will be able to get this Lord uncontested. A smart play for Area 77, forcing the NightHorde to kind of rethink their decision. Now they're going to have to kind of contest. Oh, the version does go out. Looks like they aren't able to find a member, but Oh My Foe is there. JQT 2v1. Can they get it? Look at that damage. That was the Blade of Heptases that we were just talking about that he picked up, but he is able to dash back out to safety.
Hit him with that clap, boy. Hit him with that clap. The NightHorde clap. We've seen it before. All right, so able to defend. All members, full health bars. Area 77, all members, full health bar. One Lord coming down. I got a feeling NightHorde can defend this, man. It's definitely defendable here.
I just seen R laying down. His team has their back against the wall, and he's just as relaxed as ever. The man is just laying down on the couch.
Hey, man,
Not
play
even
from
phased.
comfort.
That's a true comfort player right there, but you are going to see the Lord make his way into the base, bursted down. Urashi with the Black Dragon hovering around. It's going to drop down onto R. Furious Dive and Soul Grip will be able to find the marksman. Takes down the back line for the NightHorde. Possible push, a possible game ender. Will they send them home? Area 77, the extraterrestrials, the aliens, taking the fight into the base for the NightHorde. They do have minions slowly making their way through the mid lane. Is this their final stand?
I mean, with R down, this is their time to do it, right? With the Shredder down, Area 77 could end here.
Yeah, possibly a game ender. You are going to go ahead and see JQT rush in for the initiation.
Oh!
Wildly Minoan's Fury quad knockup. Here we go. They're going in for the kill, for the finish. Area 77 pushing through the minions. Oh my foe. Zero, Momoi in position. Full 5-man team of the NightHorde to defend. Area 77 not able to find the window of opportunity, but they are not done yet. Yoreshi with the Black Dragon hovering around. JQT being bursted down, but back with the immortality. Able to get out to safety, but very low. This is a very close fight, but so far the NightHorde still able to stand their ground, but Marcuti taking down the mid lane mage. Sayori will fall. They're not done. Immortality being picked up by Momoi. You're going to see Prolific Roar picked up by Oh My Foe as well.
R back on the map though. Momoi looking for something there as well. Nice, I'm offended on Tarzan.
Ooh, gonna get the CC. Looking for the opportunity for the kill, but the response back to petrify. Tarzan finding R yet again. Falling his 4th death of the game. Momoi immortality being proc. The chase is on. Zero with the headbutt going in. Yoreshi in position. Zero forced back to the base. Oh my foe, very low. Minions being cleared. Base crystal 25%. Too much crowd control to handle in Area 77. The aliens send NightHorde home.
That is it. The story's told. Area 77 comes in with another clean sweep, taking out the NightHorde, sending them home. It was a nice run, but in the end, A77 shows who the big dogs are, why we've been here, why our name has been known in NA for so long, and they're coming back for more this season.
Yeah, definitely showcasing that they have what it takes, now making it into that top 4 position. A very great series overall, able to focus on these objectives. Lost little to nothing when it came to the turrets against the NightHorde. The NightHorde was on a good run though. I mean, they were able to get that victory over the BloodHounds, but running it back to back, it was just too much for them to be able to sustain. Great game so far. NightHorde, an excellent run. Definitely look forward to seeing them in future NACTs, as they had a really good showcasing. Not only in the regular season, but just overall for this NACT. Even when they lost, they still found some victories within the matches that look promising for future games.
I mean, well played by Area 77, man. And I think overall, Area 77, this is what I kind of said about them all season round, is when they're at their peak, they play very, very well. From not just a micro standpoint, but a macro standpoint. You know, they execute their win cons, you know, to perfection sometimes. It's just that when they play off, they play very, very off. So I think if they can keep up this momentum, if they can do what they just did to NightHorde down the line, get these kinds of drafts in, get this kind of gameplay in, you know, we could see some big things from them.
That's 3 teams knocked out so far in today's series. Man, it's definitely been an amazing showcasing. 16-minute, 49-second match. The Hanabi R was wondering how it would kind of play out, just not able to find that opportunity he was looking for. Definitely an interesting pickup. You are going to go ahead and see a couple of the stats on the board, though. Rich Guy going over to ISO with the most gold per minute, most damage, 89k for Marcuti. Zero on the opposite team, though, will be the Sandbag. We saw him got the flex over from the XP into the jungle. And then the forgotten one, Mr. Marcuti himself, with 7 assists.
Definitely, and something to point out once again, NightHorde only able to take 1 tower in that game. Once Area 77 found their groove that game, it was over. And look at the KDA head-to-head: 4-1-1, 0-1-4. 0. You know, I think it was a well try. You come into the playoffs to a team that, you know, you haven't been playing with it all season. They try the swap-a-rooney, they put you in the jungle even, but still NightHorde unable to pull it off. It feels like that last game, you know, they went for a little bit of comfort. Oh my foe on the Paquito did a great job. R even did a decent job on the Hanabi, but it just wasn't enough tonight. Area 77 shows up and shows out.
Yeah, and that's going to push them even forward into the lower bracket semifinals. And, you know, we're going to have to wonder who their competitor will be. We're not even done today. That's our 3rd series. We still have a whole nother series to kind of jump through, but these matches have been getting even more and more intense, and that's what happens when you get to the knockout phase, right? It's make it or break it, and only the strongest will survive. Speaking of the strongest, though, most damage over there on the side of the NightHorde, interesting enough, or damage taken is going to be 0 on the Sakai, right behind him, Momoi. On the opposing side, though, Tarzan QT sustaining himself through a lot of that damage on this Barrage. Right behind him, though, Yureshi, who had a lot of good plays over there with that Yuzong and the initiations.
Most definitely. Very well played. I mean, Area 77 now, gonna move forward, gonna go up against the winner of our last match today, and next match it's gonna be DA up against Fiends, gonna be another great one. Area 77, I think if they can play how they just played now, definitely some possibilities. It's kind of upsetting that they, got swept earlier on. We expected such great things from them. I don't think a lot of us thought they were going to be able to beat GG, but we still thought they would at least put something up. And then you see them play now, and it's just like, what is missing when they're going up against some of those top teams now? Zeke, what'd you think?
I'm sad. I feel like it's cursed. It's a plague. It's all rigged.
Your fault.
All jokes aside, Area 77 looks really strong. They came in and they didn't waste any time. I felt like I felt so confident in NightHorde's ability to really take the fight to them. But then I felt like in the draft picks, there was definitely a couple things in both of their drafts that I was just kind of like, oh, are you sure? And they weren't. It turns out they weren't sure. So that was cool. Steph, what about you? Was there anything that stuck out for you?
I would have loved to see your face when they drafted the Hanabi. What was going through your head when you saw that?
There might have been a tear. There might have been 2 tears, but for me, man, I could understand the value and why they went in the direction of the Hanabi, but it definitely, I didn't feel like they had enough CC. I didn't feel like they had enough frontlining, like effective frontlining. Like the Paquito's got cool damage and he's got a CC option, but does he have the ability to sustain the damage and keep in the fight? No, he doesn't. He's very much an in and then out character. So with that being said, I didn't feel like there was enough utility to really maximize the effects of the Hanabi.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent read. I mean, I was surprised about it. And I always ask that question when your back's against the wall and you pick something like that. It's a little questionable. It's high risk, high reward, but honestly, I feel like there's more risk than the reward in those type of situations.
Most definitely. I mean, it's match point, right? And I think NightHorde played the best to their abilities tonight, man. They pulled every rabbit they had until eventually they were out. And the thing to really point out from Area 77 there is that they beat them even with the surprise game 1 pick of the Fanny, and it's not like they had a composition that was great going against the Fanny. They were able to pull through and win that game even after taking several deaths in the early phase. So we saw a lot of different faces from Area 77. Then we came into game 2 where they were able to just kind of keep it simple, just give a very normal meta draft and just steamroll through. And these are the things you want to see from teams that are, you want to be at the top level. And Area 77 showed that they're able to pull through in the lower bracket tonight, and we're hoping big things from them, as this playoffs keeps moving forward.
Absolutely. And with that being said, no hate against NightHorde from me. You guys, you hurt my heart just a little bit, but at the end of the day, I am very proud of how you guys performed. There's no shame in anything. You guys came in this NACT, you look strong, and at the end of the day, you guys put on some great shows, and I'm thankful for that. So, Steph, I have given you a couple times to guess the MVP. So this time, I want to hear what Trex has got to think. We're about to find out. What's your guess?
Maybe Yureshi. Yureshi played an amazing game number 1. They also did pretty good, but it's going to be Yureshi. Yeah, I think Yureshi, I think game number 1 is really what kind of sent him online, was just a dominant force to be reckoned with here, Wheezy.
Yeah, Yureshi, definitely a valuable player and an asset to the team. I mean, he's been around the scene for a while, and it definitely shows with his selection of heroes and also what he provides to the team. You got to see him kind of rotate around, able to open up the opportunity for the teams where it mattered, and that's what allowed them to kind of have an easier time on those games. A lot of times we'd see Yureshi just hovering around with the Black Dragon. Even if he didn't get a kill, he's just giving the vision. He's letting them know, hey, don't cross this line, or he's going to drop down with the Furious Dive, allowing them to take things like the turtles, objectives like the Lord. and overall able to claim that victory. So looking forward to see what he has to do up in the upcoming matches in the lower bracket. But man, 3 teams sent home already, guys.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm really keen to see which team is going to be the first team to not get swept in the playoffs. But enough about that business. I think I got somebody waiting for me. Bring them on. Bring them on. Jay Cutie, man. Hey. I just want to say, before we really get into this interview, how does it feel to have given me another wrong guess?
I don't know. Just maybe because NightHorde defeat BloodHounds. I mean, they had a good game against BloodHounds, and I'm not blaming you for your prediction, but yeah, I think it's pretty good. It's fine.
So, NightHorde was super aggressive in the first game, but they weren't really prioritizing those neutral objectives. What do you think the reason for that was? Do you feel like they might not have been able to compete with you guys on the objectives, or do you feel like they were onto something?
No, maybe they just re-rostered lately, right? And last time Zero is on XP lane and Foe is their jungler, right? Then a while ago in our game, they switched roles. Maybe they didn't practice that much on that lineup, and yep, I think that's it. They just not they just didn't practice that.
So when the Hanabi was picked up, what was going through your mind?
I mean, Hanabi is fine because we have Yuzong and it's easy to kill Yuzong. I mean, it's easy to kill Hanabi as well if he out position. And I just trust my teammate that we can reach Hanabi.
Well spoken. So were there any concerns coming into this game?
No. I think I mean, this game not much, but maybe next game against, I don't know, DA, or it's gonna win in that series, will be a problem for us. But yeah, we'll get GG next time maybe.
So
we'll get our
tough
revenge.
Tough question. 10K, it was just over a 10,000 gold difference to end the second game. Did you expect to diff the entire team?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so, because yeah, as what I said earlier, their lineup right now, Foe on XP lane and Zero on jungle is new to them. I think they didn't practice that much, and I think that I expect that too. The gold lead, I mean, the game.
So this is a personal question for you. Your roam picks so far have been absolutely monstrous. What has been your secret to finding so much success in NACT?
Maybe no, I can't tell. I'll just tell them. We have drafters. His name is Rose. I think a lot of teams want him to draft for their team, and I think Rose is doing good in drafting, and for us too. We just need to fix our gameplay and rotations. Yep, I think Rose is our key player on this team.
That's fair enough. You got to give love where it is due. And finally, the QT crew has been around for a while. And in 2024 NACT Spring Season, what does it mean to you to bear that title, JQT?
It's just I don't know. We just did it. The cutie just did it because I don't know. I don't know what to tell. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. I can't. And what's the question? Sorry.
Does it mean something to you to still hold that title of QT? Because I feel like if you guys keep playing the way that you are, I might have to change to like Zeke QT and then like be like anointed, you know?
I think it's just the Area 77's buff, the cutie, you know. We just and also our manager wants to put that on us on our IGN. So yeah.
I wonder if it's like a blessing, but I'm not gonna hold you up too long. I think you guys played fantastic, and it's been so great to have you out. Get some rest. You guys are going to need it coming into this next week, and we hope to see more from you guys.
Yep, thank you.
Have a good one, buddy. Fantastic interview with JQT. You know, again, as far as roamers are concerned, he's extremely well versed, you know, not only in his ability to speak, but also in his ability to play. And when it comes to bringing the heat to the enemy team, he absolutely does it.
Yeah, I mean, ZQT, I feel like it had a ring to it. You may need to make that change, but overall, yeah. I mean, he's standing on business. He's definitely performing well. Their team's doing great, and can't wait to see how they play going forward. I mean, they have Devious activity. They have Fiends to go through. I think that's going to be another good match. Honestly, though, to be able to take down NightHorde how they did, this was a good way for us to kind of see where they're standing at. And I think they're looking pretty strong.
I think definitely it's going to be a toss-up. Whoever wins this next series and goes up against Area 77, it definitely feels like it's going to be a toss-up. Even this next series could be a little bit of a toss-up. But JQT, man, dude's been around for a very long time in MLBB, all the way back to MPLPH. The guy's been playing, so I think he also just brings a little bit of solidarity to Area 77, you know, and all of this. So it's nice to see him playing in NACT. It's nice to see the team growing. Excited to see what they bring later on in playoffs.
Now, if you guys listen closely, you can hear the jingling-a-ling-a-ling. You can hear the money pouch rattling. Steph, you want to take us into this next giveaway?
That's right. Another giveaway on the screen for a tournament chest hero skin. Unrestrained Delight Mathilda. Definitely one of those hot prospects for this NACT. Make sure you claim it while it's available. Limited quantity, 31 on the board. First come, first serve.
I do think that the QR code to actually collect the skin, although it's been a relatively new thing over the past season, I do think it's absolutely awesome for them to have incorporated that, really making things so easy and quick to capture and lock in this skin.
Most definitely. I mean, it's definitely it's a piece of technology that's become more and more popular, and you know, as long as you don't watch YouTube on your phone and you don't have another phone, you know, then you could actually take advantage of it. But yeah, it's great either way.
So all that being said, I do think we've got another matchup, a tough matchup coming up after this. So let's get into the break, and right after we'll find ourselves in the last game of the night.
Play slow. We can, like, 2 more waves. Top?
Yeah, 2 more waves.
Top. Clear the way.
I'll retreat.
Wait, I think we might have to go Lord.
Yeah, I think Lord.
Get top first, Melon. Can you get top first?
Melon.
Let me get you Lord.
Yeah, I'm coming in. Yeah, we need Lord. No, get top.
I'll start.
And there's so many wins.
Yeah, I think I had the ball, no?
And the ball.
I already went back.
No.
You think? Tower, what the f***? Tower, Melon.
Yo, there's no waves.
Tower. DTG, pre, DTG.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Welcome to All-Star 2024! Hey, superstars! Team up! Enjoy the beat!
Devious Activity versus the Fiends, the last game of the night. How do you guys think this is going to pan out?
It's going to be.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Zeke.
Go ahead. I was going to say,
sure?
Do you think this is going to be the same story that we've seen all night?
It's a hard one to gauge, and the reason why is because Fiends, they rotate their roster around a lot. I think we got to see Kohari back in the gold lane, which is going to be something that they're stronger on playing with. But up against Devious Activity, their new addition to their roster, the man's a monster, right? They put Joybaj in that roam position, which is kind of essentially that old BTK that we seen without Mobazane on it, that was able to kind of get that victory up against, who was it? It was Outplay back then in that grand finals. Essentially, that's the same exact roster that we're seeing without Mobazane. And they're a pretty strong team. They have a lot of synergy, and honestly, they have more synergy than I would say Fiends does, and a couple more achievements under their belts. But it's a little bit of a new roster. Both sides have some new additions, which brings not only some good things, but also some bad things. And I think it's going to have to boil out to who has more synergy. But if I have to go synergy focused, just from seeing them in previous NACTs play as a team together, I'd have to go Devious Activity on it.
I think Devious Activity definitely feels good. Fiends, don't get me wrong, we saw them kind of snap back to the way they were moving in season and in their previous game of today, and they looked pretty good. Is it going to be enough to take down DA? I don't know. But again, maybe we finally get the big upset match. Maybe we finally don't get the sweep. But if we're going to, just base it off numbers, high chances we're going to see a sweep this match.
No, I don't know if it's just me, but I really I'm indifferent, man. I just want to see not a sweep. I want to see some good old-fashioned Mobile Legends bang bang in North America. I want to see the heated battles. I want to see all the beef settled on the scoreboard, man. Is that just me?
No, I'm right there with you. I like games that go all the way. I think that's what we all hope for, but I feel like you're gonna get that soon. I think the higher we climb on that ladder, the more even these teams will be, and hopefully,
I'm losing hope. I'm losing hope, Weezy.
That's what we expected when the regular season started. I'll just leave it at that.
Most definitely. I think we'll see. We'll see. I mean, at this point, we're 3 sweeps in. Might as well give us another one, send us home early. But who knows, man? You know, maybe Fiends. I do think there are some. I mean, at this point, no. I said that for last series too. I said there's some possibilities. You know, I've been saying it all night. But back to back so far, teams have just dominated the last one. You know, only time will tell.
Steph, you want to take us into the first roster?
That's right. As we are going to be jumping into the roster, first on the board is going to be Fiends. We got to see them take down LEGACi, and now up for their second series of the day. You got Magic, Kohari, Chirobami, Pro Destroy, and Yuri Cutie revved up and ready to go. But do they have enough to be able to claim their victory and move up in the lower brackets?
I definitely think it's tough, man. I think it's definitely tough when you look at these teams and trying to figure out who's actually going to be able to take over who, because they're both very capable teams. But with that being said, Trex, can you take us through DA?
DA, a roster that has really excited me since the recent change. We got Melon in the gold lane, Joy Baj in the roam, Yato in the mid lane, Kush as the jungler, and T in the EXP lane. Now, we had very high hopes from this team coming into playoffs after some of the changes. They took a decent win, but then they take a quick sweep to BTK, unable to put up a singular match in that series. So now we got to recover from that, right? If they're going to do something, if they want to take this the long haul, they got to start playing on point and prepare themselves for the big teams down the line if they win this one.
I do want to take a second to just say that I do appreciate still seeing Melon on the now primary lineup. I think that he's been such an explosive player, and I think coming from that sub position into the primary, he's definitely just been well representing DA all across the board. But without further ado, predictions: who's going to win what? What's your bet?
Yep. Looks like DA all over. DA across the board. Zeke finally jumping on the wagon with us.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at how many guesses I've been getting right and wrong, and I just said, just give me one. Just give me one. You know, I got UA picking up on the Fiends, so I figure as long as I have more right than him, I should be okay. I gotta.
That's a great way to look at it. That's a really good way to look at it. Yeah, UA definitely being that anomaly. It's nothing out of the ordinary for him. He has a better prediction rate though than he did last season. So I guess he's making small improvements as we progress.
He was doing very well throughout the season, and then as we got into the playoffs, he went back to his usual antics. You know, but it's okay. I think that's normal. There's plenty of casters who do the same thing. It's the opposite. It's like the UA curse. You know, he's kind of like Mirko in a sense of like, I'm gonna vote for the team that's most likely going to lose. That's okay. That's okay.
So, do you guys think that UA has seen an increase in his correct votes in correlation with how much hair he's growing on his head?
Can you repeat that question?
Do you think UA growing out his hair...
A little bit slower, sorry.
Man, that might have been the hardest question I've ever been. You know what? We'll save that. We'll have Liz ask him that question himself directly tomorrow.
Next week.
Or next week. There you go. That's way better.
Regardless of how much hair he's got on his head, that doesn't change the fact that the draft is ready.
Go.
That's right. Yo, baby. Production, Zeke's gotta go. Had to pull him out. But hey, here we are. Final series of the day. Devious activity up against Fiends. It's been a hard-fought series compilation today, but here we are at the finish line. Trex, it's been a pleasure casting these amazing games, and I think we've had a lot of fun. But now into the bread and butter, the final Two teams fighting it out for today in a best of 3 for the lower bracket quarterfinals to earn their spot in the semifinals up against Area 77.
And it's a carry ban to start things off from DA. Not something you see on the ban list immediately all the time, but a ban nonetheless, and I think it's directly aimed at Kohari. DA showing respect, and we see that from some teams sometimes. It's like, yeah, listen, especially with them being on blue side, first pick here, they have space to, they have some leeway to make ban, to kind of do more target bans here. And as we mentioned before, I think Kohari Magic, as long as you can keep him uncomfortable, it definitely puts a dent into Fiends.
Yeah, we got to watch what kind of walks through in the draft so far. I mean, you see the R-Lot being a possible option. The Mathilda is definitely nothing out of the ordinary. I think the R-Lot's definitely been something super strong. I mean, we've seen Ureshi on it. We've seen just exactly what it can kind of play into with any of these compositions, and it should be something that could be possibly banned out. They are going to take out the X-Borg, though. A little interesting. I'm not really too much on the X-Borg train where I feel like it's that much of a threat. I feel like there's a lot of answers to it. But possibly trying to limit some of the comfort picks for the side of Fiends. But they didn't pick an X-Borg, not even in their first series today. So I'm kind of scratching my head on that. Maybe they're worried about the true damage that he provides. Maybe they're going in for a beefier composition, something like the Barats still on the table for the side of Devious Activity. Maybe why they went in for that. There are still supports on the table as well, though. You've got the Angela. You've also got the Faramis to be able to slot up the Rafaela. So I think Barats still would be a safe option for either side.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you said is perfect. Barats up front. DA kind of banning out. So far, we got 2 Shredder. We got the Burner taken out. We got the Shredder taken out. Definitely a lot of possibilities, just showing kind of what DA maybe wants to go for here. Fiends, on the other hand, is kind of keeping things simple. But with the X-Borg being banned out, with the carry being banned out, there's a lot of stuff open. You know, as you mentioned, the Barats. Matilda is taken out, but still we have the R-Lot open. We have plenty of options. Honestly, I want to say, like, this is probably one of the first times in a while that nothing feels super game-breaking. I think the only hero that has felt kind of game-breaking is the Matilda. Other than that, the draft has been very open, Wheezy, like in all games, and there hasn't been any hero where it's like, this has to be banned no matter what. This has to be that, except really for the Matilda. And I feel like it's one of the things that's been kind of nice about this about some of the most recent patches is just the availability and the possibility to change things up all over the map.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I mean, I don't like seeing only clear-cut answers, but like multiple different avenues that you can go within the draft. And I'm right there with you. I think there's so much available on the table to where you can still pretty much get a good draft, even if you don't get the first pick that you're looking for. There's just so many options on the table that you can't ban out within the first phase. But speaking of bans, Masha taking off the table alongside the CC. The Barats, do they go in for it? I'm thinking they might. They pick up the Angela, but keep in mind, Valentina is still on the table.
Angela picked up. At this point, Fiends, like R-Lot open, Barats open. Do they just lock that in immediately? DA kind of takes a risk, I feel like, picking up the Angela up front. I mean, it's solid, but again, you don't want to give Angela to Fiends, right? Like, that's the pick. That's one of the things that's literally the pick that made Fiends beat. I want to say that's what they got their game 1 off of DA with in previous series, or it's what they got their win off of. Either way, it's one of their signature picks with Magic and Kohari. If that would have went through, it would have been like Claude Angela immediately for Fiends. So now Fiends, they got to change it up a little bit. Fermi's still open. They go for the Joy on Pro Destroy.
Yeah, Joy, not something I expected. Even the Kaja on top of that, a little unorthodox in my opinion for what I would have slotted this early in the game, but I want to see how this kind of plays out. Fiends, they usually try and keep us at the edge of our seats with their drafts, but I feel like it's a little risky this early on. I mean, with that Angela, you didn't even pick up the Barats. It's opening up the opportunity for that be slotted on the side of Fiends. Now, they do have to watch out for this Kaja. Does have the suppression, but so far not enough to really deal in with what Devious Activity can kind of pull in through the draft. They're going to need more group CC. I mean, they already picked up the Joy. Could be flexed. Not really sure exactly where it's going to go yet. Maybe a jungler. I mean, Pro Destroy does have it. Definitely a possible option. We've seen him dominate with picks such as the Guinevere. He's really good on mobility heroes, able to get those neutral objectives, engage and disengage, and I think that Joy is one of those options. But speaking of options, in terms of synergized compositions, I'm leaning so far more in favor for Devious Activity.
Yeah, I mean, Joy honestly has probably been one of the most kind of disappointing quote-unquote meta heroes currently for me. I feel like every time it gets picked, it never really does what it used to do. It feels like there's just too many ways to deal with it. The damage doesn't come online in time enough, and even when it does, it doesn't feel as impactful. Joy just feels like it's kind of slowly falling off, and you mentioned it might be a little early to just be first picking Joy on the red side. And then they also, you know, they feel the need to pick up the Kaja because that's something, it's like, all right, so we're going to pick up the Joy, we're going to pick up our counter, but now you're sacrificing, you know, your roam as well just to pick up this Joy, which if it doesn't hit, like if it doesn't hit its spike when it hits it, it's pretty much a useless pick.
Yeah, it's going to be something we're going to have to watch how it plays out. But again, I feel like it's a little risky. You kind of nailed it on the dot right there. For the side of Devious Activity, though, I do like what they have and what they're setting up. I mean, you have the R-Lot. At this point, it's pretty much most likely going to go, and maybe actually in the roam position. I mean, they still could put the Angela in the mid if necessary, but then they can also just flex the R-Lot to the XP lane if they want to. They could still keep the Angela in the mid if they really wanted to. But that's why I kind of like the drafting so far from Devious Activity. There's just so many different ways that they can go about it to open up an even more diversified draft up against Fiends. But for Fiends, right, we're looking at that Joy. I mean, yes, it's a counter. They don't have the Kaja to be able to stop him in his tracks. Could be a possible play for them. I think that's why Devious Activity didn't pick up the Barats, though, because there's no way for him to kind of catch that Joy. Just way too mobile for him, even with the Detonus Welcome. But when you pick up something like the Fredrin, I mean, you can rush in, you have the Energy Eruption. As soon as that Joy gets close, you're able to pretty much catch him with the CC at least, and I think that's what they're kind of going to bank on. But the Vexana being picked up, this is going to be what I'd say more of a staple mid laner option for the side of Fiends. So it's not the worst in terms of drafting, but overall, it's looking a little tricky, man. I'm feeling like so far Devious Activity has a little bit stronger of a draft.
Yeah, and taking a look at bans, Claude banned out from the side of DA again, kind of focusing on the Kohari here. I think Melon, on the other hand, has plenty of options. We've seen him dig deep. We've seen him pick things like the Hanabi if he needs to. So, I mean, I won't count him out. I think DA is able to kind of freely ban into gold lane and feel comfortable about it. Fiends, on the other hand, they take out the Hilda, which I don't think DA needs to pick the Hilda to deal with the Joy. And like I said, I mean, back in the day, yes, when Joy was this monster of a pick, the Hilda was something like that was the major pick against it. But nowadays, like I said, I think there's plenty of answers to the Joy. You know, a good Ruby can stop Joy in its tracks. So Fiends now on the pick, on the gun, needing to make a pick here. They need an EXP laner still, and they still need a gold laner.
Yeah, this is hard. I mean, when you're looking at Fiends, like you said, they need that marksman to be able to slot in. There's a lot of CC to have to deal with. They're going to go ahead and pick up their jungle, though. So this is not... Oh, can be flexed, though.
Or
I guess the
EXP
Barats
lane,
yeah. The Barats can be the XP lane. So this still can be flexed. But again, it's... I don't know. I feel like the Joy may have been a little too early for the side of Fiends to kind of showcase that, but time will tell. For the side of Devious Activity, though, just like the Barats can be flexed, so can this R-Lot. I mean, the R-Lot might not even be in the XP lane. It could be the Roamer. It could be Angela mid. Yeah, so it definitely can. So there goes the Tig. Oh, so it's going to actually no. Unless we see the Tig in the XP lane, but I don't think we'll ever see that. So this is interesting. We haven't seen a Tig in a while, at least not one today. And I do think he's very strong in terms of what he can provide. A lot of CC could definitely overwhelm this Kaja pickup with the amount of crowd control that Devious Activity has to bank on. And that'll also profit on that R-Lot.
All right, so they do flex the R-Lot over into the XP lane. T gonna pick up the Tigreal. So CC, they have some answers here. They have some damage as well, and with R-Lot being in the XP lane, a lot more chance for it to just be a very damaging R-Lot, you know, kind of pick up some damage items, not be super tanky. And either way, you still get a nice amount of sustain on that when you build damage on the R-Lot. So yeah, we'll see exactly what DA brings here. Fiends, though, I mean, again, if the Joy can kind of go deathless, hit a nice spike, maybe get a kill or two in, you know, around the 6 to 8 minute mark, the draft isn't horrible. It's just, the Joy has just disappointed me time and time again now. So it's hard to put my faith into it.
I do like the Brody pickup, though. I mean, he's going to be playing for that survivability, especially with the amount of crowd control, the amount of dive presence that Devious Activity has. You need a marksman that can kind of sustain himself all by himself inside of that lane if necessary. As we are going to see both drafts kind of finalize this make it or break it, right? The battle for the lower bracket semifinals will be on the way. This is the last series of the day in the quarterfinals. Devious Activity going head-to-head up against Fiends, game number 1.
All right, let's see if we can finish things off with a bang tonight, guys. Pro Destroy will be on the Joy. It's not going to get flexed over or anything like that. It's going to be the Barats in the EXP lane. Kush sitting on the Fredrin in the jungle as well, and Magic already kind of holding down the front side, keeping vision, and I think this could be important, man. Fiends need to be aggressive. With this, with the Angela pick, there's possibilities. Ooh, wait a second, though. Yato, as aggressive as ever.
Almost able to take down Shurabami in the mid lane. Forced to recall nice and early. I did too. It might have been worth it. I think he still would have been able to get out. But speaking of invasions, T going in on the 2v2, trying to deny the farm, but it looks like Pro Destroy able to get the orange buff with little to no problem. Oh, wait.
DA.
Off screen though, first blood Kush able to get a kill, takes down Magic.
Yeah, being aggressive as ever. DA just really going to hit the gas here, because once they hit level 4 too, like once Yato gets to level 4, once Baj gets to level 4, T, the rest of the team, they're going to be able to kind of push even more. So if they can get a small advantage here in just the laning phase, they can turn that into something much, much bigger around, 4, 5, 6 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, Kush picking up that first kill is going to give him a little bit of that boost inside of the jungle on this Fredrin. Now, there's that Barat we mentioned. Was it going to be the jungle? Was it going to be the XP lane? Flex to that XP position, forced to go head-to-head up against the R-Lot. Maybe a little bit of a problem for him, but he should be able to sustain himself as long as he's not too overly aggressive. But speaking of the aggressive plays, Pro Destroy, electrifying beats, trying to go down for a possible pickoff, falling short on the money. Still, Devious Activity 1-0.
Definitely. Now, with first turtle coming up, Magic still hasn't hit level 4. Chobami still hasn't hit level 4. And just those two players being a bit down, Fiends need to maybe try to stall this Lord out for a second. Wait just a minute if they can slow Kush down, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to.
Yeah, it looks like Devious Activity going in for the objective. Heart Guard ready to go. Chirabombi, though, won't be able to take the turtle. The still Fiends claiming the first objective. Heart Guard activated. Electrifying beats possibly going down. Their mobilization. Kush able to take down Pro Destroy. 2-0 kill lead. Your Cutie will find the first kill for the side of Fiends. Takes down Joy Baj. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But overall, the objective with the steal, Fiends claiming the turtle. Chirabombi able to claim it.
Yeah, so Chirabombi makes the pit stop up top in the top lane, gets just enough EXP to get to level 4 there, and gets involved in that fight, able to drop the Eternal Guardian, able to really help out with the team and everything. And it's those small moments that could put Fiends at the advantage here. Now, they have the gold lead. It's nothing major, but it's still huge to be able to kind of slow down DA in this initial push, and it still gives them the opportunity to hit their big power spike. The only problem I see right now is Pro Destroy taking that death early on. Like I said, Joy, what we need to see from Joy is to really kind of scale when the time comes, and if Pro Destroy can't, it's going to be a problem for the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing this Irithel on the bot side too. You don't really see the Irithel too often nowadays, especially in the NACT. But speaking of these players, Heart Guard activated on the Kush, electrifying beats does go out from Pro Destroy, not able to find a kill off of it. Pro Destroy already finding an early death so far. Chirabombi forced to use the flicker. Melon on the chase. Joy Bosch alongside him. Ringo order Magic to kite the damage and force Devious Activity off the chase.
And while this is happening though, Kohari just stacking up some gold. Melon takes the risk, leaves lane, trying to get a pick off, unable to get it, and because of that, Kohari now able to kind of get an advantage in the gold lane, put a little bit of extra gold in the pocket, chip that tower down some more, and in the boss side, Pro Destroy looking for something as well.
Yeah, looking for another kill possibly, not able to find one, found a death super early. On the opposite side though, the jungler for Devious Activity, Kush, off to a great start, 2-0-0 on this Fredrin and getting some good plays in the early phase, but this may change. Kush finding an early grave. Kohari being the one to take him down, and now opening up the opportunity with no retribution for Fiends to take the second turtle of the game. Joy Bosch going in. Implosion! With the set final slash from T to join the party. And now the Detna's welcome connecting for the triple stun onto Devious Activity, but not enough to stop them. It looks like they now may be able to gain control in the turtle pit. Magic with the Ringo order rushes in. Pro Destroy trying to get that electrifying beats off possibly. now able to claim control back in the turtle pit.
It's he putting work in right now, but Turtle still not gone. Kush decides not go for it. He's just going to take his orange buff, back off, but now Fiend's sitting on almost a 2,000 gold lead, 1,500 to 2,000. I mean, feeling good, and at this point, they're going to be able to hit a nice spike in another minute or two. Kohari 1-0, completely winning out in his lane right now. A level up currently. I'm guessing a good amount of gold up over Melon as well. So this is exactly where Fiends want to be.
Yeah, able to take 2 turtles, which is going to help them tremendously, especially if you're not looking at Devious activity trading for any of these turrets. I mean, the more you let the stack up, the harder it's going to be to catch up. And I think that's what Fiends is trying to bank on so far. You are looking at Kohari picking up his first kill of the game, which is going to give him a slight boost against Melon. I mean, you look at it, he's already level 8. Melon sitting at level 7 so far. As you are going to see a conceal play called out, though. Joy Boss trying to scout out for an opportunity. Conceal play on the other side. Both teams looking for that opportunity, but only one may be able to get it. There goes the electrifying beats. You are going to see the turn on the bot side, though. Fall. Kohari will be able to burst it down.
Yeah, that's huge. And with that, Kohari's going to be able to rotate around a bit more. Maybe they throw the lane swap in here. Yuricutie goes down to the bot side. Either way, we see members of Fiends going to be able to group up a bit more for these fights a little bit sooner, and that's going to be huge coming into this third and final turtle.
Yeah, and speaking of so far things that we are seeing, both sides trying to find that window of opportunity. Devious activity falling short on the objectives, but able to lead in terms of the kills. As we are looking at a little bit of that replay for that turtle play, Kohari finding his first kill of the game, takes down Kush. This is huge, right? Limiting their retribution capability. They didn't claim the first turtle, were able to get the second one. But speaking of claiming things, both sides fighting it out in the jungle. Magic finding Joy Baza. Rome taking down a Rome. Limited the crowd control capability for the side of Devious activity, forcing them back into the mid lane.
Beans are looking good right now. What did I say, man? They're back to, you know, the original roster, the original play. They just lost uneven, brought in Yuricutie in the EXP. They got Kohari sitting in gold, and Fiends looked great this game, man. They looked great in the last match up against their previous opponents, and now they're coming in against DA with a 3,000 gold lead 7.5 minutes in.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they are fresh off of a sweep against LEGACi. This is the first series that we've seen Devious activity play since their upper bracket match against BTK, where they lost 3-0 with a sweep. And now looking at Fiends having the advantage, tied in kills, but up in the objectives. And it looks like they're trying to get some more. But Melon will be able to find Kohari, shuts him down, gets a double, finds Magic, which will give him 2 kills, 1 above Kohari to possibly even out this game and may slowly get them the advantage they're looking for.
Yeah, that is huge for Melon. Melon needed that tremendously. Getting those 2 kills and now possibly getting this tower as well is going to put a nice chunk of gold in and just put Melon. I mean, Melon was falling a bit behind there. And now, is this good? Oh, T gets the kill. Melon with the assist. Now things are turning around into DA's favor.
Yeah, they're now in lead in terms of the gold. Not by much, but they're able to kind of even out this economy. And not only that, but like you said, Melon, he needed that. He needed the kills. He got 2 assists as well. And now he's kind of leading in terms of who's ahead in the gold lane. Speaking of things being ahead, though, big stun from Kush on the Magic, trying to get around back to that tier 1 turret. But Melon rushing around for the follow-through. Kush will be able to take him down. And now maybe able to get a little bit more. Kohari falling Melon again. Finding yet another kill. Heartguard activated on him. T finding Chirobami. Eternal Guard not even going to phase the 5-man rotation from Devious activity.
That's one thing you don't want to see, man. Melon sitting on the Aerithal with the Heartguard on him, just riding through on the Dugati, causing mayhem, taking out Kohari, taking out Chirobami, taking down towers. Devious activity, we talked about an 8-minute power spike. Well, now Devious activity steal that power spike away from Fiends, and they're shoving it down their throat right now.
Yeah, I'd love to see, just in terms of golden items, how far ahead Melon is above Kohari with a couple of plays so far. I mean, he's definitely got to be hitting these core items ahead of the power curve compared to him. But speaking of the power curve, there goes that Heart Guard again, this time hooked on the T. Joybox with the setup. Chirobami will fall. You're looking at Yuricutie trying to get out of there. Praises Wrath for the conal damage. Heart Guard activated on the T. Still ready to take that fight. forcing Fiends back into the mid lane, but the conceal play.
Conceal play.
The opportunity to ring order onto Joybosh. Forced out. Immortality has been procced. They want to take him down. Your cutie with the stun, with the massive damage output, will be able to take him down. Kush finding Kohari. May be able to get this Lord. Melon, Heart Guard, possibly procced on him. Need to watch out for that. 4 Fiends not able to find the opportunity in the Lord Pit, and Devious Activity will claim the objective.
Yeah, T does a great job of zoning Fiends away there. And look at Melon now with the Heart Guard. Gonna get pulled in.
Divine Judgment, that doesn't grab 1, that grabs 2. Because he does have the Heart Guard, but it keeps him alive. Yato able to find Magic. Maybe able to get Yuri Cutie. Gets a double kill. Yuri Cutie is going to be the one to fall. Devious Activity now a 13-4 lead and climbing the taunt on a Pro Destroy. Kush trying to deal the final damage. Not able to find it, but Devious Activity finding their footing and controlling this game.
Man, Fiends were feeling comfy. They thought they had it all. It took, though, was 1 Heart Guard and a Melon to change the tides, to change things up. Let's take a look at the items. This is a 3,000 gold lead for oh, never mind. I'm looking at Melon up against the Kaja right now. All right, no, it's only a 500 gold lead for the 2 gold laners. We got the Berserker's Furies in. We got the Haas Claws. We got a little bit of defense. Big final slash, though.
For the setup, Melon will find Magic. Yuri Cutie will fall. Yato first him down to Praise's Wrath for the damage. T for the follow through. Finds Kohari. Kurabami by himself will be able to take down Kush, but the Lord intact. And you are going to see the inhibitor fall for the top side. They have the Lord. They should be able to close this out. I don't think Kurabami can do this by himself. And ladies and gentlemen, Devious Activity takes game number 1 against Fiends.
For just a second there, all the Devious Activity fans were clenching up. For just a second there, it felt like Fiends had the game in the bag. But in a matter of 3 minutes, we saw 6,000 gold change up. They went from a 3,000 deficit to a 3,000 lead and steal the game away in under 12 minutes. Devious Activity with a strong dub.
Yeah, definitely able to follow through on their commitments, and that's what makes them such a strong team. We talked about synergy, right? We talked about a lot of these players together in previous NACTs, and it's definitely showcasing today, giving Fiends a little bit of a challenge. I do think, like you said, Fiends had some things going for them in the early phase, but the later that game went, Devious Activity able to kind of flip the narrative and close it out with a fast finish. 11 minutes, 42 seconds. The crowd control, the sustainability, too much to handle, and overall able to push through, taking game number 1 against Fiends, forcing them to a match point.
Taking it so cleanly. Yato 3-0-10, Melon 4-0-10, and T 4-0-10. T came through with some insane final slashes there, completely turning the game around. But I think the real combo, man, the Yato Melon combo here was just vicious, man. Using a strategy that we see from Magic and Kohari a lot, right? Like the Heart Guard, and I'm wondering if Fiends like didn't ban it out, hoping that maybe they would get their hands on it. And Yato was quick to scoop up that Angela. I was almost worried about it at first. I'm like, is this really what they're going for up front? But they pulled it off very, very well.
Yeah, I feel like they kind of drafted themselves into a hole in the beginning, right? I mean, they picked up that Joy alongside the Kaja. I mean, look at the Joy. 0-3-2. Yeah, I mean, that was your first pick. Like, that was your... They put themselves in that position. And honestly, I think picking up something that could have profited off that Angela, even a Valentina, could have been valid there to be able to take that hard guard away from them and use it for yourself. And they could have even picked up a Baratz, in the Valentina combo.
Something
to technically work that, have that work out. But yeah, I just didn't really see the Kaja profiting as much, or the Joy. So going into game number 2, maybe that will be what they work on. But we are going to see the rich guy going to Melon, the carry as well. 47k damage dealt. Yuri Cutie on the opposing side is going to be the sandbag with the triple 111k, and then the forgotten one stacked up with 10 assists. Melon on Devious Activity.
Melon all around the board right now. Let's take a look at the head-to-head. Joybaj up against Kohari. Now Joybaj 2-3-10. I mean, Joybaj didn't have the craziest game that series. We've seen him do well so far since he came back, but I think honestly, T was just a star that series. Kohari tried to get the gears moving, but ended up coming up a little bit short there on the Brody.
Yeah, you know, he looked good too. In the beginning, he was able to get that kill, but then 4 deaths right after that, not able to find that opportunity. And really, like you said, Melon, able to out-rotate, a couple of good looks from him with the setups from his team, really made the difference there. And then he was able to kind of close in on those turrets to expand that lead even further. As you are seeing, though, 100% team fight participation, Magic on the Kaja. A little surprising that he was able to hit that, but not able to really be where he was needed for that game. Overall, though, Devious Activity was able to maintain their composure and close that out with little to no issue. I will say it's hard when you run a Kaja up front like that, because when you stack crowd control against him, it's hard for him to find that opportunity that he's looking for. And so maybe in game number 2, I think it's just going to start with the draft. Maybe just do a little bit better drafting up against Devious Activity if they want to have a chance to be able to kind of even out the series.
Yeah, they got to figure something out. I think from draft to gameplay, just all around DA. Because here's the thing, Fiends had the advantage early on. They had a 3,000 gold lead, and that's where, I mean, it kind of comes down to gameplay as well. As DA was able to hang on there for a minute, wait for that one player to really come online. They knew once they could get the the Melon Heartguard combo on, the Aerithal Heartguard combo on, they could really kind of push forward. And then once they got that, it was just boom, 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 from top lane to bot lane to mid lane, all over the place, just able to kind of slowly win out on it.
You got to respect the support meta. You have to. If you can't let it walk and not have an answer for it, and that's what we kind of seen in that game. So this is our final series of the day. We don't want to see it into the sweep. We always see, or we've seen nothing but sweeps so far in this entire playoffs. Baby. Nothing. And it's a little surprising. I would have thought that we would have seen some games go a little bit closer than they were, but hopefully this will be that series that we're looking forward to. But I would say for that match, a little too one-sided in my opinion. I think Fiends definitely has a lot of groundwork, like you kind of mentioned, to be able to turn this around, but not impossible. I think there was a couple of things they did right, but overall, a lot more that they did wrong. Devious Activity, though, looking very strong. Like I said, they're very synergized. They have players that have went to grand finals and have won grand finals for NACTs in the past. So it's definitely one of those teams that you have to watch out for. But speaking about watching out for things, into game number 2 we go. Match point for Devious Activity, possibly the last game of the day, and maybe the last game for Fiends if they're not careful.
And, you know, here's something I want to point out with Fiends. We saw this last time, too, from them when they were drafting on the blue side earlier in the day, is their first pick, and one of the best picks for them is that Angela, but they banned it out. And we saw how DA was willing to leave it open so that they could get it for themselves. And again, that's just a small thing. Maybe they don't feel confident enough with it. Maybe they don't want to test it. But they ban out the Angela, and like, I get it. You just got beat very bad by an Angela, but their first pick now, so they could kind of, you know, force DA to ban it if they don't want it on the map, right? Force DA to kind of ban some of those picks. But anyways, too late now. Minotaur banned out. Arlot banned out. We'll see what Fiends has up their sleeve here.
I mean, kind of how we mentioned in the first draft, right? There's a lot on the table nowadays in terms of meta and what you can pull off. There's just so many heroes and compositions available. I mean, you still can go the Rafaela and the Barats play. You can go the Faramis and the Barats. I mean, you do have to watch out for that Valentina on the board if you do go for that, but nonetheless, some very strong options. Nolan, still a good pickup for either side if they do want to go ahead and slot that in. We haven't seen the Ruby prioritized too often nowadays, but I still think it's a strong pickup. It's able to be flexed into multiple different positions. But like I said, I think it's going to just boil down to not only the drafting, but the execution from both sides. And when it came to executing the draft that was on the board for both sides, definitely Devious Activity able to kind of hit it right on the target. When it came to Fiends, we saw the Joy, we saw the Kaja pickup. They prioritized that, and they just weren't able to perform. So I think maybe going a little bit more traditional, not putting themselves in a pocket in the draft, is where they kind of start off at. Now, first pick on the board for Fiends. Where do we go here? Do we play the safer route? Do we go something like the Barats just to be careful?
Barats, yeah.
You know,
Arlot's gone. Or the Akai. I think Barats is probably the more solid pick. They can always flex it as well if they want. I think that's probably your answer. Maybe the Ruby. Ruby's also been another pick that sometimes teams will pick up front. Minotaur's taken out. I think Barats is kind of your strong up front pick here that leaves you a lot of space.
Navaria, Vexana, still available if they want to go in for the mid lane. I feel like there's not too much of a gamble there. I feel like both of those are pretty good with the majority of the compositions nowadays. So I think Fiends definitely has a lot of flexibility here, but this is going to open up the window for Devious Activity to get 2 picks as well. The X-Borg will be the one prioritized. I was just about to mention the X-Borg, but I don't know. I feel like it's a flex pick. Could be in the jungle, could be in the XP lane. If it's in the jungle and he falls short on the first neutral objectives, it's very hard to catch back up. If it's in the XP lane, I feel like it's all right, but easily counterable, easy to get behind and out-rotate. So we'll have to see how the side of Devious Activity responds. Do they go in for their mage pickup now? Do they go in for something like a Navara, like a Vexana, something they want to prioritize? Maybe the Valentina. I think that would be okay here because technically you would profit on the X-Borg already. And there it goes. They're going to take that last insanity and use it for their advantage.
Yeah, I think solid from Yato. They bring in the Ruby as well. Most likely Roam Ruby. We do see Joybosh swap up for it. I think on the XP lane going against the X-Borg, big chance we see something like maybe a Benedetta from T here, maybe a Terizla from T here, something that can kind of dance around, out-rotate the X-Borg. On the side of Fiends, though, Barat's still open, still opportunity from them. If they want to go for the Vexana here as well, they can. Plenty of opportunity for any way they want to do things. I think they need to just kind of block out the Valentina, not really worry about what ult you're going to give it, and just kind of, you know, play your game.
Technically, yeah, they could definitely go in for that Barats. They can go in for something like the Nolan if they really want to. I mean, he is available. They could lock in... I mean, I don't even know mage-wise. There's still options on the table. You do have to watch out for that Valentina, though. Speaking of pickups, though, Pro Destroy, wasting no time, is going to go in for this Guinevere, but there goes the Florian again. We got to see the showcasing of it earlier, now picked up for a second time. I do like Pro Destroy on the Guinevere, though. I think he performed really well up against LEGACi today. And, you know, he definitely was able to go in, initiate, disengage, get the neutral objectives. And I think it's something that I would at least consider a comfort pick for him.
I mean, it's we saw the Florin earlier today. It was when they also picked up the Natan on Kohari. Definitely a slightly different pick, but we've seen them use this pick at least. The Guinevere, I think it's decent. I think not knowing what kind of jungler you're going to go up against, it can be okay because most likely Guinevere can at least do well in early objectives. I think once the game moves a bit towards into mid to late game, the Guinevere starts to fall off. But early on, if you want to go for, I mean, Fiends should definitely have some advantages when they come into like first, second, third turtle, maybe even first Lord.
You know, I'm wondering what they're going to pick in for their marksman, though, for the side of Fiends. I mean, Brody, I think, would be okay. I mean, this is a very dive-centric composition from the side of Devious Activity, especially when you have that Ruby able to not only sustain himself, but able to get into your turret and grab you at a moment's notice. I think that's where the Brody will kind of shine, especially since the Claude was already taken off the table for Fiends to pick up as an option. I think it's going to kind of put them in a little bit of a bind. But speaking of bans, you're going to see the carry taken off the table alongside the Lu Yi, who we've been seeing kind of rise up to the occasion in the NACT. Going to be taken off the table. Fanny, final ban of this match, taken off the board for the side of Fiends.
I like it, and I mean, it's covering some bases, and I think one thing about the Guinevere is it can't really get bullied by a utility jungler, but it's one of the, and she is kind of a utility jungler in a sense. Like, she's not really an assassin jungler. She's not quite a tank jungler, but I think she can have some problems against some of the more bursty junglers like a Nolan, like a Fanny. So covering bases here from Fiends, knowing what some of their weaknesses could be, and taking that out. DA, though, there's still plenty of options. They could still pick up something like the Barats here. They could pick up something like the Martis. They could go a Kai if they wanted to. Plenty of options on the field. And here's T's signature Yuzan pick, which again, also very solid. I think even against the Guinevere, you bring down Black Dragon, you can kind of stop some things in their tracks.
They got to go Brody. They have to. I mean, there's too much dive capability for the side of Devious Activity, especially when you lock in that Yuzong. I don't really know who's going to be able to get away from that much CC. You need a marksman with great survivability, and I think Brody should be the pickup for the side of Fiends. Now looking at the side of Devious Activity, though, one more pickup is going to need to be a jungler. Nolan could be a possible option. I mean, we do know Kush likes to kind of switch it up. Can play the assassins, can play the front line. Oh, he is gone. Oh, yeah, you're right. So maybe the Akai. It could be anything at this point, I think would work out. But, hey, I mean, I'm not too against it, but there's a lot of CC to kind of rush into for the Roger. Kohari liking to be aggressive, though. Definitely not too far out of his realm. But is that an Odette we see?
That is an Odette we see, and I wasn't against the Roger. The Odette, on the other hand, we're getting a little crazy. It's a lot of magic damage on the side of the Fiends here. The Odette. You have coverage. You have coverage. You have the flicker. I mean, you get some AoE, you get some defense when it comes down to some of these objectives and everything. I'm very surprised that they picked the Joy into the Odette because, honestly, the Joy doesn't do great against the Odette. But still, yeah, I mean, here we go. Game number 2 to take us in.
I was really interested to figure out what you were gonna make up for a good reason for this Odette pick because I couldn't find a single
because even the
one.
Yuzong is a major problem to it. The Ruby is a major problem to it. It's questionable. The Roger, not too questionable. You have some escapability similar to like what you would get from the Brody, but the Odette just throws the wrench in everything.
Man, we gotta like look up the Odette and just see. Have we seen the Odette yet, or is this the first?
We have seen the Odette.
We did once. One game.
Yeah, one game.
With the Odette, and that was over to LEGACi. Was the one who pulled it out. They played it against BTK. As we are now jumping into game number 2 for our final series of the day. For the lower bracket quarterfinals, Devious Activity up against Fiends. Devious Activity currently sitting with match point. If they claim victory here, they'll be able to shut down Fiends and send them home. Will Fiends be able to take us to a game number 3?
Listen, when the pressure is on, we see it happen all the time. It's match point. Fiends have had a great season, but now everything's on the line for them. And things get a little crazy sometimes when the pressure builds up. We bring out the Odette pick, and either it's going to be the game changer or it's going to be the thing that puts the final nail in the coffin for the Fiends. Now, taking a look at the gold lane, I do think Kohari should be able to do okay. I think Claude can almost always kind of stalemate, can always kind of lane with all the best gold laners out there. I think as long as Melon doesn't get too crazy, he should be able to hold his own at least against Kohari on this Roger.
Yeah, definitely going to have to watch out. Kohari likes to be aggressive. If there's any marksman that can be aggressive nice and early, it's definitely going to be this Roger. We didn't get to see it at all today. I think this is the first Roger that we've seen, at least for today's series. He is going head-to-head up against Melon, though. Melon already off to a little bit of a harder start. I mean, you look at him, 50% HP, both sides forced to recall.
Yeah, and after last game, we know that Devious Activity is totally okay with kind of hanging it out, waiting for mid-game. They don't need to force, they don't always try to force things early on. They know how to be aggressive, but also, if they want, they can wait for second, third turtle to pop off. And with something like the Joy, we said it last time when Fiends picked it up, you have to try to go deathless for the first, 5, 6, 7 minutes. Wait for your power spike to come. Wait for you to lock in your second item or so. Third item around 8 to 12 minutes. And that's when you're really able to start hitting hard into the back lane.
It's interesting because when it comes to the 5v5 engagements, speaking of engagements, look at the predictions over there from the community. 85% to 15% for Devious Activity taking this game with a sweep. But on the opposing side of the board, Fiends, off to a good start, claims the first turtle.
Most definitely. It's first turtle already going to Fiends, but again, like I said, Devious Activity not trying to force things here. Able to kind of take it slow, and as long as they don't die, as long as nobody goes down and Fiends doesn't just skyrocket ahead, it's okay. But the funny thing is Fiends also not trying to force things, knowing that with the Odette they need some time to scale, knowing that with the Florin they need some time to scale, and then the Roger as well. So both teams kind of in this weird place where it's like whose power spike is going to hit a little bit harder than the other one.
You are looking at 3 quantum charges picked up for the side of Devious Activity. They are going to be very mobile when it comes to these engagements, and they have a lot of crowd control to kind of work in their favor. That's, like I said, a very dive-eccentric composition for Devious Activity. When you look at the side of Fiends, though, it's a little interesting on how these heroes kind of play together on the 5v5 engagements, right? You have Pro Destroyer who can initiate with the Spatial Migration on the Guinevere, possibly get the knock-up with the Violent Requiem. You have Kohari who can kind of sniff out the low HP with the Lycan Pounce for some possible pickoffs, initiation from the Last Sanity from Yuri Cutie, but not a lot of crowd control to really bank on compared to Devious Activity.
Most definitely. Now, I'm wondering, you know, when does the big play happen, right, Weezy? Like, I don't think we haven't seen a game this slow all night, and I know it's only 4 minutes in, but comparative to what we've been seeing, there's been a lot more action. Both teams really just kind of testing the water. Yato just kind of poking back and forth with Churro, but still nothing crazy. Protostroy might be looking for the play here. I'm waiting for the big knock-up to happen. Next Turtle going to be coming in. I think DA knows there's a threat, right? Like one Violent Requiem connects onto more than one player, or really just one player. It's game-changing, and that's why the Guinevere normally kind of has advantage early on, because not a lot of other junglers can deal with that knock-up, can really respond to it. But Devious Activity, knowing that, they don't force it. They give up first Turtle, and now they're going to try to maybe contest this one.
You know, and they don't really have anybody to stop Kush in his tracks on this Joy. Yes, he doesn't have the support to lean on.
Kohari?
He could possibly go in for a lot of these objectives. Yeah, Kohari with the aggressive dive, though. Nothing out of the ordinary for him. T, though, Black Dragon hovering around, drops down. Kush able to claim the turtle for Devious Activity, evening out the scoreboard. Kohari will find Yato, though, for first blood. Your Cutie finding T, 2 kills. Nice and early for the side of Fiends for a trade-off. Kush, maybe the third if he's not careful. Able to get back to safety with the dashes. Joyboz there to kind of help sustain him as he escapes to safety.
Yeah, for just a second, I thought Kohari might get another one, but luckily Melon's smart about it. He's like, listen, fine. You want to go all the way down to the other side of the map? I'm going to take this tower. I'm going to definitely get something out of your attack. And with that, with the turtle plus the tower, even though they take the 2 deaths, DA still, you know, in the game there, man. Very much so in the game. And no, Melon able to get the solo kill on Kohari, and now DA on top of all the trades.
Yeah, definitely DA winning in terms of overall trade so far. But on the bot side, Fiends, they were able to take the turret, so both sides able to claim a little bit of the map so far. Not too high out of the park. I would say gold lead for Devious Activity so far, but in terms of kills, you would look at both marksmen having one. We will see Kohari finding a death, though, which may put him a little bit behind Melon, who's looking for that late game power spike, but a misplay over there from Joyboz, looking nothing but air. Gonna go ahead and recall spam out of there, but not what he was looking for.
Most definitely now DA. Still waiting to see if Kush is going to come online. Just waiting to see if the Joy is really going to be the big play. But wait a second, Violent Requiem.
Ooh, T. Caught out of position. Hit with the Violent Requiem. This is where the Guinevere starts to shine a little bit. Joyboz now joining the party alongside Yato. 3 kills for the side of Fiends. They were not able to claim that second turtle, but overall, they're not too far behind. This is really anybody's match. A little closer than I would have anticipated, but I want to see how Chirobami plays into this with this Odette.
Yeah, I mean, still no kills for Churro, but still no deaths for Churro. So far, doing good for an Odette in the NACT playoffs. Turtle is going to be down to about half health. T going to force the engage.
Yeah, he's going to full sin, drop down on a Pro Destroy, hit him with the knockup. Base migration by the Requiem as a response. Nice standing from your Cutie, though. We'll be able to take down T. One member falling for the side of Devious Activity. But look at Yato. He grants the Swan Song, is going to use it. Kush able to get the turtle and skate out of there for Devious Activity.
Those turtles that Kush keeps getting are the thing that's keeping DA in the game right now. Because Fiends, I mean, it's 4-1 in kills, right? Fiends has been coming out on top in some of the trades. But DA, man, able to get these objectives. And then Melon as well, just farming away, has been doing a great job. And finally, Kush puts a kill on the map.
Oh, yeah, they need to watch out for Melon. Going in for Pro Destroy. We'll take him down to Blazing Duet. Your Cutie, Faraga Armor has been taken down. BMI back to safety, but still in the fight. Takes down the turret and now going in for the kill. Joyboz on your Cutie. We'll be able to take him down. Devious Activity evening out the kills 4-4 and claiming more on the map.
Listen, this is the same thing we saw last time around the 8-minute mark. This is the same thing we saw from DA. They're able to hang it out, let you maybe get some more kills, but once their time comes, it comes hard. And DA right now, Kush 1-0, Melon 2-0, Joyboz 1-0. Yes, T has taken some deaths, but all the players on the team that need to be able to scale have scaled and are finding their moment to shine.
Speaking of moments, T with the Black Dragon back to safety on the invasion for the purple buff. Not able to get it. Pro Destroy able to claim it last second. Forced to use his retribution, though, in that play. But like you mentioned, they're playing it safe, cool, calm, and collective.
Whoa.
And now may be able to get a kill. Spatial Migration out from Pro Destroy, showcasing why the Guinevere has its perks. You're going to go ahead and see another turret fall, though, on the top side. That's a tier 2, 9 minutes in.
Yeah, tier 2, 9 minutes in. Kush might not be getting all the kills, but he is causing pressure on these off lanes. Look at him still up in the top side. Gonna macro that up, then move down, move over to the mid. Maybe he wants to hop down to the boss side. You got Melon there, so he doesn't exactly have to do that, but still, Devious activity just keeping pressure all around the map.
Yeah, 1,000 gold lead over there for Melon, too. A ticking time bomb. Corrosion Sight, Demon Hunter Sword already picked up. Only the Endless Battle and Windtalk over there for the Roger. Kahari falling short on the mark compared to him so far. And right now, Devious activity starting to build up that snowball. Fiends need to be careful. I mean, this is match point. If Devious activity takes this victory, they're done. Finito out of the NACT Spring Season.
Yep, and that might just be it. I mean, Fiends has had a great run, and I don't want to count him out just yet, but it's looking very similar to last series where DA just does this great job at waiting for the mid game and then popping off at it. Fiends need to find an answer. We saw Kohari able to get some kills. We saw the whole team able to kind of take advantage of T's over aggression. They need to find those moments and make them work again, but look at Kush.
Yeah, he's going to rush in. Spatial Migration, not going to hit the mark from Pro Destroy. Tried to catch him on that aggressive play. Swan Song going in, though. Yato with the IMU using their ultimate against them. Kush will be able to find Magic in the backline. Churubami will find Joybox, gets a double. Takes down T with the Swan Song. Kush will find Churubami. Churubami does shut down. Kush to respond back with the triple kill. Melon trying to get away. Pro Destroy may be able to Spatial Migration in. Forced to use the BMI, and now the Lord in control for the side of Fiends. But speaking of Fiends, Kohari, you know he wants it. Almost able to get him with the Lycan pounce. Melon trying to get back to safety. Kohari looking like he's gonna let him go.
I mean, that's a big dub for Fiends there, man. That's a big win for Fiends. And right what I was saying is they need to find a moment where Devious activity maybe overextends a bit and capitalize on it. Look for those mistakes and find the wins in them. And now Gold, down to barely a lead. By the end of this, Fiends should have the lead. They've taken a Lord. They should get a nice push out of this. And look at this. So Kush makes that immediate aggression. Not able to find anything out of it. Yuri Cutie gets the response, and now Kush, yes, they find Magic, but Churro just starts cleaning things up here, and it's a bit of a bloodbath back and forth, but in the end, Churro with the triple.
The power of the Swan Song coming alive. Just the AoE range that it has is very hard to get out of. But speaking of things hard to get out of, set up with the Violent Requiem. Magic will go ahead and shut down Melon. There goes the Swan Song. Yuri Cutie able to claim the turret top side uncontested.
Most definitely. And Devious activity now on the back foot. What's their answer to this, right? They can definitely kind of take it slow, but we're starting to see Yuri Cutie come online a little bit more. We're starting to see some of the late game possibilities from Fiends become possible. They bring in this Florin, which now that it's got Flask of Oasis, now that it's starting to feel a little bit better overall, the heals are actually starting to matter, and the sustain is starting to happen. We're seeing some of the cracks happen in Devious activity.
Yeah, it's a little surprising. Churubami 3-1-4 on the Odette, but T off to a hard start. He's 0-4-0, 4 deaths. Not the game he was kind of looking for, and I'm honestly a little bit surprised considering the way this has been playing out for him. But Fiends, this is better than game number 1. If they keep up that momentum, they could possibly take us to a game number 3. I mean, right now, I would consider them in control of this game. I mean, it's only a 400 gold lead, but nonetheless, the way they're rotating around, the way they're able to take these objectives is putting Devious activity on the back end. But look how comfortable they are. Not really going to phase them. Waiting for a window of opportunity. Melon is going to possibly be that deciding factor. I mean, he's been kind of farming around and getting all the looks that he's wanted without being punished too much compared to Kohari, who's one kill behind him.
Hold on, sir. Did you just say a game number 3?
That's what it's looking like, maybe.
A lot of damage.
Ooh, Swan Song going out. Black Dragon from T. Your cutie will find Joy. Bosh. Kush trying to escape. Lycan pounce in. Kohari taking down Kush. Kush will find one. T taking down Churubami. He's made a 3-for-2 trade. Kohari find another. Finds T. Yato trying to get away. Pro Destroy. Not going to allow him to. Melon by himself. Wait a second. Trex feeds. Able to gain control. Devious activity. Not the match they were looking for.
Listen, man, you asked about the Swan Song and why it'll work. Well, there it is. That's why it works. I don't know why it works, but for some reason, it's working. And you know what it really is? It's like when they try to dive in, even if Chirobami ends up going down, the amount of immediate damage, anytime Kush tries to dive in, boom, Swan Song comes up. Anytime T tries to come in, we have an answer to it, and we'll see it right here, right? Kush does try to make the big engage into the back line, but the Swan Song comes out, and Kush is just getting shredded down in the midst of it all, and unable to really pull out the kills.
Yeah, respect the power of the Swan Song. Last standing from Yuracutie, both teams fighting it out in the Lord pit. Kush very low, not in position for the retribution. Melon need to get out of there. Kohari taking a lot of damage, able to dodge the last Insanity. Look at the Lord though, 50% HP. Pro Destroy able to claim it. Swan Song in, Members out. Kohari finds Yato. Chirobami finds Kush. A double kill, takes out T as well. A triple. Melon again, all by himself. Luminous Lord claimed for Fiends, and now to push through the mid lane. A possible game ender on the way. Melon, can he hold him off? Looks like he's going to try and go in for it. Try and clear out these minions. Needs to wait it out 15 seconds until his team spawns in. Is that enough of a window? One lane of minions to go through. BMI's in. Blazing Duet. Able to clear it. Oh, no.
That's it,
not
boys.
Able to in time. And Fiend able to take the game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game number 3.
Wow, wow, wow. Fiends coming in with some clutch picks, able to turn things around. It's our first game 3. I mean, not our first game 3, but our first non-sweep, our first back and forth series of the NACT playoffs. And Fiends, the team that came in and took NACT by storm, now showing, are they going to be the upset makers? Are they going to be the ones that knock one of the some of the OG players out of the playoffs?
Hey, Odette now at that 50% win rate. LEGACi couldn't do it, but Fiends was able to push through. A major victory. I mean, their backs were against the wall, right? If they lost that, they would have been knocked out of this NACT. Devious activity. Not the game they were expecting, and now both sides one step away from moving forward or one step away from being knocked out of the spring season. 15-minute game, a fast finish for the side of Fiends to turn this around 17-8. I mean, highest kills on the scoreboard is going to go over to Kohari on this Roger 5-1-5.
I mean, Kohari was clean, but also Chirobami, man, even in that very last Lord fight, Chirobami just kind of hung out in that little bush, right? The little Lord bush, the solo bush, and let a lot of the fight happen for a while there. Just did not show, held on to the ult, waited for the right time, and timing was key so much for Chirobami. Ended up being the carry, ended up doing the most damage on out of everybody, 83,000, which in a game like that that really didn't go too late is a lot of damage. And Chirobami's positioning and just timing with those Swan Songs was key to victory throughout this series.
Yeah, definitely not something I would have expected to be drafted or expected to work. There was a lot of counters to the Odette jumping into that game, but the execution, the positioning over there from Chirobami definitely standing out. Kohari making the most out of the low HP from the Swan Song, able to follow through to get the most kills of the game. The head-to-head right there on the board, 5-1-5 compared to Joy Bosch on the 1-3-1. A little interesting to see the marksman compared to the roamer. But I wouldn't say that's too out of the ordinary. That'd be kind of interesting to see a roamer get more kills than the marksman. But damage dealt. You're going to go ahead and see the highest on the board. Beat Chirobami. We were just talking about him, right? With the Swan Song, with the Odette last second pick, 88% teamfight participation and 83k damage dealt.
Bro, can we talk about, I mean, I know it's normal, Magic is a healer or a roam or whatever, but damage dealt was only 6,000 damage. Magic literally must have like never landed a single hit on anybody and just really hung out and waited it out. 6,000 damage total from a hero is insane. Must have missed all those skill shots. But anyways, I mean, that's whatever. I'm just picking and fighting here. But so now, Wheezy, game 3, baby. Rubber band match.
Yeah, rubber band match.
Are you excited?
I am. Yue, the mad scientist, he may have actually got something right today if this does kind of pull through, because he did vote over there.
I think he's going to be so mad that he didn't.
He did say that too. He did say that.
If Fiends win this series, Zeke is going to be so mad. He just can't. Mr. can't get it right over there. But let's see what can happen here. DA now. Yato, T, Baj, Kush, veterans of NACT, tied up with the new kids on the block, Fiends. Can they pull it off here?
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, Fiends off to a good run for their money. A little bit of a surprise on the way that kind of played out, giving them a second chance to be able to stay inside of the playoffs. Devious activity, like you said, a lot of vets on their side for the NACT. Falling short for game number 2, and I wouldn't even say it was a draft difference, right? I think it was just execution there. I really think that's what it boiled down to. I think the draft was solid. I actually liked and preferred the draft over there from Devious Activity against Fiends, but I feel like Fiends, they were able to kind of look into the mistakes that Devious Activity was making during the actual game, and they profited. So jumping into the final game of the day officially, one team will be sent home. Now we got to kind of break down these kind of keys to victory on what will make one the victor and one the loser. When it comes to Devious Activity, they definitely got to play a little bit tighter inside of the game. They're letting too much go into the hands of Fiends, too many neutral objectives, too many plays and pickoffs, and no trades to respond back. Even being overly aggressive sometimes is costly. For the side of Fiends, well, that's a hard one to kind of break down. I feel like they just overall did well. I don't know if the Odette will work again. I don't know if it was just a fluke. It was something that just kind of worked that one time. But I don't know if I would do it twice.
I got the answer. I got the answer for you. Don't pick Joy. So far, if we look at the real, if we look at the, or get Matilda, but also a number one thing is don't pick Joy, because Fiends pick Joy, they lose. DA picks Joy, they lose. Maybe that's the real reason, but also, what's been the number one rule of NACT, Mr. Wheezy?
I was about to say it. Ban Joy, drink water.
Drink water.
If you didn't learn that, you're about to learn it today. As Mathilda's one of those strong supports, the strongest support I would say so far, paired up with the Barats
and the CC.
Oh my goodness. Well, yeah, we're off to a good start, but on the opposing side for Fiends, they do have some answers. They have the Valentina. I feel like
Fred Wren.
Okay, but
hey, baby.
Hey, they pulled off the Odette, bro, so I'm speechless. I'm speechless right now.
They get the RAF. They get the RAF, which is solid for Fiends. I think it's smart. All right, listen, we need to get comfortable quick, and we need to make sure they're not going to ban us out. Pick up the RAF immediately. I think from here, it's like we can play around this, but at least they get something that they know works well with them. We've seen them do wonders with the RAF. We've seen them do wonders with this type of composition. Now it just is kind of balancing things out. They have a big hurdle to climb here going up against the Matilda and the rest of this comp. So fall back to comfort for Fiends.
Man, this is going to be a fun one to watch. I mean, essentially, if you look at the Barats, you look at the Fredrin, both of them frontline jungles, and then they're backed up by some amazing supports, right? You have the Rafaela, can give you the speed boost, can keep you alive, has the stun, the Holy Baptism, something that you can kind of lean on. But the Mathilda, Circling Eagle, the Guiding Wind to be able to get you back to safety, I feel like it works out a little bit better, in my opinion. I think the question is going to be the CC, though, right? CC is one of those high mobile heroes, very hard to keep up with. Not really much to stop her in her tracks, at least so far from what we're seeing from Fiends. I mean, they can't even go in for a Kaja at this point because they locked in this Rafaela. So maybe they match the mobility over there from the CC. Maybe they go in for something like a Benedetta. I think that'd be good, especially up against the Barats. Can definitely get away from his Detna's welcome, can dash in, hit him with the Electro Final Blow. I think it's a strong option. Something that can kind of match the rotations. If not, you're going to be seeing some good overall objectives from the CC being put inside of the mix so far. But I think, I'm not going to say it's one-sided with the draft. I think the Matilda is a very strong point, but still a possible way for Fiends to be able to take this game.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we see like the Ixia over here from the side of DA. The Ixia Matilda combo is definitely a possibility on the side of Fiends. I'm wondering maybe they pick up something like the Ruby for EXP lane. I know it's not like it's normally the roam slot, but could do well in kind of locking up Matilda on these big engages, locking up CC. They go for the Paquito instead, which also damage a burst answer, something that's highly mobile, like you said, similar to the Benedetta, kind of supplies that proactiveness. But DA just keeping things meta, keeping things normal, getting their hands on, you know, some of the most, like, all of these picks were extremely prio throughout the whole season, and they got the bow, they got the whole package. If Fiends beats this composition right here, then they deserve it, man.
You know, Thanos with the with his gauntlet, it's like they got every Infinity Stone they could have
got it all right now.
And they just need to snap their fingers with the final pick for Devious Activity. But okay, there we go. I don't know if I would consider that an Infinity Stone. I feel like that's a little okay. We'll take that. That's something that Fiends can kind of lean in on. Now, this is gonna be good. I think both sides have answers. I feel like Devious Activity has a little bit of a stronger composition, but Fiends has something that could definitely work through this. What do they go here? I mean, there is dive capability. They could go in for something like a Brody to keep them alive, especially when you have that circling eagle, when you have that Barras that's going to rush into you, that CC is going to rush in on you as well.
Oh, no. Never mind.
Oh, Melissa, that would have been pretty cool to see. The Claude, though, how we feel about that?
Like I said, man, I mean, it's a comfort pick for Kohari, man. It's since the very beginning we've seen him win games with it. You pair it up with a support. It is comfort for Kohari. Is it going to be able to do it here? You get the Purify, you get the BMI, you have some escapability, you have some way to play around. But I will say this, when it comes down to it, it's a lot of weight on Kohari's shoulders here, man. You are one of the major damage dealers here. Yes, your Acuity can pull something off, but once again, you know, can Kohari the Brave take his team to victory here? We'll see. It's gonna take some time. I'm just happy for Game 3, man. I'm just happy for Game 3.
He may earn a new title if he's able to pull this one off. I mean, like you said, the new kids on the block up against the vets. This is going to be one for the books, their final game of the day, the final match of the day. On top of that, Fiends up against Devious Activity, fighting for a position in the semifinals for the lower bracket. Who will be able to push through, make it or break it? One team moving forward, one team dropping out.
Listen, as people know, I'm a DA fan, man. I've known Yato, Kush, Baj, T. I've known these guys for a long time. But if there's a team that I would be excited to see them lose to, it would be Fiends. Because Fiends, like I've been saying back to back to back, they've taken us by storm. The new kids on the block are here. And if there's anyone I want to see beat DA tonight, Fiends would definitely be a story to tell. But look at everything they've given over to DA. This is a mountain to climb tonight.
That's right. Old school versus new school right now. You are looking at Devious Activity falling short on the money for game number 2. They had a good run on game number 1, though. But game number 2, you could definitely tell the execution was better on the side of Fiends. But can they hold on to that momentum? We are looking at the support versus support route, though. This is going to be the Rafaela up against the Mathilda. Surprised that the Mathilda actually walked through the draft. This is the first Mathilda and Rafaela that we've seen. Oh, no, maybe not Raph. I think it's the first Mathilda that we've seen today out of all of our series.
I mean, and we got the Wilderness Blessings on both sides, on both support roams and on both mid laners. We're talking quick moving, fast action play in the laning phase. Both teams trying to find something. Joybaj is going to be in their face. He's going to be that mosquito that's just flying around your head nonstop, and it's going to be annoying until Fiends, if Fiends don't find a way to swat him down, it's going to be nonstop. They're going to have vision on him all game long.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to kill a Rafaela than it is to kill a Mathilda. But you are going to go ahead and see Fiends trying to rotate on it, trying to find game plan. Detna's welcome. Kush. Early setup. Turn up guard dropping down. Yato taking down Pro Destroy. First blood for Devious Activity. Finds the jungler for Fiends.
Beautiful catch by Kush there. No, that has nothing to do with the Matilda. That was just a wonderful catch. Throws out the rocket, gets the knockback, quickly hits him up with the Daytona's welcome, and then the rest of the team combos up, but just very well played by Kush there.
Yeah, that's a high-value target, too. Shutting down Pro Destroy, you're already able to take him down. Yep, invade him, delay his farm. That's going to put him behind. That's going to hurt him, especially up against Kush, who already has the assist on top of that, has the turtle, and now able to take away his orange buff.
Take away his orange buff. About to take away another camp, and then just go back to your own jungle and farm away. This is a huge lead for Kush here. It might not feel that much because it's only level 5 to level 6, but it's going to start to mean a lot as Kush goes down through the rest of his jungle and clears things up.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, even the marksmans, right? You're looking at Melon running on this Iritho. We saw how well the Iritho played earlier today with a great performance. When you stack up these neutral objectives, she can hit like a truck, and then she has sustainability to lean on. Last time we saw Iritho linked up with a Angela. This time, we get to see it with even more of a meta pickup on this Mathilda, which makes it even deadlier. But at least in Kohari's favor, he's running for what we would consider comfort on him to be able to survive in that lane. But Melon, playing for the survivability, is going to pick up that Hawes Claws.
Yeah, that is almost a 3-level lead or 2-level lead for Kush over Pro Destroy after things are said and done with both jungles being cleared out. Yato with a nice Eternal Guardian there, just waiting in the bush.
Yeah, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Needing to watch out for that CC, especially on this Vexana and the amount of damage it can provide on top of that. Look at the top lane rotation, though. CC trying to proxy this lanes. Like we said, it's very hard to kind of keep up with the rotations of the CC, and it's going to be a possible problem. Death is welcome again. The opener from Kush, circling Eagle. T, able to find magic, maybe able to get more Chirobami. Need to get out of there. Pro Destroy putting some pressure, trying to stop Devious activity from taking his orange buff, but they're in for the full invasion. There to stay. Retribution goes down. He's able to get it. Grand Theft Orange for Mr. Kush.
I feel so bad for Pro Destroy right now. This is disgusting. And this is exactly what you see when the Matilda comes in, like the Matilda Barats. That's exactly what you can do. And it just lines up so perfectly. Getting that early game kill is probably the thing that's going to be the downfall for Fiends here, because now they can just be so aggressive. And even if they're not able to get... more damage on a magic.
He's just talking about the Matilda Joy Bot.
That's gross.
Able to take him down with the Eternal Guard knockup. Well, yeah, it's off to a rough start. Chirobami was interesting enough. He took the circling eagle. That was the ultimate he kind of decided to go in for on Devious activity. I feel like this is going to be a little bit of a harder game for a Valentina to kind of profit on.
This is tough, man. This is very tough for Fiends. And like I said, Devious activity can just kind of go in, be aggressive, and then anytime Kush doesn't get the buff, maybe he's not able to get the steal, he just gets the guiding wins out, man. He's just out of there. Just, like, there's no worries for anything on the players of DA right now as long as Baj is around. Almost a 3,000 gold lead already. T just cutting lane, able to get involved in these fights as well. Looks like he's taking a camp right now up in the top side, taking even more from Pro Destroy. It's a 3-level difference between the junglers. You know what that means? Your Retri means nothing to Kush's Retri right now.
Yeah, speaking of Retri, Pro Destroy will fall. Yato able to kill. Eternal Guard in effect. Kush with the detonate welcome before the stun. Finds magic. 2 members falling for the side of Fiends. Maybe more in climbing as they're looking to kind of continue rotating on this bot side. Melon versus Kohari on the 1v1. Kohari in the bush. Needs to get back to safety. Not going to be able to find it. Melon takes him down. That is going to be 3 members falling overall in that engagement from Fiends to nobody on Devious activity. 6-0 in terms of kills unanswered.
Not today, not today. Devious activity came to play, man. Fiends having a little bit of trouble with it. And DA just showing, you know, listen, you guys did good, but we're here to move on in this bracket, and Fiends, you are the next target on the list. Pro Destroy, unable to get a level before he's bullied back even more.
Yeah, some treachery in the land of Dawn today from Devious activity. Definitely living up to the name. Putting Fiends on the back end, disrupting their synergy, and making the most out of the situation. We'll be able to close in on this tier 1 turret for the bot side. Berserker's Fury picked up by Melon. We'll have a lot more crit as he joins these fights. Something that Fiends is going to have to watch out for. Devious activity now rotating to this turtle. Kohari feeling a little brave, but being a little risky. Circling Eagle, connecting from Joy Boss, but nobody to follow through. But look at Pro Destroy in the bush, spotted out. You already see Yato able to deal some damage. Joy Boss finding Kohari, the brave. Now Kohari the dead on the tier 2 turret, and you are going to look at Devious activity expanding their lead.
I mean, bro, Kush has been on point with these Detna's welcomes, man. He's just been landing them one after another. You get hit by those rockets and you're a dead man in Kush's eyes. So clean. Now hitting the guiding wind, just, pulling up real quick, coming for another tower. Fiends just unable to defend against this at all.
Yeah, and you are going to look at that tier 2 falling. Melon able to pick it up, and now back to safety they go. Fiends yet to claim a single turret away from Devious activity, a single objective at all. 3 turtles going to DA, 7 kills, nobody falling. Overall, a one-sided story, a recipe for disaster on the opening of this Mathilda, showcasing why it's the most banned in the NACT. And now the playthrough for some possible kills. Melon will be able to take another turret on the top side.
Let's be real here. Not only have they... Well, they finally get a turret, but not only have they only gotten 1 tower, they've only gotten about 1 orange buff, 1 purple buff. This has been rough. DA has been taking full advantage of their composition, and this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is why you drink water and ban Matilda, all right?
Yeah, but Kohari bot side with the split push, at least able to find something for the team. Now able to get back to safety. With the Claude, you are looking at the pressure from Devious activity. Not really too worried about it. Just needs to take the tier 2 on the bot side. But the engagement in the mid lane, Mathilda able to pull back Kush to safety.
All right. It's 9 minutes in, 7,000 gold lead. Definitely still some possibilities for Fiends, right? And I think Kohari's kind of always got his mind on the map. He's always trying to make plays elsewhere. With the Claude, we know the shred possibilities. We know there's the possibilities to not let a Lord end the game. And I think if Fiends just kind of buckled down for a bit, they do have the Rafaela, they do have late game possibilities. That is their option here. They can't take any big fights. They don't want to take any big 5v5s right now. They're going to lose out. It's going to be another, 5-6 minutes till they really come online. Let Devious activity make mistakes and just turtle up, baby.
That's right. Let them turtle up. That's definitely their game plan. If you're going to give them those objectives, they're not going to complain about it. Detna's welcome. You talked about Kush opening up these initiations. Really good so far. Chiribami will possibly fall. Melon able to pick up the kill. Pro Destroy falling. Kush able to pick up that kill. 2 members down for the side of Fiends. Yuracutie need to be careful. He's going to join that mix. Magic left over there to kind of keep him alive. But you are now seeing the siege from Devious activity. 10 minutes in. Trying to open up the base for Fiends. Down goes the inhibitor for the mid lane. Lord still intact. Kohari with the blazing duet. A lot of utility already being wasted with the Lord still over 50% HP. And now the opportunity to close out this game. 50% on the base. Crystal 25. 3. And now down to 1. Devious activity able to take down Fiends. And game number 3 knocks them out of the NACT Spring Season.
Well, if there's any team that could have at least brought us to our first back-and-forth series, it was Fiends, but it's not enough today. Devious activity with the win. Gonna move forward and eventually face on Area 77 in future games. A nice clean win. Pushed back against the wall after Game 2 losing to Fiends. Still able to come in on Game 3 and just dominate. With an 11-0 and 24 KDA, taking 0 deaths, just completely stomping down on the necks of Fiends.
Yeah, look at the KDA. 0, 11, and 0. For the entire team of Fiends. Not able to find a single kill that entire game. This is what we call a one-sided story. A fancy finish for the side of Devious activities to close out our final game of the day. And a way to go out for Fiends on top of that. But nonetheless, they had a good run. They definitely took the world by surprise. It started with their journey taking down Team Gosu. That's kind of when I started keeping an eye on them. And then moving all the way up to the ranks, almost taking down Devious activity. Took 1 game away from them. Our first game or series going all the way to 3 matches is something to be proud about. But nonetheless, they will fall short. Devious activity will move forward, which means we're going to be seeing them go up next week against Area 77.
I mean, if I had to say one thing about Fiends, is no other team was able to really push some of the top teams to the limits like they did. Even NightHorde fell a little short earlier today. You know, even NightHorde wasn't able to bring us to a game 3. Fiends able to make sure that we get a little bit of a show here. Now, the carry Yato, the rich guy, Melon, all of them just doing a great job. And Baj also. I mean, it's hard to be like, oh yeah, this player did good when literally all 5 members went deathless this round. All 5 members, just a huge part of this final game.
Yeah, there's not really anything that they did wrong. Nobody fell. So even trying to gauge who the MVP is would be a very tough one after that performance. But I would have to say maybe either Yato or Joybosh. I mean, Yato was just on point with the Eternal Guards. But Joybosh, I mean, when you're running the Mathilda, it's kind of hard not to kind of outperform everybody, as you are seeing the head-to-head up against Kohari the Brave. Just a treat to see Kohari. I mean, the man of many titles, definitely took the world by storm, and I can't wait to see them in the next NACT. Hopefully they kind of register for the next season. But Devious activity, it's looking good. It's looking promising. I think it was a little shaky for game number 2, but after that one-sided story in game number 3, I would definitely have to watch out for them as they climb that ladder.
Most definitely. And I think it's, you know, if there was 2 teams that I really want to see go against each other in the lower, I think DA Area 77 is definitely going to be a matchup. Well, though we have been saying that about a lot of games, hopefully, you know, it's going to be a best of 5, I'm pretty sure, right? It's going to be a best of 5. Yep. It's going to be our first best of 5 in the lower bracket, so there's a lot of space for DA and Area 77 to really kind of go blow for blow and see who can secure, you know, that fight for the number 4 and number 3 spot. Definitely exciting. DA with the big win, and now let's send it back to our wonderful host, Zeke Cutie.
I got one, guys. I got one. So I'm pretty happy about that, not ending on a bad note. But, you know, I was kind of surprised. It was very strange for me watching some of these matches. It felt like in the 2 that DA won, they absolutely dominated the environment. But it was like that middle match definitely had me questioning some things, definitely had me sweating. I do know for a fact that I could not afford another loss tonight. Another wrong guess would have I might have signed up for next NACT on the spot to play 1v5. That's where the faith is.
Well, that's a bold statement. I'm gonna have to hold you to it. But nonetheless, I mean, hey, and so far, good in predictions. I don't feel like we were too. I think we got every single one right today, Trex. Is that right?
Yeah, per usual. You know,
must be nice.
Must be nice.
I will say that the Fiends, you know, outside of that first and third game, they did pretty well. The first non-sweep in the entire playoffs. How did you guys feel about that?
You love to see it, right? I mean, it was something I didn't expect, especially with the way the draft was. I mean, I honestly thought that the draft was not in their favor, but sometimes the execution overpowers that, and that's what we got to see. It does look a little shaky, though, for Fiends. When it comes to seeing them go a little bit higher in this ladder, to lose in that fashion when the draft is in your favor does have me worry a little bit when they're going up against these upper echelon teams. We'll have to kind of see how they kind of do pushing forward. Nonetheless, though, it's exciting. Like you said, we don't want to see we mentioned this entire day, right? We want to see something go to a game 3. I didn't expect it to be this series, though. I didn't expect it to be this series. But I'm glad that it was, because that's a good way for Fiends to kind of go out.
I think Fiends had a great showing this season. I think we hyped them up. Sometimes we felt like maybe we overhyped them up. But they came in, and if there was, like I said, if there was any team that I wanted to see kind of like cause a little bit of chaos in the playoffs, it was definitely Fiends, and I think we got a little something from them at the end there, because comparative to at least other teams that got knocked out today, Fiends at least, you know, put on a small show, had us at the end of the day waiting on a game 3.
MVP, Steph, who you got?
I'm gonna go with Joybots, just for the fact that they let the Mathilda walk through, so it's kind of hard not to kind of bank in on that. Who do you think, Trex? Are you going for Joybots too?
You got nope, you got it.
Did get it. Okay, so Joybots, I mean, he's a new addition to the roster, but not a new addition to these players, right? We've seen him kind of compete with them on the previous BTK when they went up against Outplay in the NACT spring season of last year. mind you, and they were able to kind of win. They were the champions, right? And he was the roamer in that position, and it definitely makes sense on why they picked him up again. I think he's a strong addition to the team. He's able to play majority of these heroes very well, and he's able to execute where needed, and well-deserved from him, and a good addition as they climb up that ladder for the playoffs.
Do you guys think that if DA's team composition maintained its original roster from the regular season, do you think this would have been a different game?
I don't know. Who knows?
What do you think?
I mean, it would have definitely been a different game because there would have been different players, right? So
for me, I feel like with the way that the teams were playing, with the Fiends being able to, again, showing off that second game, their ability to actually keep up head to head, even with the proper composition for DA, I feel like without Joybaj there, Fiends might have been able to make something bigger happen.
Does Fiends have to play with uneven though? If that's the case,
nope.
The Fiends get the change.
It's kind of hard to gauge that though because they had Mathilda, bro. If they didn't have Mathilda, then maybe it would have been different. But I feel like Mathilda in general, when you let the Mathilda, it's just such a strong pickup. We just don't see it loose. We don't.
Well, I think really what it comes down to is who drank more water. Is, I think we have to take that into account as well. Trex, you look like you got something on your mind. What's up?
I'm wondering if you're going to have a wonderful interview here in a second. That's all I was wondering.
Or
are we just gonna...
Someday my prince will come.
I can't wait to hear these
All
questions.
right, I think he's over there waiting for me now.
Make sure you ask them like how they feel going up against Area 77. Does Yato want to smash his old team? All that good stuff. Let Yato know. Much love, bro.
Let's see what he's got to say.
Hello.
Welcome back, man. Welcome back. How you feeling?
I mean, thank God.
So quick, free, and easy. 3 words used to describe both the first and the third game. Was that the level of control and an expected result coming into the series?
Going to the third game wasn't like our expectation, but after the third game, it was like we realized that our draft was like really, really bad. So we had to fix things up, and it was like on the line,
Do you think it was because of Mathilda?
The third game, definitely. They made a mistake giving that to us.
Nah, it's only safe to assume you guys have been drinking water as well too, which I think, as everybody knows, up to this point, synergizes so well with the Mathilda.
I guess.
So this was the first non-sweep in the entire playoffs. What happened in the second game?
We didn't expect the Florine pick because it's so strong. Every time we go in, it just saves everybody. And anti-heal wouldn't work on her. And our drafted for Joy was bad. It was quite rushed for Joy.
So as a team overall, what do you guys attribute your success to so far?
Right now it's based off of like our own mechanics and gameplay overall, because our draft, I think it's not up there yet, but we can definitely improve on that.
That's fair. So big question for you. Big question. Do you consider Area 77 a threat in the lower brackets?
At this point, it's all teams shouldn't be taken lightly because it's, we have one more weekend left. So we have to give it our best shot for now.
That's fair. Do you have any final statements that you want to make to your upcoming opponents?
A77, they were my old squad, so good luck to them. And also my old teammate, ISO, is there. So good luck to him as well.
Fair enough, man. Well, I'm not going to hold you up. It's late. I appreciate you guys for coming out and absolutely giving off a great show to all of the viewers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great interview with Yato. Well said, well spoken, nice, quick, easy, to the point, just like the first and third game. Steph?
Yeah, I mean, the man of many words and definitely a man of many talents when it comes into the land of Dawn. And also just got to admire him being humble, right? Giving credit to the opposing team. Definitely shouting out the former players that he's been with. And I think we're going to be up for a good series. When we see them fight it out in the lower bracket semifinals, it's going to be a hard one to vote again. Another fork in the road for the NACT playoffs.
I think next week should definitely be some bangers. Hopefully, NACT doesn't disappoint. Hopefully, it's not as many sweeps as we've been seeing. But yeah, we'll see, man. Yato, always a great interviewer, has really just grown, I think, as a player in NA, has really become more and more known as a player in NA, and it's exciting to just see his journey, whether he wins or loses next week. It's always nice to see him on cam.
Absolutely. But let's take a look at today's brackets.
Today's matchups, Fiends are going to get the 2-0 against LEGACi. NIGHTHORDE with the win over BloodHounds. But then both teams that win take the loss, the bow out. Area 77 with 2-0 over NIGHTHORDE, and Devious Activity with the 2-1 over Fiends. 4 teams going home today.
Yeah, now moving on to the playoffs bracket. Moving on forward from here, getting closer and closer to the top of the ladder. Semifinals, you are looking at Gaming Gladiators up against Bloodthirsty Kings. We always say it's like the Mobile Legends gods flip a coin on who can win that match. Time will tell. Losers round 3, though. The losers semifinals, Devious Activity up against Area 77. Members who once played together, now playing against each other. This is definitely going to be a great series to watch and something that you're going to want to tune into for next weekend.
But let's leave next weekend for next weekend. So for all of you guys who came out and watched these awesome games, thank you so much for joining us. Big shout out to our fantastic casters duo. And until next time, stay classy.